At 10 o'clock in the morning, Qin Li finally woke up on the large hotel bed. He had drunk far too much the previous night. Even now his head still throbbed faintly. Last night his roommate Li Jiang had dragged him out to a bar, but halfway through the night, that guy actually answered a call and slipped away on his own. After that he had a chance encounter with that outrageously beautiful woman. She drank to drown her sorrows, and Qin Li risked his liver to accompany her glass for glass. In the end they both went down together. He vaguely remembered that the two of them seemed to have come to open a room later. Thinking of this, Qin Li looked around. The spacious room held only himself. Being meticulous by nature, he carefully examined the pillow beside him. Then with 2 fingers he slowly lifted a strand of long brownish-yellow hair. It had been dyed permed and was quite long. It clearly could not be his. Had he lost his chastity? Qin Li was 21 this year, a senior at Jinjiang University. On campus, he was the very definition of a top student winning scholarships year after year. Most importantly, he had never even been in a relationship. Purity was practically his nickname, self-discipline his motto, and among his peers he was jokingly known as the upright young gentleman. If anything had truly happened last night, then that would have been his very first time. Although that woman was breathtakingly beautiful, he himself felt no memory, no sense of it at all. Was his first time just gone like that? A wave of melancholy washed over Qin Li, who said a man's first time was unimportant. Scientific research supposedly showed that, while fine science did not actually study such things. Qin Li reached out to flip back the quilt, intending to put on his clothes first. But the moment the quilt was lifted, he sharply drew in a breath of cold air. Right beside him on the bedsheet, a red stain blazed glaringly bright, like a blooming plum blossom. My God, she had been a virgin. No, wait, he had been a virgin too. Who wasn't a virgin at some point? So the two of them had truly gone down together. Qin Li raised his hand and slapped his own head hard, trying to recall what had happened after they arrived at the hotel. It was all in vain. He had indeed blacked out. He remembered only the woman's appearance. He could not even recall. Perhaps he had never even asked. What a ridiculous situation this was. Just as Qin Li's thoughts were running wild, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. The perfect life system has been bound. Host Qin Li. Appearance 85. Physical fitness 74. IQ 92. EQ 94. What? Hearing the electronic voice in his mind, Qin Li was utterly bewildered. He had actually been bound to a system. As a modern university student, he had read his fair share of online novels. Yet he had never imagined that one day he himself would be bound to a system. Looking at his own ratings, he nodded inwardly. An appearance score of 85 was fairly reasonable. Qin Li stood at 1 meter 80 in height, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, a high straight nose, and lips neither too thin nor too full. He was indeed quite handsome. With IQ and EQ both scoring above 90, these numbers were exceptional, worthy of his status as a top student. But why was his physical fitness only 74? He considered himself very strong. Could it be that he had been too exhausted last night? Ding. Detected host has completed first-time deflowering. System reward 1 top configuration McLaren 720S and professional level driving skills. The vehicle has been transferred to the host's name. Please promptly designate a location to collect the car. Location: underground parking lot A88, Jinjiang Financial Building. Qin Li almost bit his tongue. What was this supposed to be? Driving a luxury supercar. This gift was far too extravagant. So was there perhaps more? But since this was a reward for his first time, Qin Li would only ever get this one chance in his life. As for the melancholy he had just felt over losing his virginity, was losing it not a good thing? For a man, was that first time really so important? Qin Li had always despised those overly sentimental men who brooded over everything. Ding. The host has not signed in today. Would you like to sign in? Hearing the system notification, Qin Li decisively chose yes. Ding. Today's sign-in is complete. Sign-in reward 100,000 yuan. The cash reward has been transferred via bank transfer to the host's postal bank card ending in 6690. Please check your account. The source of funds is legitimate. You may spend at ease. A car first, now cash. This system was truly being overly polite. His phone chimed with a message alert. Unlocking it, Qin Li saw the deposit confirmation. So just signing in netted him 100,000. With that, how could life not reach its peak? He softly recited the lyrics in the unseen currents. It was long decided, if you'd be rich or poor, wrongs will never be right, truths forever endure. He had yet to fully emerge from his joy when his phone suddenly rang. The ringtone was his favorite song, Silence is Golden. Hello, Qin Li answered the call. Is this classmate Qin Li? Came a sweet female voice from the other end. Speaking, he replied. Congratulations, Qin Li. You have successfully passed the second round of our Xiangqing group interviews. May I ask if you can attend the third round interview at 3 o'clock this afternoon? It was now April, with 2 months left until graduation. Qin Li was currently in the midst of job hunting. Xiangqing Group was the foremost physical enterprise in Jinjiang City, its holdings spanning real estate, electronics, manufacturing, cultural tourism, film and television, and many other industries. Recently, Xiangqing Group had begun making inroads into internet projects. The live streaming platform Fein, which had emerged in the last couple of years, was under the Xiangqing Group umbrella. Qin Li was interviewing for the position of secretary to the president of Fein Live. Even with a car and money now, he still needed to secure a job. So Qin Li replied, "All right, I will definitely. Very well, we wish you excellent results in advance. Goodbye." "Thank you, goodbye." No sooner had Qin Li ended the call than the electronic voice of the perfect life system sounded in his mind again. Ding. The host has successfully triggered a system mission. Mission passed the Xiangqing Group interview. Mission reward upon completion: the skill, 1,000 cups without drunkenness. The system's sense of presence was overwhelming. First it had given him a car, then money for signing in, and now it was issuing missions. Yet Qin Li felt anything but harassed. If possible, he would gladly be harassed by it at every moment. This particular reward was rather interesting. Never drunk in 1,000 cups. How thoughtful. Did the system also think his drinking had led him into trouble? The luxury car and money gradually soothed the blow Qin Li had suffered. After dressing and tidying himself up, Qin Li stayed in the room for a while longer. Although he knew that since the woman had slipped away quietly, she probably would not return. Still, Qin Li waited until noon. No matter what, the two of them had shared a mutual downfall. He still hoped there might be a chance to see her again. But when checkout time arrived, the woman still had not appeared. Qin Li could only sigh and leave the room, then take the room card to the front desk to check out. Enduring the front desk girl's bestial, judgmental stare, Qin Li asked for the name of the woman who had checked in with him last night. Teng Shuhan. Yes, the person was beautiful, and so was her name. After leaving the hotel, he hailed a taxi. Qin Li's destination was the underground parking lot of Jinjiang Financial Center, as he still had a luxury sports car parked there. McLaren 720S. After a quick search, Qin Li learned that the standard model cost over $3.7 million, and the top trim exceeded $4 million. The system was incredibly generous. Why had it not appeared in his life during the past 21 years? How many days had he wasted? After about a dozen minutes, Qin Li arrived at the financial center parking lot and successfully found parking spot A88. A black luxury sports car sat quietly there. It was a 2019 McLaren 720S 4.0T Spider, a two-door, two-seat hardtop convertible. The car was powered by a 4.0L twin-turbo V8 engine producing 720 horsepower, accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.9 seconds, with a top speed of 341 km/h. The body used extensive carbon fiber and lightweight materials. Most importantly, it had a very prestigious license plate, Jiang A00001. The car key was lying on the roof. Qin Li took it, pressed the unlock button, and opened the door. Sitting inside the luxury sports car, Qin Li couldn't help but feel his blood boil. Every man dreams of owning a sports car, and his dream had come true so quickly. A document bag lay on the passenger seat. Qin Li opened it and found the vehicle registration, purchase documents, and a fuel card inside. He had his own driver's license, but had never driven such a sports car. However, the system had already granted him professional-level driving skills. From the moment he sat in the car, he felt extremely familiar with it. Viru. With the McLaren's launch control, Qin Li drove the car onto the road. He planned to return to school first for a meal and a change of clothes before attending the afternoon interview. Along the way, the McLaren attracted many gazes. Qin Li noticed that cars behind him dared not drive too close, fearing a rear-end collision. Was this the life of a rich man's spoiled son? It felt like life had reached its peak. Arriving at school, Qin Li didn't drive in directly. Instead, he found a parking lot nearby and walked into campus. Jinjiang University, male dormitory, building 21, room 101. Son of a bitch, your dad's back. Qin Li entered to find Li Jiang still battling in the game. There were 4 people in the dorm, but the other 2 were not present. Old Qin, where did you go last night? Didn't come back all night, got snatched by a girl. Li Jiang turned his head and asked. Hearing this, Qin Li felt like flying over and kicking this son of a bitch. It was he who had dragged him to the bar last night, but then he ran off early after receiving a call leading to all this. Don't ask, or I'll kill you. Qin Li said crossly. Hee, I get it, I get it. Li Jiang's expression was somewhat lewd. After a moment, he added, by the way, have you had lunch? Not yet. I saved my appetite so you could make amends. Qin Li put down his backpack. All right, let's hit the 3rd floor canteen for spicy pot. This round of gaming is almost done. Li Jiang agreed readily, probably aware that what he did last night was unfair. No problem. At noon, another roommate, Zhang Lifan, also returned. Zhang Lifan had been admitted to the graduate program at Jinjiang University of Foreign Studies, so these days he often went there. He claimed to be familiarizing himself with the new school, but the other roommates knew he was actually scouting for girls. Hey, old Qin, I found several new girls today, and even added them on WeChat. The resources at the Foreign Studies University are way better than ours. Zhang Lifan said excitedly as soon as he entered. In fact, as a comprehensive university, Jinjiang University still had many female students. However, compared to the Foreign Studies University, Jinjiang University had more science and engineering majors. So on the whole, the female-dominated scene at the Foreign Studies University was more pleasing to the eye. Damn, the Foreign Studies University is letting a wolf into the fold by admitting you. Li Jiang scolded. Qin Li was taking off his shirt to shower and corrected, it's letting a dog in. Yes, simp dog. Li Jiang laughed heartily. This was an inside joke from their dorm. Back in freshman year, Zhang Lifan pursued a girl from their major, delivering breakfast every day without fail. But the girl ended up dating a geology major boyfriend. And she even borrowed money from Zhang Lifan to buy shoes for her boyfriend. And the worst part was Zhang Lifan actually lent it to her. The other 3 roommates had laughed at him for 3 whole years. Zhang Lifan wasn't angry at their teasing either. After more than 3 years together, they all considered each other as brothers and knew each other's temperaments. So Zhang Lifan only sneered and said, as long as I simp for enough girls, they become my backups. Qin Li gave him a thumbs up and said, when it comes to shamelessness, you take the cake, fan. After a few minutes of joking, Qin Li took a quick shower. Their dorm had always had good relationships. For college students, if the dorm relationship is bad, the whole college experience becomes unpleasant. The dorm had 4 people besides Qin Li, Li Jiang, and Zhang Lifan. There was one named Yang Ming. Li Jiang was a pervert. Zhang Lifan was a simp dog. Yang Ming was a rich second-generation kid with a good family background, but he had no arrogance at all. He was short and timid. The others treated him like a little brother, but still made him a son when needed. So when they went out to eat, Qin Li called Yang Ming to join. Since Li Jiang was treating the 4 had a hearty lunch. At 2:40 p.m. Qin Li drove punctually to the headquarters of Xiangqing Group, Xiangqing Tower. After parking, he cooperated with the front desk security, signed an interview list, and was allowed through the turnstile. Qin Li took the elevator to the 15th floor, the office area of Fein Life. Hello, I'm here for the interview. Qin Li greeted the front desk receptionist. Okay, please follow me to the meeting room to wait for the interview notice. Our president will interview you personally later. Qin Li nodded. After all, it was the position of presidential secretary. Even if the first 2 rounds went well, the final decision had to be made by the president. He followed the receptionist to a meeting room, which was surprisingly full. Qin Li roughly counted. More than 20 candidates had made it to the 3rd round. Indeed, Xiangqing Group. The competition was intense. Most applicants were women, and many were dressed in revealing clothes. At 3 p.m. sharp, the interview began on time. The interview begins. Candidate Yang Xinyan, please follow me. Next candidate Li Shouwen, please prepare. A staff member started calling names. As soon as she finished speaking, a girl in a professional short skirt stood up and walked out with him. After she left, the room grew noticeably quieter. Everyone became more nervous. But at this moment, Qin Li was daydreaming, calling out to the system in his mind. System, are you there? Ding. The system is always at your service. Hearing the system respond, Qin Li continued, System, are there punishments for failing tasks? He had confidence in himself, but scanning the women present, 8 out of 10 were showing legs, the other 2 were showing cleavage. What if the president was an old pervert? Then he'd be doomed. But luckily the system gave him a satisfying answer. All tasks issued by the system come with no punishment. Hey, truly a perfect life system. If he had to live in constant anxiety, what kind of life would that be? With no more worries, Qin Li's mood relaxed. Go ahead and show off, you shameless mortals. Candidate Qin Li, please follow me. Next candidate, Fu Jelly, please prepare. While distracted, he heard his name. He stood up and followed the staff to an office. Our president is inside. Please go in. The staff member politely addressed him. Qin Li nodded to thank him, then knocked. But to his surprise, a woman's voice came from inside. Her voice was crisp and sounded quite young. It turned out to be a female president. Should I show some leg now? Qin Li looked at his trousers and regretted not wearing shorts. But now wasn't the time for that. So he pushed the door open with a rueful expression and stepped inside. Snap! A sharp crack echoed. Just as Qin Li stepped into the office and took in the scene, he froze, struck dumb, as if lightning had split the air between his left and right shoulders. Indeed, that precise spot was his head. Who am I? My surname is Qin. Yes, that much feels familiar. Where on earth am I? And what exactly am I doing? Qin Li stared stiffly at the woman seated behind the massive desk. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, wearing light makeup, her features delicate and refined. Her chestnut blonde waves cascaded down her back. She wore a soft, gray women's suit, the silhouette of which spoke volumes of commanding presence. She was undeniably beautiful, more so than any woman Qin Li had ever encountered, and her figure was equally exquisite. Yet fate, oh fate, must you toy with me so mercilessly? Yes, this stunning female CEO was none other than Tang Shuhan, the very heroine with whom he'd shared a fateful, mutually destructive night. As the male lead in that mutual annihilation, Qin Li had indeed hoped to see her again. But certainly not under these circumstances. Right then, he longed to pull out his phone and post a desperate query to the omniscient internet. What do you do when your interviewer turns out to be the person you slept with last night? Meanwhile, Tang Shuhan, still seated behind the desk, had clearly recognized him. Her gaze shimmered with disbelief as though the universe itself had conspired to mock her. They stood frozen for several long minutes. Qin Li glanced at Tang Shuhan, still locked in stunned silence, then cleared his throat twice, breaking the suffocating tension. Ahem, are you all right? Hearing his voice, Tang Shuhan finally stirred from her daze, yet her hands resting on the desk clenched tightly, betraying the storm within. Tang Shuhan had never imagined that one impulsive, wine-soaked attempt to drown her sorrows would cost her something irreplaceable. At first, she'd simply wanted to unwind at a bar. Her friends had recommended one known for its safety and atmosphere. She sought refuge in the roar of voices and the numbing embrace of alcohol, hoping to forget, even briefly, the ache in her heart. Coincidentally, Qin Li had also been alone that night. Tall, radiant, and strikingly handsome, his gaze clear and unclouded even amid the intoxicating chaos of revelry. As if drawn by some unseen force, Tang Shuhan approached his booth. Perhaps she only wished to ease her loneliness. She had foreseen the beginning, but never the ending. The story veered wildly off its intended course, and when she awoke the next morning in the hotel room, she wept silently for a long time before reluctantly accepting reality. In the end, she slipped away alone, knowing full well that whatever had begun between them could never truly begin nor ever conclude. Yet she hadn't anticipated that Qin Li would reappear before her so soon. Taking a slow, steadying breath, Tang Shuhan forced herself to suppress the tumultuous emotions surging inside. Her expression and tone regained their customary poise and quiet authority. She gestured coolly toward the chair opposite her desk. You're here for the interview. Sit. Seeing her composure restored, Qin Li sat down, though he found himself utterly at a loss for words. For all his usual courage and wit, he could think of no way to dissolve this unbearable stiffness, because it was unbearable. Still, Qin Li knew one thing for certain. However mortifying the moment, he felt a quiet, undeniable relief. Relief at having found her again. Once he was seated, Tang Shuhan said evenly, "Begin with your self-introduction." Watching the calm in her eyes, Qin Li couldn't help but admire her. This woman was undoubtedly strong-willed. He steadied his own racing pulse, handed her his resume, and began his introduction with deliberate calm. "Hello, I'm Qin Li. Qin as in the Qin dynasty, Li as in capability. I'm a senior at Jinjiang University, interviewing for the position of executive secretary to the CEO of Fein live streaming." The two of them behaved with such solemn professionalism, as if nothing extraordinary had ever occurred between them. Everything seemed to settle smoothly onto its proper course. Tang Shuhan scanned Qin Li's resume and asked strictly businesslike, "Qin Li, I notice your major is e-commerce, which doesn't seem closely aligned with the duties of an executive secretary. How do you believe you'll meet the demands of this role?" He longed to say, "I can," but that would have been inappropriate. After a brief pause, he replied with composed clarity, "I hold confidence in my candidacy for 3 reasons. First, the e-commerce curriculum covers foundational subjects such as network architecture, digital payment systems, and online marketing, knowledge directly applicable to Fein live streaming, a profitable internet-based enterprise built upon the same technological infrastructure. Second, during university, I served 2 years in the student union and held the presidency in my junior year, organizing or participating in over 30 campus-wide events. I possess proven coordination and organizational skills, and I am fully proficient in all standard office software, ensuring competence in daily secretarial responsibilities. Third, and perhaps most sincerely, I am genuinely drawn to this role. My commitment and engagement will be unwavering." As Qin Li spoke, Tang Shuhan typed notes on her laptop. His response addressed professional expertise, practical capability, and authentic motivation, each point articulated with precision and sincerity. Yet when he reached his third point, Tang Shuhan seized the thread and asked, "You say you're drawn to this position. What specifically appeals to you about it?" "A large-scale corporate platform, a forward-looking vision in live streaming, and..." Here Qin Li paused, meeting her impassive gaze with quiet deliberation. "And you, strikingly beautiful." The flirtation was unmistakable. Tang Shuhan's eyes flickered, then hardened, sharpening like frost forming on glass. Perhaps she hadn't expected such audacity. Her voice dropped, edged with glacial chill. "Be certain you understand the weight of your words. I can terminate this interview at any moment." "The choice is yours," Qin Li replied, "but the right to speak belongs to me." Utterly unbridled, Tang Shuhan's understanding of him deepened yet again. Last night she'd perceived him as sunlit and pure, a warm, approachable boy next door. Later he revealed himself as shameless. Even intoxicated, he'd undressed her with meticulous care. Yes, though Tang Shuhan had lost control, every detail of that night remained vivid in her memory. Unlike Qin Li, who remembered nothing, she recalled everything. Yet today she also glimpsed his strengths before answering. He'd paused thoughtfully. And despite the acute discomfort of the situation, he'd quickly centered himself and responded with steady, methodical clarity, proof of habitual reflection and remarkable composure. Outwardly radiant, inwardly composed, confident, reflective, and deeply perceptive. Such a man possessed undeniable magnetism. Yet he was also fiercely assertive, and thus profoundly unsettling. Tang Shuhan fell silent. Qin Li did not disturb her. In the end, Tang Shuhan decided to ask him one last question, a rather unconventional one. As the CEO's secretary, what would you do if you accidentally had an affair with the CEO? Tang Shuhan asked, fixing her gaze on Qin Li, curious about how he would respond. Qin Li did not expect her to throw out such a question. This was clearly something I wanted to pose to the omnipotent internet users, wasn't it? Why are you not following the script? However, looking at Tang Shuhan, who was patiently waiting for his answer, Qin Li knew he had no way to evade. Still, he took a brief moment to think before speaking. I would take responsibility. Tang Shuhan was observing his reaction. Yet Qin Li's tone was resolute, and his gaze showed no signs of avoidance. Not seeing the panic and tension she had imagined, his confidence gave Tang Shuhan a slight sense of defeat. You should treat it as if nothing happened and handle your work properly, she corrected him. Qin Li knew that Tang Shuhan's answer was the correct one, and he was aware of it too. Yet he still expressed his thought. Perhaps he didn't want to leave her feeling cold. But a wrong answer was still a wrong answer. Tang Shuhan decisively announced the end of the interview. She didn't even want him to wait for the news at home, but gave him the result face to face. Sorry, you did not pass our third round of interviews. Although Qin Li felt a bit regretful about the result, he did not press the issue. As he stood up, he sincerely said, I should be the one apologizing. Last night. I'm sorry. After saying this, Qin Li cast one last deep look at Tang Shuhan. He then turned and left. However, he was confident that even if he didn't succeed in staying by her side this time, he would find another way to stand in front of this woman in the future. And that day would not be far off. Watching the office door close again, Tang Shuhan seemed to let out a sigh of relief. Just now she had indeed been putting on a brave front. Hearing Qin Li's words, I will take responsibility, it was impossible for her heart not to tremble. Given Qin Li's cleverness, he surely knew that this was not the correct answer for the interview. Yet he still said it. This gave Tang Shuhan a slight sense of comfort. Although she still felt that there was no possibility between her and Qin Li, she certainly did not wish for the person who took her first time to be a heartless individual. If she could pretend to be calm before then, Qin Li's final apology was the last straw that broke her. It made her recall everything from last night. She had always been a strong and proud person. Even after such an event, she showed up to work on time without planning to tell anyone. But now she felt a bit tired. Qin Li walked out of the office with a calm expression, just about to take the elevator down when he heard someone calling for him. Classmate, please wait a moment. It was a girl's voice. Qin Li turned around to see a girl approaching him. Qin Li had some impression of her. Yang Xingyun, the first girl who interviewed, wore a simple ponytail and light makeup and was the prettiest among all the interviewees. Although she was also a beauty, she was slightly inferior compared to Tang Shuhan. As she approached, Qin Li smiled and asked, Is there something you need? Classmate. Yang Xingyun extended her hand and said, Can we get to know each other? I'm Yang Xingyun. Qin Li. Qin Li politely shook her hand before letting go. Hello, Qin Li. Can we chat for a bit? Yang Xingyun asked with a smile. Sure. Qin Li was curious about what she wanted to talk about. It couldn't be just to flirt with him, could it? Just then the elevator arrived, and Qin Li entered with her. He pressed the button for the B1 floor, which led to the underground parking lot, while Yang Xingyun pressed the button for the first floor. Actually, there's nothing much. I didn't perform very well in this interview, and I noticed that everyone else looked quite disappointed after coming out, so they probably didn't do well either. Yang Xingyun said with a bitter smile, then added, But you seemed to come out quite composed, so I wanted to seek some advice. After hearing her words, Qin Li understood why she was there. She was an actress. She was the first to interview, while he was the second to last. If she truly felt she had performed poorly, she would have left long ago. The notion of seeking advice was merely an excuse. There was plenty of information about interviews online, or did she really need to consult him? She probably thought her performance was decent and wanted to probe other potentially competitive candidates first. Although such behavior had little impact on the interview results. But some people in life enjoy engaging in such trivial pursuits. Only when she heard Qin Li say that he performed poorly would she feel at ease. Moreover, she might even look down on Qin Li in her heart. Such people tend to have strong competitiveness, and Qin Li glanced at her, and with a pure and sunny demeanor smiled. I think I performed quite well this time. It seems the CEO is quite satisfied, and also. Actually, I'm a bit different from you all. Yang Xingyun's eyes glimmered with a hint of disappointment as she heard him say he performed well. But upon hearing that he was different, her curiosity was piqued, and she asked, What do you mean by different? Qin Li was indeed a bit different. His difference was that he was directly told by Tang Shuhan that he had failed the interview, while all the other candidates had to go home and wait for news. This was his privilege. At that moment, Qin Li transformed into an actor. He blushed slightly and said, "Can I add you on WeChat? If you add me, I'll tell you." Yang Xingyun raised an eyebrow, as she had always been confident in her looks. Seeing the sunny and handsome Qin Li wanting to add her on WeChat, she felt quite satisfied internally, but still playfully said, "As long as you tell me, I'll add you." Watching her flirtatious demeanor, Qin Li felt a bit hesitant, though he did not take it too seriously. Lowering his voice, he said, "Then I'll tell you, but you mustn't tell anyone else." Yang Xingyun nodded in agreement. Only then did Qin Li say, "Actually, I have connections. The interview is just a formality. Don't tell anyone else." Yang Xingyun's heart skipped a beat. If not for the WeChat edition, she likely wouldn't have believed Qin Li when he told her he had connections. After all, even the dullest person wouldn't casually reveal that they had connections. But the most impressive part was the WeChat edition. Yang Xingyun's arrogance led her to believe she possessed such great allure. So she believed him. The one feeling down was her. At that moment, the elevator reached the floor Yang Xingyun had pressed, and she was about to leave. Qin Li asked, "I've told you now, can we add each other on WeChat?" If it were any other time, Yang Xingyun wouldn't mind giving him her WeChat, as Qin Li was quite handsome. But now she had no mood for it at all. She had prepared for this position for a long time, even rehearsing for the interview many times. To end up facing a connection, Yang Xingyun felt as if she had tenderly cultivated cabbages only to have them snatched away by pigs when ready. "Sorry, classmate, I didn't bring my phone today. I have to go now." But, after saying this, Yang Xingyun could not be bothered with further pleasantries and walked out of the elevator. Qin Li watched her retreating figure and raised his eyebrows with a hint of amusement. As Qin Li drove out of the parking lot, he saw Yang Xingyun waiting by the roadside. Ultimately, he couldn't resist the urge to deliver one last blow. Qin Li parked his car in front of her, rolled down the window, and sincerely asked Yang, "Can we really not add each other on WeChat?" At first, Yang Xingyun was puzzled as to why such a luxurious sports car had stopped in front of her. However, the moment she saw Qin Li, her initial intention to refuse was replaced by a different thought. Turns out he was a rich second generation after all. Well, if he weren't a rich second generation, how could he possibly have connections with the Xianqing group? However, being a president's secretary still meant serving tea and water. So why shouldn't she choose to marry into a wealthy family? After all, the latter truly represented a meteoric rise. Little did she know that Qin Li only had this one car. If it weren't for the 100,000 Signin reward, Qin Li's balance would even be less than hers. Although she felt excited, Yang Xingyun also knew she had mentioned not bringing her phone, so she couldn't let it slip now. "Alright then, I will tell you my WeChat ID, you can add me, and I'll agree once I get home," Yang Xingyun said with a smile. Seeing her agree, Qin Li was very happy. However, after checking his pocket, he said with a disappointed face, "Sorry, I forgot my phone too. Let's leave it for next time. Goodbye, beautiful." Having said that, Qin Li rolled up the window and drove away, leaving Yang Xingyun in disarray in the wind. "If someone doesn't offend me, I won't offend them. Devil cultivation is not easy, why must you court death?" However, out of a sense of dark humor, Qin Li discovered that his suppressed mood improved significantly, thanks to Yang Xingyun. In the dark, it is already destined. Whether you are rich or poor, what is wrong is never right, and what is true is always true. "Hey Lao Zhang, what do you want from Dad?" Upon seeing it was Zhang Lifang's call, Qin Li teased. However, Zhang Lifang on the other end sounded anxious and hoarsely shouted, "Lao Qin, come back, quickly. Yang Ming is fighting with someone." "Where?" Qin Li immediately adopted a serious tone upon hearing this, as their dormitory had always been very united. He had always regarded the others as good brothers, and now that he heard Yang Ming was in a fight, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Against enemies, Qin Li could be merciless. When it came to brothers, he could also be equally fierce. At the school's west gate, Xingmong Water Bar, hurry over. After Zhang Lifang hung up, Qin Li stepped on the gas and sped towards the destination. It was now approaching the peak hour after work, and more cars began to fill the roads. However, with his professional driving skills, Qin Li still drove very fast. Cars on the road also swerved to avoid him, as nobody could afford to scratch such a vehicle. When Qin Li arrived, he saw that the area outside the Xingmong Water Bar was already crowded with onlookers. He casually parked the car by the roadside and squeezed into the crowd, spotting his three dorm mates, Yang Ming, Li Jiang, and Zhang Lifang. The three were facing 5 or 6 young men who clearly looked troublemaking, led by a slender young man with a scorpion tattoo on his arm whose expression was slightly arrogant. The ground was littered with broken plastic chairs and tables from the water bar, and the troublemakers were being held back by a few enthusiastic onlookers, clearly indicating that the conflict had already been quelled. However, Qin Li noticed a distinct palm print on Yang Ming's face, and both Li Jiang and Zhang Lifang looked somewhat disheveled, clearly having suffered a great loss. "Mingzi, what happened?" Qin Li approached and asked. Although Yang Ming was a rich second generation, he had a good character. Among the dorm mates, he was the smallest and had the least courage. The other three treated him like a younger brother, and Qin Li didn't believe he would provoke trouble. Seeing Qin Li arrive, the three dorm mates greeted him. After all, they hadn't entered society yet, so they were somewhat at a loss in such situations. In their dormitory, Qin Li was always the one with the most ideas. Looking at Qin Li, Yang Ming said with slightly pale lips, "Brother Li, this afternoon you went for an interview, and we three planned to go out for a stroll. I called my girlfriend out, and just as we were drinking milk tea here, they came to ask for her WeChat. When I refused, they started to get physical, and then a fight broke out." Qin Li scanned the surroundings and indeed saw Yang Ming's girlfriend standing to the side, looking somewhat flustered, clearly frightened. Yang Ming's girlfriend was a very introverted girl whom Qin Li had seen before. Qin Li comfortingly patted Yang Ming's shoulder and asked, "Did you call the police?" "I've already called, but the police haven't arrived yet," Yang Ming replied. Qin Li nodded and turned to Li Jiang beside him, saying, "Don't forget to call the counselor." If Qin Li hadn't mentioned it, Li Jiang and the others would have forgotten. "They'll call right now," Li Jiang said, taking out his phone to prepare for the call. They were still students, and after clashing with outsiders and calling the police, the school would eventually find out. It was better to inform the school first. At the very least, the school would definitely be on their side. At that moment, the scorpion-tattooed leader across the way began to shout again. "Hey, little brats, are you still going to fight? Where's that bravado from before? If you don't fight, we're leaving." They probably knew the police were called, although such provocation would only result in a few days of detention. Who likes to serve time for no reason? Qin Li had never been afraid of fights since childhood, and hearing the provocation, now his gaze turned icy as he stepped forward. Ding! Danger alert! Danger detected for the host, please handle it properly. The system issued a timely warning, yet Qin Li continued to walk forward. Ding! Real external threat detected for the host. Based on the level of danger, the system activates the low-level defense mechanism, granting the host master-level combat skills. Are there skills available as well? What a thoughtful, perfect life system. However, Qin Li also noticed an important word in the system's notification. If he were to fabricate an external threat to obtain rewards from the system, it would probably not respond at all. "Kid, are you itching for a fight?" The scorpion-tattooed leader clearly sensed Qin Li's ill intentions, but he didn't care. "You saying that really makes me a bit itchy," Qin Li replied fearlessly. "Hey, interesting. You're really not afraid of being beaten, huh?" The scorpion-tattooed leader laughed instead of getting angry. Qin Li glanced outside and saw several uniformed police officers quickly approaching from the crowded shopping street in the distance. "Are you going to bite everyone like a dog?" Qin Li said blandly. "Did you eat too much shit?" The scorpion-tattooed leader instantly became furious and unhesitatingly pushed aside the well-meaning onlookers who were trying to mediate, kicking towards Qin Li. Qin Li had already anticipated this, as he had provoked the scorpion-tattooed leader first. Seeing the scorpion-tattooed leader kick towards him, Qin Li simply sidestepped, not intentionally evading, but merely reducing the force, resulting in a footprint on his body. This was evidence. Upon seeing Qin Li get kicked, Zhang Lifang and the others immediately wanted to rush over. However, Qin Li wouldn't give them the chance to join the fight. Master-level combat skills against a few small thugs was akin to using a kitchen knife to cut ants. So before Zhang Lifang and the others could push through, Qin Li had already ended the fight. He had dealt with 5 or 6 small thugs, and Qin Li had tried his best to control his strength, not delivering any fatal blows. All his attacks targeted many of the boat's vulnerable points, ensuring they wouldn't be disabled, but would feel That was enough to teach these young troublemakers a lesson. "Wow, Lao Qin, you've been hiding too deep." Zhang Lifang, seeing the small thugs resolved in the blink of an eye, was filled with disbelief regarding Qin Li's fighting power. Li Jiang and Yang Ming also looked shocked. They knew Qin Li was intelligent and loved to think, otherwise he wouldn't win scholarships every year. But they hadn't expected Qin Li's martial prowess to be this impressive. "You all don't understand how excellent my dad is," Qin Li said with a chuckle. "What are you doing? Everyone stop." At that moment, the police also separated the crowd and walked over. However, upon seeing the situation at the scene, the police were taken aback. Though the few college students had injuries, they were standing and joking. In contrast, the tattooed thugs were all down. What was going on? Are college students this capable now? Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, gathering for a brawl is a matter with serious repercussions, so they decided to take everyone back first. Naturally, Qin Li and the others followed to the police station. A few young ruffians helped each other up, who, although their arms and legs were unscathed, they felt sore all over. After cooperating with the police to record their statements, it was already getting dark. Their counselor Xiejin had also arrived at the police station early and was negotiating with the officers. Fortunately, Qin Li and the others were indeed in the right, and the surveillance cameras at Xingmang Water Bar had captured the incident, confirming that it was the group of ruffians who initiated the fight. Qin Li was merely acting in self-defense. It couldn't even be considered excessive force. After all, the ruffians bore no visible injuries, and although they kept shouting, the officers treated them as if they were just being unreasonable. In truth, they were genuinely in pain. Counselor Xiejin led a few of them out of the police station, and the sky had already darkened. Xiejin looked at them and said, "All right, hurry back. Don't worry, the police said you are the victims, and there won't be any issues with the school. Just remember to be more alert when you go out in the future." "Sure thing, thanks a lot, Brother Xie." Qinli replied with a smile, "It's nearly dinner time. Let's go grab a bite." Qinli was quite familiar with Xiejin. On one hand, Qin Li was the top student in their major, and such students were not typically looked down upon by teachers. On the other hand, Qin Li had been part of the student council for 3 years, and even became the president during his junior year, often mingling with a group of teachers. Moreover, Xiejin was only about 8 or 9 years older than them, so there wasn't a significant generation gap, and they got along very well. Xiejin smiled as he patted Qin Li on the shoulder. He was quite satisfied with this student who excelled in studies and knew how to handle matters. "Not today, it's Xia Mingming's birthday, and your sister-in-law has ordered me to be home for dinner, or I'll be in trouble." Xia Mingming was Xiejin's daughter, and Qin Li had met her before. Oh, she was quite a cute little girl. "All right then, Brother Xie, please wish Xia Mingming a happy birthday for me," Qin Li said. "Sure, you all go eat, and remember to stay safe." Xiejin finished speaking with a smile and left. After he walked away, Qin Li looked at the few disheveled individuals beside him. Yang Ming's girlfriend was also there, and she had followed to give her statement. Qin Li smiled and said, feeling down, "Come on, do you still have the appetite to eat?" Yang Ming held his girlfriend's hand, glanced at his good brothers in the dorm, and said earnestly, "Li Gu Jiang Gu Fan, good thanks for today. We're all brothers and no need for thanks. You treat us tonight." "Oh, I want hot pot." Zhang Lifan replied cheekily. "I want spicy stir-fried pot," Li Jiang added. "What the heck, didn't we just have spicy stir-fried pot at noon? Are you addicted?" Zhang Lifan retorted. Li Jiang stubbornly said, "Is it wrong to be addicted?" Qin Li clapped his hands and said, "Then it's settled. We're going for barbecue." Li Jiang. Yang Ming also smiled and said, "Let's go eat barbecue. I'll treat tonight." "Yang Ming, you're just Qin Li's lackey." Zhang Lifan looked down on him. Yang Ming laughed heartily and said, "This is called respecting the strong, understand?" At this, everyone remembered Qin Li's remarkable achievements in battle. "Old Qin, after over 3 years as brothers, you never mentioned how capable you are in a fight." Zhang Lifan stepped forward, draping his arm around Qin Li's shoulder with a grin. "In the future, if I fancy someone's girlfriend, you help me take care of her boyfriend. No problem with fighting, just don't borrow money from me to buy shoes for someone else's boyfriend," Qin Li replied earnestly. As soon as this joke came out, Li Jiang burst into laughter. Yang Ming also laughed heartily, explaining the origin of this joke to his somewhat confused girlfriend. Zhang Lifan, who had made a fool of himself, said dejectedly, "Damn it, this joke isn't going to work. Let's go eat barbecue." As they joked around, the unpleasantness of the afternoon was mostly forgotten. Qin Li's car was still parked by the roadside of the water bar, and he didn't plan to go drive it. Firstly, with so many people, there wouldn't be enough room in the car, and secondly, he didn't want to draw too much attention at school. Anyway, the car wouldn't get lost, so it could just stay there. As they walked, Qin Li took out his phone and opened a food delivery app. He remembered that Xiejin's daughter Xia Mingming loved the big tiger at the zoo, so he ordered an oversized animated tiger plush toy online and bought a bag of candy. Then he selected Xiejin's home address for the delivery. He was a person who believed in repaying kindness. Xiejin had helped him a lot over the years. If he hadn't known that today was Xia Mingming's birthday, it would have been one thing, but since he did, he should send a gift. A flower sedan is carried by people. Isn't that how human connections work? After placing the order, Qin Li finally caught up with their footsteps. That evening, everyone had nothing to do, and naturally a drinking session was inevitable. Even Yang Ming's girlfriend had a few drinks. Speaking of drinking, Qin Li recalled his 1,000 cups without getting drunk skill that he had yet to acquire. Although the system hadn't indicated a task failure yet, Tang Shihan had already brushed him off. Alas, what a tragic end. At Xiejin's home. Although Xiejin was a university teacher, his salary wasn't high. His wife was an accountant, and her career was just starting. So the two of them only managed to buy a small 2-bedroom apartment with a loan. At this moment, a 4 or 5-year-old little girl was happily smearing cream on Xiejin's face. Ding ding. The doorbell rang. Xiejin lovingly said to the little girl, "Sweetheart, Daddy will go open the door first." He then stood up and walked towards the door. Upon opening the door, Xiejin was momentarily stunned. A young man dressed in a delivery uniform was breathlessly holding a tiger plush toy that was as tall as himself. "Is this Mr. Xie?" the delivery person asked. Xiejin, somewhat dazed, replied, "Yes, this is Mr. Xie, please sign for it," the delivery person said. Xiejin had no choice but to take the plush toy. Unexpectedly, the delivery person produced a bag of colorful candies and handed it to him. "Thank you, goodbye." The delivery person left after delivering the items. Xiejin took off the delivery slip attached to the toy's packaging, and it indeed had his name on it. There was also a greeting card on the toy's packaging. "Happy birthday to the little friend Mingming." Xiejin was somewhat puzzled. He hadn't told anyone that it was his daughter's birthday, so how did someone suddenly send a gift? Wow, daddy's such a big tiger. At this moment, Zia Ming had also come to the door and immediately pounced on the huge tiger plush. Jean Ge, who sent this? Xie Jin's wife also saw this scene. I don't know, I haven't told anyone. Wait a minute. Xie Jin suddenly remembered that he had mentioned it to Qin Li when he came back earlier. As Xie Jin spoke, he pulled out his phone. He found Qin Li's number and dialed it. It was quickly connected. Hello, brother Xia, what's up? Qin Li answered as he picked up the call. Qin Li, did you send the toy to Ming Ming? Xie Jin asked. Brother Xie, didn't I say happy birthday to Ming Ming? How could she be happy without a gift? Qin Li replied with a grin. Amidst the chaotic sounds on the line, the drunken boasting of Li Jiang could also be heard. You rascal, Xie Jin laughed and scolded Ming Ming, is very happy you guys drink less. Sure thing, brother Xie, I'll hang up now. Before Qin Li could hang up, Xie Jin heard Zhang Lifan shouting on the other end. Old Qin, are you raising? I've done it all. Xie Jin smiled as he put away his phone, thinking about that kid Qin Li. Who was that, brother Jin? Xie Jin's wife asked. Xie Jin looked at his daughter happily hugging her toy and said, it's a student of mine, Qin Li. He has come by twice, you should have met him. Xie Jin's wife complained, why would you discuss such things with a student? However, after glancing at their joyful daughter, she pursed her lips and smiled. We should invite him over for dinner one day, or it would make Ming Ming so happy. Little Ming Ming giggled while hugging her tiger toy. Xie Jin's wife squatted down and pinched her soft little face, saying, my little sweetheart loves tigers the most. Hearing his wife's words, Xie Jin was taken aback. Right, how did he not think of that? Why did Qin Li choose a tiger toy among all the options? Xie Jin recalled that the last time Qin Li visited his wife was planning to take little Ming Ming to the zoo. Little Ming Ming had been shouting that she wanted to see the big tiger. After putting the pieces together, Xie Jin found himself somewhat impressed with Qin Li. He was attentive and considerate, and he excelled in his studies. If such a student doesn't do well in the future, it would be a great injustice. Meanwhile, Qin Li was drunk again. Not only Qin Li, but also Yang Ming, Li Jiang, and Zhang Lifang were all tipsy, though ironically the clearest-headed among them was Yang Ming's girlfriend. This feeling of drunkenness was quite unpleasant and reminded Qin Li of his unfinished never-drunk skill. Remembering this, he thought of that strong and proud woman. The group helped each other walk down the street towards the school. Suddenly, Qin Li yelled loudly, I must impress you. This shout startled the dazed Li Jiang. Zhang Lifang, with a flushed face and dazed eyes, didn't know who Qin Li was talking about, but joined in saying, I also want to impress 100 of them. Yang Ming, swaying and hanging on his girlfriend, weakly said, you guys keep it up. Li Jiang, with his heavy head swaying, slurred, I want to pee, let's see who can pee the farthest. Yang Ming's girlfriend turned red, not from the alcohol, but from the fear that Li Jiang might suddenly pull out something. The next day, Qin Li was the first to wake up, while the other three in the dormitory were still fast asleep. As soon as Qin Li woke up, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. The host has not checked in today, and would you like to check in? Qin Li quietly got out of bed to wash up, avoiding waking the others while selecting yes. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Check-in reward 100,000 yuan. TSK. Earning 100,000 every day means 3 million in a month and 36 million in a year. The money Qin Li earned just from checking in had already surpassed the annual income of most executives in the country. Not to mention he had rewards beyond just checking in. Qin Li checked his information once more. Host Qin Li, appearance 85, physical ability 74, IQ 92, EQ 94, skills professional driving skill, master level combat skill. He had gained 2 new skills since yesterday, but his physical ability still stood at 74, causing Qin Li to doubt his own strength. Since he had nothing better to do, Qin Li finished washing up and quietly left the dormitory. After running a few laps around the playground, he only stopped when he felt a bit tired. Looking at the time, it was already past 8 in the morning, so he turned and headed to the cafeteria. He ate a few deep-fried dough sticks, drank a bowl of soy milk, and brought back some food for the others in the dormitory. Sons, get up for breakfast. Qin Li shouted as he entered the room. Ugh, damn. My head is spinning. The first to wake up was the lovesick Zhang Lifang. The food is on the table, wake them up to eat together. Qin Li said to him before heading to the balcony. He planned to transfer some money home. He already had 200,000 in his account and took out his phone to transfer 150,000 to an account. After sweating from running, he washed his face and dried it. Then he dialed his father's number. Hello. Qin's father's slightly low voice came through. Dad, are you awake? Is a ghost answering your call? Qin Li's father replied. I happen to have something to discuss. Qin Li raised an eyebrow. His father seldom brought things up with him. He usually called to discuss matters. What could it be this time? Dad, you go ahead. Some idiot transferred the wrong account to mine, a total of 150,000. Your mom and I don't know how to operate this. Do you know how to return it? Qin Li was speechless. Why are you saying speak? Seriously, you are just giving me trouble. Oh, I still need to go work in the fields. Qin Li's father complained. The account suddenly had an additional 150,000. If it were someone else, they would have already thought of how to keep it. His father was actually annoyed. Qin Li felt that his father was being overly principled. Dad, if it got transferred to you, just keep it. After all, no one is asking you to return it. Qin Li teased. His father fell silent. After a long while he said, when are you coming back? Qin Li suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Dad, what are you planning? I'm already in my 20s, do you still want to hit me? Humph. Qin Li's father seemed surprised by his son's wariness, snorting coldly. All right, Dad, I'm not teasing you anymore. That money was transferred by me. I'm the idiot you mentioned. Qin Li had to explain before his father could think further. That's 15,000, not 15 yuan. Where did you get so much money? Qin Li's father was not only not relieved, but even more worried. From working, I found a job, and I also saved up some scholarship money. Qin Li recited his pre-planned excuse. In fact, Qin Li rarely asked his family for money during his school years because he came from an ordinary rural family. How much could old Qin earn from farming a whole year? The scholarship he received was already enough for him to cover tuition and daily expenses. That's quite a lot. Finally, Qin Li's father relaxed. He believed in his son's abilities, but still continued, if you found a job, make sure to work hard. You've transferred money home. Do you have enough left for yourself? I have enough. I saved some. It's sufficient. Qin Li replied. Qin's father finally spoke in a more relaxed tone. All right then, if there's nothing else, I'm going to work in the fields. Qin Li was stunned by his father's thinking, having 150,000 and still wanting to work in the fields. However, before Qin's father could hang up, the phone was taken away. Don't hang up, give me the phone, old man, go do your work. Hearing the familiar woman's voice from the other end of the line, Qin Li's lips curved into a smile. Hello, son. A different voice came through. Hey, dear mom. Qin Li replied with a smile. Hey, son, have you lost weight recently? You mustn't starve yourself. Qin Li's mother happily reminded him. Mom, don't worry, I'm eating quite well. You and Dad should also have something good. The money I transferred is for you to spend. Qin Li said. Mom, how can we spend that much? Your sister's tuition and such, your dad and I can cover it. Just save some money for yourself. You'll need it to find a wife in the future. By the way, are there any girls in your school who like you? Qin Li's mother was much more talkative than his father. Look at you. There are probably girls who like me lined up from Jinjiang to our house. Qin Li said shamelessly. Haha. Qin Li's mother laughed heartily. He could talk more with his mom, but it was mostly about trivial matters. After chatting with his mother for nearly an hour, Qin Li finally hung up the phone. Just as he was about to go inside, his phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello. Qin Li answered. Hello, may I speak with Qin Li, please? A female voice came from the other end. Generally, when someone starts like this, it's either something very serious or something very unserious. That's me. Congratulations, Qin Li, you have successfully passed the third round of interviews with our Xiangqing group. Please bring your documents to the Human Resources Department on the 16th floor of Xiangqing Building tomorrow to complete the onboarding procedures. Since you are still a student, you can't sign a formal labor contract. Please bring the tripartite agreement issued by your school. Is there any problem on your end? Qin Li raised an eyebrow, surprised that he passed the interview. Didn't Tang Shihan eliminate him? Woman, why are you so contradictory? Qin Li smirked and said, no problem, thank you. You're welcome, goodbye. Goodbye. Ding. Mission passed the interview at Xiangqing Group. Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the never drunk skill. Qin Li finally got the never drunk skill he had been longing for. The feeling of having something lost and then regained is truly wonderful. However, Qin Li's current job is no longer about the salary. After all, no matter how high the salary from Xiangqing Group is, it won't exceed 3 million a month, right? He simply doesn't want to stray from the course of his life just because of the existence of the perfect life system. Living idly every day in bed is not what he is pursuing. That is not a perfect life, it is a lazy life. Qin Li entered the dormitory from the balcony, having talked on the phone for more than an hour, while the others in the dormitory had long since gotten up and eaten. Old Qin, who are you calling? Have you found a girlfriend? Li Jiang asked lewdly. My mom. Qin Li then added, tell everyone I have found a job. What job? Li Jiang asked. Zhang Lifang in their dorm had been accepted into graduate school and no longer needed to look for a job. Yang Ming, being a rich second generation, was not worried about job hunting at all. Qin Li had been delaying job hunting because he wanted to finish his graduation project first. If Qin Li also finds a job, then Li Jiang would be the only one in the dormitory who is a tragedy, as he hadn't finished his graduation project and hadn't even started looking for a job. Nanin Live Streaming's executive secretary, Qin Li said. What the heck? Zhang Lifang flipped over and jumped down from the upper bunk. Old Qin, is it that Nanin Live Streaming from Xiangqing Group? Qin Li nodded and said, is there another Nanin Live Streaming? That's impressive. A top student like you goes for a big company right away. Qin Gu, from now on you are my real brother. Zhang Lifang said with a fawning expression. Qin Li shot him a disdainful glance and said, what do you want? Zhang Lifang's eyes sparkled at the thought of the alluring female streamers in Nanin Live Streaming. I want to flirt with a streamer. Sure. Qin Li readily agreed, but before Zhang Lifang could be happy, he continued, tomorrow Li Jiang will host a live stream. You can flirt as you like. Zhang Lifeng. Li Jiang. No way, I also need to work hard to finish my graduation project. Li Jiang seemed to finally feel the pressure, immediately quitting the game and opening his graduation project. Sorry, single dogs, I'm going out on a date. Yang Ming was tidying up at this time, spraying perfume with flair and applying a thick layer of hair gel on his head. Come back early, don't forget we still have class in the afternoon, Qinli reminded. They were in their senior year, and while the courses were quite few, they still existed. The afternoon class was a newly opened course that counted for credits, focusing on employment guidance for college students. Failing it would mean not graduating. Yang Ming made an okay gesture and then flamboyantly left. Hey old Qin, I heard the teacher for our employment guidance class is a newly arrived female teacher, and she is supposed to be very beautiful. After Yang Ming left, Zhang Lifeng gossiped again. Qin Li. This dog seemed to have no limits when it came to women. Really, if you don't believe me, you can see for yourself this afternoon. Zhang Lifeng thought Qin Li didn't believe him. Qin Li nodded, hesitated for a moment, then said seriously, old Zhang, if you had half of my good looks, you would definitely be a scumbag. Zhang Lifeng snorted and said, people like you who depend on looks won't last long. Some men's strengths are not easily revealed. I haven't seen you that tall either. Li Jiang, who was working on his graduation project, didn't hesitate to throw a jab. What the heck? Compare then. Li Jiang stood up and said, let's compare. Are you afraid? Let's go. Dare you to go to the bathroom. Let's go. Qin Li watched the two of them raise their stakes and head to the bathroom, feeling speechless. They are truly a couple of idiots. Qin Li decided to ignore these two fools, climbed onto his bed, and casually opened the Nanine live streaming app on his phone. After all, he would be working in the future, so it wouldn't hurt to learn more, right? With this thought in mind, his finger unconsciously tapped on the beauty zone button. Oops, clicked the wrong button. Never mind, since I'm here. So Qin Li began to watch with pleasure. However, it was still morning, and there weren't many streamers broadcasting. Moreover, most of them were lesser-known streamers. There were some pretty ones, but having seen beauties of Tang Shuhan's caliber, Qin Li's standards had been raised to a high level. Oh, this one's not bad. Qin Li was flipping through and suddenly discovered a new streamer who had just started broadcasting. This streamer was clearly still unfamiliar with the operations and hadn't even turned on the beauty feature. But even without beauty filters, she caught Qin Li's eye. The streamer on screen looked to be in her 20s, wearing light makeup with a head of black long hair and a striking oval face, extremely beautiful, exuding a gentle aura reminiscent of women from Jiangnan. Especially those pair of peach blossom eyes flowing with a watery charm so beautiful that one might involuntarily fall into them. Qin Li glanced at the streamer's name. Su Yuanin, level 1, clearly a brand new streamer. Hello everyone, is anyone there? The female streamer asked, her tone very gentle. Ding. The host has successfully triggered a system task. Task: help the streamer, Su Yuanin, level up. Completion reward: the streamer triggers a random reward every 10 levels. Qin Li originally wanted to send a bullet screen to respond, but before he could send it, the system's task unexpectedly arrived. Help the streamer level up. The streamers on Nanine live streaming can level up to level 120, which means triggering random rewards 12 times. Although Qin Li didn't know what the random rewards were, they must be good things given by the system. However, leveling up at the beginning is definitely easier, but as time goes on, it will surely become more difficult. In simple terms, it requires more gifts. Qin Li silently calculated he had signed in twice in the past 2 days and received 200,000, then gave his family 150,000. Adding his original savings of several thousand, he probably only has about 55,000 left on his card. With this little money, reaching max level is definitely out of the question, but he would be very satisfied if he could reach level 10. At this time, several viewers had already entered Su Yuanin's live stream. While this streamer is beautiful, a new streamer. I predict this streamer will become popular even without beauty filters. She's so pretty. Sorry brothers, I will be living here from now on. Streamer, can you sing? At this moment, streamer Su Yuanin clearly noticed the bullet screen, surprised that someone was supporting her on her first broadcast. The streamer can sing. What do you want to hear? Her voice was still sweet and gentle. While that voice must sound good, no more pretending, miss. I want to hear Itchy. Upstairs, are you a beast? What a coincidence, so am I. Please sing Itchy, streamer. The few scattered people in the live stream were surprisingly lively, continuously chatting, indicating that the beautiful streamer had a strong attraction. Qin Li didn't send a bullet screen at this moment. He was silently recharging, transforming from a free player into a paying player. Congratulations on the successful recharge. Recharged 50,000, received 50,000 notes, plus an additional 5,000 notes as a reward. The currency on Fein is known as notes, and all gifts except for free ones require the expenditure of notes. Qin Li topped up 50,000 yuan, and with the bonus, he had a total of 55,000 notes. This means 1 yuan equals 1 note, and the most expensive gift on Fein is the Starlit Journey, which costs 5,000 notes or 5,000 yuan. At this moment, the chat in the live stream continued. The host can't sing Itchy. Are there any other songs? Su Yuanin refused as she clearly understood the audience's desire to hear that song. Qin Li chuckled, typed a few words, and sent them out. His nickname was Out of Reach. Out of Reach host, I want to hear Silence is Golden. This was Qin Li's favorite song. He even had it set as his ringtone. Why are you so serious upstairs? Found a serious person, let's kick him out. Agreed. Agreed one. Alright, the host can sing Silence is Golden, just wait a moment while I set up the accompaniment. Su Yuanin laughed as she opened a music app, and then the rhythm of Silence is Golden began to play softly. The night wind is chilling. Looking back at old matters in the past, I was filled with anger. Qin Li's eyes lit up. This was a Cantonese song by Leslie Chung. She sang it in Cantonese, and surprisingly, Su Yuanin's voice had a magnetic quality. In the dark it's destined, whether you are rich or poor, being wrong is never right, truth is always truth. When Su Yuanin reached the climax of the song, Qin Li unexpectedly sensed a feeling of desolation and helplessness. Once Su Yuanin finished singing the main part of the song, Qin Li sent a starlit journey. Out of Reach gifted the host Su Yuanin a starlit journey. Wow, a starlit journey worth 5,000 yuan. So it turns out he's a big shot, spending what's equivalent to my monthly salary. Is the first gift for the new host really a starlit journey? At this moment, the host also noticed the gift she received, momentarily stunned, then excitedly said, thank you Out of Reach for the starlit journey. The effect is really beautiful. Is the new host this gentle at flattering? Forgive the new host for not knowing how to butter up the big brother. The starlit journey is visible to all on the platform, hence the number of viewers in the live stream increased. Wow, I've discovered a new goddess. I sense the host will become the new #1 on Fane, much prettier, just lacking support from the big brother. Qin Li saw that a starlit journey actually elevated the host to level 5, which was quite good, though more gifts would be needed for the next level. Out of Reach gifted the host Su Yuanin a starlit journey. Out of Reach gifted the host Su Yuanin a starlit journey. Out of Reach gifted the host Su Yuanin a starlit journey. Out of Reach gifted the host Su Yuanin a starlit journey. After sending another 10, Qin Li's balance was completely emptied. Wow, forgive what I just said, the big brother is here. Is this the new host? 5 minutes into the stream, 11 starlit journeys. Out of Reach is only level 19. This big brother is also new. Congratulations to the new host for gaining a new big brother. At this moment, Su Yuanin was also in disbelief, saying thank you Out of Reach for the 11 starlit journeys. I am really grateful to Out of Reach. I never expected to receive such great support on my first broadcast. Ding. The host successfully helped the streamer Su Yuanin reach level 10, triggering a random system reward. System reward 1 million notes. This reward has been credited to the host's account. Please check it. 1 million notes. What is the use of this thing? Qin Li did not expect that reaching level 10 would reward him with 1 million notes, which is equivalent to 1 million cash. Isn't it great to have 1 million transferred to a bank account? Does this mean I should keep sending gifts? Qin Li felt a mix of laughter and tears. Well, let's keep sending gifts. Congratulations to Out of Reach for successfully activating Super Tycoon in Su Yuanin's live stream. Wow, Super Tycoon 200,000. Impressive, my brother. I see the birth of a new tycoon. The number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed. After all, spending 5,000 yuan on a starlit journey is something that ordinary people can manage, but 20,000 for a Super Tycoon is something only true big brothers can do. But this was not the end. Congratulations to Out of Reach for successfully renewing the Super Tycoon in Su Yuanin's live stream. Congratulations to Out of Reach for successfully renewing the Super Tycoon in Su Yuanin's live stream. Having renewed 4 times consecutively, each for 20,000 plus the activation, it just happened to make 1 million. Wow, 1 million already. Big brother, please support me. Isn't it great to buy ribs for 1 million? I feel like the host is in danger. At this moment, even the host Su Yuanin was somewhat bewildered. She hadn't even realized what was happening. On the first day of her live stream, she had no high expectations for herself. She just wanted to sing a few songs and gather a few fans. Can anyone tell me what just happened? Su Yuanin said with a hint of confusion. Host, you're going to be taken away by the big brother. Host, goodbye, we might not see you again. The host's popularity has reached 500,000. Scary. Are they here to see the big brother or the host? The host's popularity is derived from a weighted calculation of the actual number of viewers. Generally, larger streamers have a higher weighting, while new streamers like Su Yuanin have a lower weighting. However, it's estimated that Qin Li's actions attracted at least 100,000 viewers. Su Yuanin actually activating Super Tycoon once gives a cashback of 150,000 notes. So now Qin Li had 750,000 notes on hand, and he sent them all out at once. Out of Reach gifted the host Su Yuanin a starlit journey. 150. Wow, I've seen the world today. A total of 150 starlit journeys. I calculated it. The big brother cleared his stock instantly, spending 1 million. True love is nothing like this. The host is already taken. Everyone can leave now. I was the first to come. Out of Reach pointed to a song, then spent over 1 million. Impressive. Though seeing a group of people flattering him made him feel a bit elated, his focus remained on the host. Having sent a total of 1 million notes, the host, Su Yuanin, finally reached level 34. At this moment, the system rewards also arrived. Ding! The host successfully helped the streamer, Su Yuanin, reach level 20, triggering a random system reward. System reward, 5 million notes. This reward has been credited to the host's account. Please check it. 5 million notes. System, are you messing with me? Qinli now felt like a Russian nesting doll. Fortunately, there is still the reward for reaching level 30. I hope it won't be more notes this time. Ding! The host successfully helped the streamer, Su Yuanin, reach level 30, triggering a random system reward. System reward, 5 million soft sister coins. This reward has been transferred to the host's postal bank card, ending in 6690. Please check all funds are from legitimate sources, so spend with confidence. Hearing the system mention 5 million again, Qinli's heart raced. However, upon realizing it was soft sister coins and that it was transferred to his bank account, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that the system would give him 5 million notes. 55,000 turned into 5 million. Qinli became a millionaire in just under 2 hours. Although there were still 5 million notes, Qinli decided not to grind for more at the moment. He knew when to stop. He wasn't the type to be insatiable. Perhaps another time. Meanwhile, in the live stream, Su Yuanin had checked the requirements for becoming a super rich supporter and only then understood what had just happened in her stream. A millionaire who spent millions had just been born in her live stream. Is it too simple if I only say thank you? Su Yuanin said, somewhat confused. Are you kidding me, streamer? Hurry and add WeChat. Securing the rich supporter is the priority. The streamer might have to offer herself now. Qinli smiled at the comments. He couldn't deny that this feeling of being revered was quite nice. At this moment, the live stream's popularity had nearly reached 7,000. Touching the untouchable, amount will come back to donate another day. Qinli's comment had turned golden, and with the exclusive title of Super Rich Supporter, it stood out remarkably. What are you waiting for, streamer? Hurry, the big guy is leaving. The streamer is about to lose the big guy. No nonsense, didn't you hear the big guy say he will come back to donate next time? Seeing Qinli's comment, Su Yuanin seemed to come out of her daze. Thank you, touching the untouchable. I really appreciate it. Although I know saying this seems a bit thin, I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. It's fine as long as you sing well. Wow, does a song really worth a million? In all. Other female streamers will probably sing Silence is Golden every day from now on. Seeing Qinli's comment, Su Yuanin's lips curved into a beautiful arc as she said, okay, I will practice. Qinli saw this and finally exited the live stream, but soon noticed a private message from Su Yuanin and casually opened it. Su Yuanin, can I add you on WeChat? I heard from the comments that I should add you, sticking tongue out. Qinli smiled and sent her his WeChat ID. Su Yuanin quickly replied with an okay emoji. Then when Qinli opened WeChat again, he found it was the streamer Su Yuanin because her WeChat name was Su Yuanin. Once Qinli accepted it, he immediately received a message from her. Su Yuanin, thank you so much today. I really didn't expect to receive so many gifts on the first day of streaming. Qinli, no problem, I just think your singing is lovely. Is your name really Su Yuanin? Su Yuanin, yes, what about you? Is it convenient to say? Qinli. Su Yuanin, goodly goose, sticking tongue out. Qinli smiled, checked the time, and voluntarily ended the chat. Qinli, I'm off, going to eat. You continue streaming. Su Yuanin, I've already stopped streaming. My mood today, I need to calm down. Liga, you go ahead. Qinli smiling broadly, okay. As Qinli turned off his phone and turned around, he saw Zhang Lifan peeking at him from beside his bed. Since Qinli's dormitory had beds on top and desks below, Zhang Lifan was only showing his head at the side of his bed. Suddenly, he startled Qinli. Qinli said irritably, what are you doing, you little brat? Zhang Lifan, with a mysterious expression, said, come clean, which girl are you chatting with? Your smile is too suggestive, there must be a reason. Dad may be suggestive, but I'm not one of those clingy guys. Zhang Lifan pouted and said, old Qin, I have a feeling you're about to become a scumbag. Get lost, Qinli said as he got off the bed. He glanced at Li Jiang, who was quietly writing his graduation project beside him, probably because this little brat lost a bet and wouldn't be so quiet otherwise. Let's go eat, I'll treat you guys for lunch. Qinli said, I want to eat spicy hot pot. Li Jiang decisively shut down his computer. Zhang Lifan, you're toxic. Qinli also thought Li Jiang was toxic, always thinking about spicy hot pot. Let's go to the cafeteria on the 3rd floor, order a few dishes. Old Zhang, call Yang Ming and see if he's coming back. All right. Zhang Lifan made a call, and Yang Ming came back as well. The 4 of them ordered 4 dishes. After eating and drinking, they took a nap. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon at Jinjiang University, Mingji Building A301. The 4 of them arrived at the classroom on time, which was rare, as everyone was present for this class. After all, this was a credit-bearing course, and it was the first class. Cunning students didn't know the temper of the instructor, so even those working outside took leave to attend class. Although this course was important, it was destined not to teach much nutritious content. Qin Li Jiang and Yang Ming found a three-seat row at the back of the classroom with Qin Li sitting in the middle. However, Zhang Lifan, who usually sat at the back, unusually sat in the front row today. Li Jiang looked at him in the front row puzzled and said, "What is this bastard up to?" Qin Li glanced at Zhang Lifan, who was sitting upright, and said he heard that the instructor is particularly beautiful, so he went to sit in the front row. Her tue. Yang Ming spat at him and said, "This jerk even wants to hit on the teacher." Ding ding ding. The class bell rang and the classroom quieted down. The sound of high heels echoed in the hallway outside the classroom. Soon a tall woman appeared at the classroom door. The woman was dressed in a black dress, her long hair tied up with full red lips and a prominent nose. Her walking posture was graceful, each step captivating. As the woman stepped onto the podium, Qin Li immediately heard Li Jiang and Yang Ming swallowing their saliva beside him. These two really are hopeless. Qin Li secretly despised them, while he himself swallowed a bit of saliva. There was no helping it, she was a beauty who could rival Tang Shuhan and Su Yuanin. Even Qin Li couldn't help being stirred. Tang Shuhan was cold and aloof, while Su Yuanin was gentle and graceful. But this female instructor before him was undoubtedly the epitome of sensuality. "Hello, students. I'm very happy to teach you this class. Let me introduce myself first." After saying this, the female instructor picked up a chalk and swiftly wrote 3 large characters on the blackboard. Yang Yue. At this moment, Yang Ming, who was sitting to Qin Li's right, nudged Qin Li's arm and excitedly whispered, "Haley, good, did you see? She also has the surname Yang. This could link to a relationship." Qin Li glanced at him disdainfully and replied softly, "She might be your relative, but close relatives can't marry." Yang Ming's face immediately fell into a look of despair. The beautiful teacher's class always arouses great interest among the boys. Therefore, in this lesson, there wasn't a single sleepy student. The most outstanding was Zhang Lifan, sitting in the front row with his back straight. Whenever Yang Yue posed a question, Zhang Lifan would immediately raise his hand, making it seem as if he was eager to secure a job. Qin Li was truly uninterested in the content of this class, as it was all formal and dull. Even if the teacher was quite beautiful, one couldn't just keep staring at others. That wouldn't align with Qin Li's pure persona. Thus, he rarely played with his phone in class, observing Zhang Lifan, that sycophant. In Qin Li's eyes, Zhang Lifan's performance in class was just that of a stinky sycophant. As the first class neared its end, Qin Li whispered to Li Jiang and Yang Ming while looking at Zhang Lifan's back, "After class, let's go give that sycophant a beating." Li Jiang quickly echoed, "I've long found him unpleasant." Qin Li figured this was the resentment left over from when they had a size comparison in the restroom. "Boss, are you trying to steal the female teacher?" Yang Ming said with a grin. "Humph," Qin Li scoffed. "I don't need to compete with him, I just find this sycophant irritating." As soon as the word sycophant was uttered, Yang Ming nearly burst out laughing. Li Jiang, on the other hand, covered his face with a textbook and laughed heartily. "That student over there, please stand up." Yang Yue suddenly turned her gaze this way, clearly having noticed Li Jiang. Qin Li hurriedly kicked this silly guy under the table and whispered, "Stupid idiot, stand up quickly so you don't drag me down." Li Jiang finally stopped laughing, realizing the situation was not right, and stood up with a sheepish expression. "Classmate, is there something funny about my lecture?" Yang Yue asked him, her expression still fairly gentle. "No," Li Jiang replied. Yang Yue raised an eyebrow and asked, "Then what were you laughing at?" Seeing that the whole class was waiting for his response, Li Jiang thought for a moment, and unable to think of a good excuse, finally said, "Teacher, Qin Li told me a joke, and I couldn't hold it in." "Which one of you is Qin Li? Please stand up." Yang Yue's gaze turned to Qin Li and Yang Ming, who were standing next to Li Jiang. The sycophant had no sense of loyalty. As Qin Li stood up, he decided to reduce Li Jiang's height by 3 centimeters when they got back, assuming he had 3 centimeters to spare. Seeing Qin Li stand, Yang Yue slowly walked over. When she reached the row of desks where Qin Li was sitting, she said, "Qin Li, do you have a joke to share with everyone?" Qin Li looked at the teacher, who was so close and indeed very beautiful. However, he still needed to get through the current situation first. After thinking for a moment, he began, "Once upon a time." Wow. The other classmates erupted in chatter upon hearing this classic opening. They never expected Qin Li was actually going to tell a joke. Several students even cheered for Qin Li. Yang Yue was also somewhat surprised. She didn't think Qin Li would really tell a joke. She was unsure whether to consider this handsome boy humorous or courageous. However, she was happy to use this opportunity to entertain the class atmosphere, and she was curious about what joke Qin Li planned to tell. But hearing the commotion in the class, Yang Yue placed her finger to her lips. "Shoo, everyone listen up." Seeing them quiet down, Qin Li continued. "Once there was an old man who made a living by weaving baskets. One day he received a large order and had to work day and night, forgetting to eat and sleep. Finally, one day, he couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. His son, seeing this, felt sorry for him and decided to help by weaving baskets himself. The entire class listened attentively. Even Yang Yue was engrossed. When the old man woke up, he saw that his son had finished weaving the baskets, and each one met the requirements and was woven beautifully. So the old man joyfully exclaimed. At this point, Qin Li looked at Li Jiang standing next to him and said, "Son, you're really good at weaving." As Qin Li said this, Yang Ming was the first to understand. He realized this was clearly a jab at Li Jiang for fabricating stories, and he burst out laughing. Qin Li is indeed Qin Li, he retaliated immediately. The other classmates quickly caught on and erupted. Yang Yue also couldn't help but smile at the corner of her mouth. This boy left a deep impression on her, humorous, witty, and relaxed. "All right, you've passed this test. Everyone please sit down and pay attention to the class." Yang Yue waved her hand at Qin Li. Qin Li smiled and replied, "All right." Just then the bell for the end of class dismissed. "Take a break," Yang Yue said as she put down her textbook. Most university courses are conducted in 2 consecutive lessons, and this one was no exception, so there was another class afterwards. After a 5-minute break, the 4 of them in Qin Li's dormitory played around for a while. Soon the class bell rang again. Yang Yue seemed to remember something, and after the class quieted down, stood at the podium and said, "Who in our class studies the best?" The eyes of all the students immediately turned to Qin Li. Qin Li. Yang Yue also didn't expect this handsome and humorous student to be a top student. Looking at Qin Li, who stood up, she smiled and said, "Qin Li, could you do me a favor?" Qin Li couldn't say much, so he could only nod. After class, each student write down some questions about employment and job hunting, then privately send them to Qin Li. Qin Li will be responsible for compiling and sending them to me on WeChat. As Yang Yue said this, she teasingly added, "Qin Li, hey, race a chance for you to add me on WeChat." At this, all the boys in the class looked at Qin Li with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Especially Zhang Lifan, whose eyes were practically bulging out of his sockets from staring at Qin Li. Qin Li, however, was somewhat indifferent. Opportunity. Do I lack opportunities? Even a big beauty like Su Yuanin actively added me on WeChat. I even have to consider the ones like Yang Xingyun, who begged me to add her. All right, sit down, Yang Yue said with a smile. Let's continue with the class. Another 45 minutes passed, and after class, Qin Li and Yang Yue added each other on WeChat. Zhang Lifan watched Qin Li's phone with drool almost spilling out. On the way back to the dormitory, Qin Li looked at Zhang Lifan disdainfully and said, "Stop staring. Even if I let you add me, you still won't be able to woo her." "You're not the same," Zhang Lifan retorted. Zhang Lifan pouted. Qin Li shook his phone and said, "In my eyes, there's no can or cannot. There's only whether I want to or not. Brotherly, I entrust my relative to you. You must treat her well," Yang Ming said with a serious expression. "No problem. When we have a son, I'll make him sworn brothers with you," Qin Li said with a grin. Damn. The group immediately started messing around again. University life is truly wonderful. The next morning, after signing in on the system, another 100,000 entered his account, bringing his total to 5,100,000. Today was the day he started his new job. After parking his car, Qin Li obtained a monthly parking card from Xiangqing Group to avoid paying for parking each time. The monthly parking card was reasonably priced at 520 yuan, a rather auspicious number. Taking the elevator to the 15th floor, Qin Li greeted the receptionist. Qin Li was taken aback when he learned from the receptionist that 2 people were starting work today. Wasn't only one secretary being hired. Why were there 2 people starting? "Hey Qin Li, nice to see you again." Qin Li turned around to find Yang Xingyun just stepping out of the elevator, standing right behind him. This woman was starting work with him. He had played a trick on Yang Xingyun that day. "Congratulations, your wish has come true," Qin Li said with a smile. "I didn't expect you to be here with me. You really are someone with connections," Yang Xingyun said, lowering her voice at the end. Qin Li couldn't tell if she was joking or serious, but that didn't stop him from teasing her. "I didn't expect my words would actually be effective." Qin Li also lowered his voice. Yang Xingyun paused and asked, "What do you mean?" "I just mentioned to my cousin that you are quite impressive," Qin Li said mysteriously. "Your cousin?" Yang Xingyun was even more confused. Qin Li pulled her into a corner and slowly said, "My cousin is Tang Shuhan." "Tang Shuhan, the CEO?" Yang Xingyun's gaze towards him suddenly became complicated. She had thought she passed the interview on her own, so Qin Li's claims of having privileges must have been a lie. This made her resentful all day yesterday. However, seeing Qin Li also starting work today made her somewhat Now hearing Qin Li say that she passed the interview because he recommended her to Tang Shuhan, her thoughts grew even more complicated. Right, if it weren't for Qin Li and his cousin recommending her, how could they possibly hire 2 secretaries at the same time? Poor Yang Xingyun, she actually fell for Qin Li's nonsense again. "Why did you recommend me?" Yang Xingyun looked at Qin Li, unsure whether to thank him. Qin Li waved his phone, and Yang Xingyun immediately understood. He was still thinking of adding her on WeChat. In other words, he was still interested in her. Then Yang Xingyun recalled Qin Li's luxurious sports car that looked quite expensive. She thought again about Qin Li's relationship with Tang Shuhan. Wasn't this just a big leg to hold on to? Yang Xingyun promptly took out her phone and opened her WeChat QR code. "Thank you, Qin Li," she said after adding him as a friend. Hey, it's nothing. It's just that you're good-looking, Qin Li said with a grin. Yang Xingyun felt flattered by his words and shot him a charming glance. Qin Li could only inwardly think, little enchantress, encountering this Taoist, you can only consider yourself unlucky. The two completed their onboarding procedures in the morning, after which an HR staff member guided them through the office area of Fein Live, familiarizing them with their future work. Finally, they arrived at Tang Shuhan's CEO office. Qin Li knocked on the door. Come in, Tang Shuhan's voice rang out. Qin Li and Yang Xingyun walked in together. Tang Shuhan lifted her head, briefly glancing at Qin Li before looking at the somewhat anxious Yang Xingyun. Tang Shuhan set aside her work and asked, do you both know each other now? Qin Li and Yang Xingyun both. The reason I hired both of you together is that you are both in your senior year and haven't graduated yet, so you likely have other commitments at school. Therefore, I hope you can coordinate your schedules and not both be absent from work at the same time. If you have something, please request leave in advance. Tang Shuhan said. Don't worry, cousin. A CEO Tang. Qin Li said, feigning a slip of the tongue. Yang Xingyun already suspected that this was just an excuse for Tang Shuhan to hire her cousin, and hearing Qin Li's half-called title only solidified that thought. Qin Li, this big leg, she must hold on to tightly. Tang Shuhan also noticed something off in his statement and looked at Qin Li oddly, but she simply thought it was a slip of the tongue and didn't delve deeper. All right, you two go have lunch. Remember to be on time for work in the afternoon. Tang Shuhan glanced at the time. It was almost noon. Yang Xingyun thought to leave after hearing her words. However, Qin Li smiled and said, CEO Tang, let's go together. Tang Shuhan shot him a warning glance, indicating he shouldn't be too presumptuous, but Qin Li ignored it. No need, you two go ahead, Tang Shuhan said. Qin Li winked at Yang Xingyun, and she obediently went out. After all, it was normal for cousins to discuss things together. Poor Yang Xingyun. I can hire you, but I can also fire you at any time. Once Yang Xingyun left, Tang Shuhan said coldly. This was both a threat and a warning. Qin Li certainly wouldn't be intimidated by her words, but he suddenly asked gently, are you feeling better now? Tang Shuhan merely stared at him expressionlessly, not saying a word. In truth, Tang Shuhan herself didn't know what she was thinking. She knew Qin Li was dangerous, knew he was a rogue, and knew he would leave her in turmoil, yet after tossing and turning, she still chose to hire him. She even recalled a famous quote from Zhang Ailing about the closest path to a woman's heart. While she could look at it, when emotion appeared in her heart, reason ultimately fell apart. As for Yang Xingyun, she did indeed come in because of her interview performance. Qin Li sat in the chair in front of her desk, speaking seriously. The world is so vast, and that morning I thought we would never cross paths again, but I don't know which divine being favored me, giving me one opportunity after another. So all I want now is to get to know you well, leaving no regrets. I can see your strength and rationality, but I want to understand the story behind your sorrowful drinking that day. And, actually, that day was my first time too. Tang Shuhan looked at Qin Li, whose gaze was clear as water, calm, and without a hint of deceit. Tang Shuhan's heart grew troubled again. She carefully pondered Qin Li's words, leaving no regrets. Yes, perhaps the reason she hired Qin Li was also to avoid regrets. Can I have a chance? Qin Li leaned on the desk, looking at Tang Shuhan with sincere eyes. Tang Shuhan seemed unaccustomed to this close contact, leaning back slightly, somewhat dazed as she asked, to have a meal together. Qin Li raised an eyebrow and said, a wonderful afternoon starts with lunch with a hand. Tang Shuhan. Come on, I'm starving, Qin Li said, standing up. Tang Shuhan looked at his eager eyes and stood up as if compelled. Qin Li saw Tang Shuhan rise, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. As they left the office, many people greeted Tang Shuhan as they passed through the workspace. Tang Shuhan nodded in response and casually introduced Qin Li's identity. Qin Li, of course, greeted them with a smile, prompting a flurry of whispered discussions among the employees. This little secretary is quite handsome. Not to mention, he really matches with Tang Zong. Don't say that. By the way, I heard there's another one. Why did they hire two secretaries? I don't know, maybe Tang Zong has his own considerations. The cafeteria was on the second floor of Shangqing Building, so as soon as Tang Shuhan got into the elevator, she pressed the button for the second floor. However, Qin Li reached out and canceled her selection, pressing B1 instead. Why are we going to the parking lot? Tang Shuhan asked, puzzled. I'm taking you to eat something delicious, Qin Li said mysteriously. Can you handle spicy food? Tang Shuhan nodded. All right, just don't cry from the spiciness later, Qin Li said with a grin. Lunch only has an hour for eating, Tang Shuhan reminded him not to stray too far. After all, the president was still quite strict with her. Qin Li could only assure her, don't worry, we'll have plenty of time. Just relax, I won't run off with you. Tang Shuhan was indeed a bit nervous, but it wasn't because she was afraid Qin Li would run off with her. It was that her heart raced whenever she was alone with Qin Li, recalling that night. Tang Shuhan shot him a glare, and then asked, why are you so thick-skinned? Qin Li, hearing this, replied seriously, while others laugh at me for being too lewd, I laugh at others for not being open-minded. After hearing this, Tang Shuhan blushed and didn't want to engage with him anymore. The two arrived at B1, where Qin Li led her to his sports car and opened the passenger door for her. McLaren 720S, I didn't expect you to be a rich second-generation, Tang Shuhuan said in surprise. That license plate must have cost quite a bit, right? After all, the significance of Jiang A00001 was quite special. Actually, I'm a rich first-generation, Qin Li replied with a smile. Once Tang Shuhuan got in, Qin Li drove out of the parking lot. Reaching a pedestrian crossing, they just happened to encounter a red light. Qin Li stopped the car, watching the crowd cross the street. Qin Li pointed to the people on the crosswalk who were looking at them with curiosity. Hey, do you know what they are thinking when they look at it? Tang Shuhuan frowned after hearing this and asked, what are they thinking? They are thinking you are so beautiful, yet you are sitting in the passenger seat of a sports car. You must be a gold digger. Qin Li said. Tang Shuhuan looked at those people who were purposely glancing into the car as they crossed the street and skeptically asked, how do you know? Because I used to think the same about others, Qin Li said with a smile. That's quite sinister of you. Tang Shuhuan rolled her eyes at him, but casually opened the passenger sun visor to shield part of her face. This action almost made Qin Li burst into laughter. This woman really cared about her image. 10 minutes later, Qin Li finally arrived at their destination, a small spicy dish restaurant. Come on, Tang Zong, let's get out and eat. Qin Li parked the car and said. Tang Shuhuan got out and skeptically looked at the inconspicuous spicy dish restaurant by the roadside. Although the restaurant was small, it seemed quite popular. Most of the diners were nearby office workers, as evidenced by the various uniforms they wore. Qin Li led her inside, where indeed almost every seat was occupied. However, the environment was still quite clean, especially the decor, which had a homely feel. Fake chili peppers and corn were hanging on the walls, creating a relaxed atmosphere as soon as one entered. A man in his 40s with a beard was busy at the counter and brightened up when he saw Qin Li. Qin Li, it's been a long time since I saw you, kid. The bearded man smiled and said, what's up? Out of money. Here for a part-time job. Qin Li pointed at Tang Shuhuan next to him and said, Big Beard, do I look like someone here for a part-time job? The Big Beard looked at Tang Shuhuan, his eyes lighting up as he praised, this girl is really beautiful. Is she your girlfriend? No, she's pursuing me and I haven't agreed yet. Qin Li replied without a blush. Tang Shuhuan, you must be joking. Pick your dishes. For the sake of this beauty today, I'll treat you. The Big Beard handed him a menu. Qin Li laughed heartily, then while questioning Tang Shuhuan, placed the ordered menu back on the counter. Big Beard, medium spicy, large portion, Qin Li said. Although Tang Shuhuan said she could handle spicy food, he still didn't order it extra spicy. Medium spicy would be just right. No problem, go ahead and sit down, the Big Beard said, while busying himself. Qin Li found a window-side table, and as Tang Shuhuan sat down, she looked around curiously at her surroundings. How is it? The decor is nice, right? Qin Li asked, noticing her curiosity. Tang Shuhuan nodded and said, a peaceful retreat amidst the hustle and bustle. Exactly, most of the diners here are white-collar workers from the nearby office buildings. Having grown used to the tall buildings outside, they feel a sense of relaxation upon entering here. Qin Li leaned comfortably in his chair as he spoke. Did you used to work here part-time? Tang Shuhuan asked, recalling what the Big Beard had said earlier. Qin Li nodded and said, in my sophomore year I wanted to buy a computer, but had no money, so I worked part-time here for a while. The Big Beard is the owner, and the decor style was my suggestion back then. The spicy dishes here taste quite good, authentic Sichuan-style spicy dishes, but the environment was a bit lacking back then. Now look, after the renovation nearby, white-collar workers love to come here for lunch, especially in winter. Tang Shuhuan nodded in response to his words. However, she was curious as to how he could afford a sports car worth over $4 million while needing a part-time job to buy a computer. She found it difficult to understand. But she didn't ask, as it involved Qin Li's family, and their relationship hadn't reached that point yet. Hearing Qin Li's words, Tang Shuhuan snapped back to reality. The Big Beard placed a coarse ceramic bowl on their table filled with fragrant spicy dishes. Following him was a waitress carrying 2 bowls of rice. See if my cooking skills have improved, the Big Beard said, patting Qin Li's shoulder. No problem. Qin Li tore open a disposable chopstick set and handed it to Tang Shuhuan. Quick, try it. Tang Shuhuan took the chopsticks, and seeing the aromatic and spicy dish in the bowl, her appetite immediately surged. Tang Shuhuan picked up a meatball and put it in her mouth, taking a small bite. The rich meat flavor burst forth with a spicy kick in her mouth. While the spiciness was strong, it was not overwhelming, instead blending harmoniously with the aroma, which caught her by surprise. Seeing her expression, Qin Li knew this meal was worth it. Yet he still pretended to ask, how is it? It's all right, Tang Shuhuan replied. She was truly a proud woman, clearly enjoying the food, yet still trying to maintain her composure. Nevertheless, Qin Li was already quite satisfied. To win a woman's heart, one must first win her stomach. Well, it seems like something is off. But that's just how it is. Qin Li felt a bit full, putting down his chopsticks and contentedly patting his belly. Tang Shuhuan ate comparatively less, perhaps out of modesty. Girls, after all, always keep their true appetites a mystery. After sitting for a while longer, the two settled the bill and left, as they had to work in the afternoon. When settling the bill, the bearded man surprisingly did not ask for any money, and Qin Li did not insist. As they stepped out, Qin Li opened the passenger door for Tang Shuhan. "You sit in the passenger seat," Tang Shuhan said, then casually walked around to the driver's seat and sat down. Qin Li was taken aback, then recalled the joke he made on the way here. Is she unwilling to be taken care of? This woman is quite interesting. Qin Li casually sat in the passenger seat. Tang Shuhan skillfully started the car and reversed. It's evident that her financial condition allows her to frequently handle sports cars. Upon completing a meal with an exquisite beauty system reward random lottery draw, would you like to draw now? Unexpectedly dining also triggered a system reward, instantly piquing Qin Li's interest. Previously, while helping Su Yuanin level up, he triggered a random reward, but he did not know whether this random lottery was the same as the random reward. Just don't give me another music note as a reward, okay? Qin Li glanced at the focused Tang Shuhan driving and silently chose yes. Starting the random lottery spinning wheel, all rewards on the wheel are randomly generated. The wheel rewards have been generated. Beginning the draw. The spinning wheel. Qin Li watched as a colorful wheel suddenly appeared in his mind with an abundance of rewards displayed on it. 10 million soft sister coins. 1 skill card. Hosts a tribute value 1. 1 functional card. A luxury villa. An invisible team. The rewards varied in size, making Qin Li's heart race with anticipation. The spinning wheel began to activate, gradually speeding up. At such a fast pace, Qin Li could barely see the words on it, so he randomly shouted stop. The spinning wheel came to a halt, and the pointer finally landed on one option. An invisible team. Hiss. Although Qin Li did not know what kind of team this reward was, he undoubtedly drew a grand prize. And it was definitely worth more than 10 million soft sister coins. Congratulations to the host for drawing an invisible team system reward. Qin Tang Security Company. Qin Tang Security Company has a total of 28 security personnel who are absolutely loyal to the host. The host's relevant information has been informed to the security company. Please connect with them directly. They provided cars, money, and even people. The perfect life system was terrifying. The most important thing is that the security personnel are absolutely loyal to Qin Li, which is the strongest aspect of the system. Although Qin Li didn't know how the system achieved this. Qin Tang Security Company. That name has a certain ring to it. Could it be that the reward obtained for dining with Tang Shuhan was the reason for this name? Qin Li took out his phone, and on WeChat a new friend request appeared. Qin Tang Security Company General Manager Qi Ryu. The general manager of the security company is actually a woman. After Qin Li clicked to accept, Qi Ryu quickly sent a message. Qi Ryu, General Qin, all employees of the security group are on standby. What orders do you have? Qin Li chuckled. This security company general manager is quite serious. Qin Li clicked on her profile picture, and the photo showed a woman in camouflage with short hair, looking quite spirited with a delicate face, but sharp eyes, not one to easily smile. Qin Li cheekily replied with a message. Qin Li, report your numbers. On Qi Ryu's side, there was a moment of silence. A few minutes later, she sent a short video. Qin Li casually clicked to open it. The short video was filmed in a spacious office, and in the center of the frame stood a row of individuals, both men and women, all standing straight with keen gazes. A powerful female voice echoed in the video. Everyone attention, report your numbers. 1, 3, counting all the way to 27, then the first girl reported 28. All present on standby. Qin Li looked on with a black line on his forehead. He originally wanted to make a joke to tease the general manager, but unexpectedly they really reported their numbers. Since Qin Li's phone volume was up, Tang Shuhan heard it too. It was impossible not to hear such a loud noise, and the counting lasted for a full minute. Qin Li glanced at Tang Shuhan, who was curiously looking over while driving, and awkwardly smiled, saying, I was just watching some military training on TV. Boring. Tang Shuhan muttered 2 words and lost interest in him. Qin Li then picked up his phone again to Qin Li, send 2 people to protect my life, secretly the others. Continue to stand by. Qi Ryu understood. Qin Li. No sense of humor. Qin Li sighed, but then thought the bodyguards being humorous is useless. As long as they are capable, that's enough. He was quite satisfied with their work attitude and spirit. Thus, he transferred 300,000 to Qi Ryu. Qin Li, gift for meeting 10,000 for each of you, 30,000 for you. Qi Ryu, thank you General Qin, you are the most handsome. Qin Li. So this serious female bodyguard can flatter too. Truly cash is king. Shuhan, what work arrangements do you have for the afternoon? Qin Li put away his phone and started a conversation. Tang Shuhan shot him a cold glance. Qin Li awkwardly coughed twice, feeling embarrassed. He failed to steal the tower. Tang, it was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue, Qin Li explained. In the meeting, you'll meet the heads of various departments with Yang Xingyun and familiarize yourself with the secretarial duties, Tang Shuhan said seriously. Oh, Qin Li stretched lazily, sounding quite bored. However, Tang Shuhan looked a bit puzzled and said, why do I feel like Yang Xingyun seems to listen to you? During lunch at the office, she had this feeling. Yang Xingyun's gaze always drifted towards Qin Li, and after Qin Li subtly gestured, Yang Xingyun obediently left. Of course, Tang Shuhan did not know that at this moment in Yang Xingyun's eyes, Qin Li had already become her cousin and the thigh she vowed to cling to. Listening to Qin Li meant listening to Tang Shuhan. So why would she disobey? Moreover, Qin Li fabricated this nonsense just to make her comply. However, Qin Li would definitely not admit it. Not to mention the emotional aspect, just from the workplace perspective. When two people in the same position have one controlling the other, it would definitely irritate the boss. Perhaps she is still getting used to the environment. It's normal to feel reliant on someone relatively familiar in an unfamiliar setting. Qin Li casually replied. Tang Shuhan nodded, and the topic was considered closed. At this moment, the sports car stopped in front of a crosswalk, and many pedestrians looked curiously at the car. Qin Li not only did not lower the sun visor like Tang Shuhan, but instead rolled down his side window, allowing more people to see him. Seeing Qin Li comfortably sitting in the passenger seat, Tang Shuhan asked, "Aren't you afraid others will call you a gigolo?" "What do I have to fear?" Qin Li boldly replied. "Being kept by a beauty like you, I am more than willing. A tree can't survive without its bark. A person without shame is invincible." Qin Li is undoubtedly the person with the thickest skin Tang Shuhan has seen over the years without exception. Thus in the end, Tang Shuhan silently lowered her sun visor as well. In the afternoon, a high-level meeting of Fein live broadcast was held on time. The main purpose of this meeting was to familiarize Qin Li and Yang Xingyun with several department heads to facilitate future work. Of course, although it was called a high-level meeting, Qin Li and Yang Xingyun could hardly be considered high-level themselves. It was merely due to their special positions. At this moment, on the 15th floor of Xiangqing Building in a conference room, Tang Shuhan naturally occupied the top position at the conference table, with Qin Li and Yang Xingyun sitting on either side of her, followed by the 5 director positions behind. Although it was a high-level meeting, the directors present, including Tang Shuhan, were quite young. After all, it was an online live streaming enterprise, and young people are more likely to keep up with the trends of the times. Thus, the oldest finance director was barely in his early 30s. The other directors from the marketing department, operations department, technical department, and review department were all between 26 and 30 years old, which could be said to reflect youth and ambition. As the meeting began, Tang Shuhan spoke first. Although Fein Live belongs to Xiangqing Group, its independent structure is not particularly well established yet. To facilitate better work in the future and improve the efficiency of command transmission, I have hired 2 secretaries in the past few days. I believe everyone knows this already, so let's get to know them first. After saying this, Tang Shuhan turned to. Although Yang Xingyun had been greatly deceived by Qin Li, it was undeniable that her ability to stand out among a group of excellent candidates was quite strong. At this moment, Yang Xingyun understood Tang Shuhan's intention very well and took the initiative to stand up, saying, "Hello directors, my name is Yang Xingyun. I am very happy to work with you all in the future. I will also do my best to fulfill my duties. Of course, if I do anything wrong in my work in the future, please feel free to point it out. Thank you." Clap, clap. The directors from various departments applauded appreciatively. After all, Yang Xingyun was also a beauty, albeit slightly less so compared to Tang Shuhan, though Tang Shuhan was indeed a rare gem. After Yang Xingyun sat down, it was naturally Qin Li's turn. Qin Li cleared his throat, stood up, and first revealed his signature smile. To be honest, if one didn't know him, they would really think he was a handsome, sunny, and simple big boy, easily leaving a good impression on others. It was said that Tang Shuhan was deceived by his innocent appearance back, then resulting in the mutual destruction. However, now that Tang Shuhan saw his smile, she could only sneer inwardly. A fraud. "Hello everyone, I am Qin Li, and I am also very happy to work with you all. Don't be fooled by my good looks. I am actually quite insecure. So if you think I have done something well in the future, I hope you can compliment me more. Thank you." The operations director Chen Shua, who was a bit overweight, happened to take a sip of the mineral water on the. However, upon hearing Qin Li's words, he couldn't help but burst out laughing, spilling half the conference table with water. Other directors couldn't help but laugh as well. What kind of self-deprecation is this? I've never seen anyone so thick-skinned while claiming to be insecure. Tang Shuhan was also speechless, wondering how she could have been so blind that night to think Qin Li was innocent and pure. "Handsome guy, what do we get if we compliment you?" the only female director present teased with a smile. Qin Li and Yang Xingyun had already seen the profiles of several individuals and had long been introduced to them. Therefore, Qin Li knew that this only female director was the marketing director Wang Yan. "Of course there is. After the meeting, I will treat everyone to milk tea delivered to your desks," Qin Li said with a smile. "Sounds good." The operations director Chen Shua wiped the table clean and jokingly said in a Hong Kong accent, "Pretty boy, I like you." Qin Li also responded in a Hong Kong accent, "No need, I only like beautiful women." As soon as these words were spoken, the conference room burst into laughter again. Never before had a high-level meeting of Fein Live been so joyful. Tang Shihan didn't expect Qin Li to be so good at enlivening the atmosphere, and a slight smile crept onto her lips. The usually self-important Yang Xingyun found herself admiring Qin Li at this moment. He could still engage in light-hearted banter in front of a group of high-level executives. This is true confidence. So it turns out that not only is he a rich second generation, but he is also so outstanding. However, after a round of fun, the meeting still had to continue. After Tang Shihan signaled everyone to be quiet, she spoke about some other work-related matters. Qin Li and Yang Xingyun dutifully opened their laptops and began taking meeting notes. This is one of the secretary's responsibilities. Before the meeting adjourned, Qin Li asked what everyone wanted to drink, and several directors eagerly provided their answers. After placing an order on his phone once the milk tea arrived, Qin Li wandered around the offices with the drinks and chatted casually with several directors. Most of them were around the same age, so there was no generational gap, just random chatting. However, the plump Qin Shua unexpectedly asked Qin Li which Japanese celebrity he liked. After Qin Li mentioned Takashi Kitano, he fell silent. Her too. Qin Li scoffed, inwardly thinking, how dare he try to take advantage of my learning materials, truly a dog-like person. After wandering around all afternoon, Qin Li successfully clocked out. He also used the excuse of needing to return to school to supervise his roommate's homework to decline Yang Xingyun's suggestion of having dinner with him. He did not pursue Tang Shihan any further either. Old donkey pulling the mill, only slow work can produce fine results. Having had a meal with Tang Shihan today was already a significant improvement. Going overboard would be counterproductive. Excessive entanglement would only provoke her aversion. Moreover, Qin Li didn't want to pursue a girl in a manner devoid of dignity. Although he had never been in a relationship, he swore he would never become a sycophant. Men do not cherish what comes too easily. Women are no different. Someone like Zhang Lifan, who shamelessly takes pride in being a sycophant, is destined to always be a backup. No, he isn't even a backup. He's merely a jack. Women use him as a jack when switching backups. Therefore, after getting off work, Qin Li drove straight back to school, parking outside the campus. Having spent 3 years in the student council, he was already well known in the school. What if someone recognized him while driving a luxury car through the school gate? What if he encountered 6, 7, 8, or 9 girls confessing to him? What if he hurt their feelings by refusing? What if he agreed and hurt Tang Shihan's feelings instead? Jinjiang University Dormitory, Building 21, Room 101. Qin Li opened the door and entered the dormitory, only to find all 3 roommates already there, hunched intently over their desks typing something. Curious, Qin Li approached and discovered all 3 wore grim, troubled expressions. Each of their computer screens displayed a blank document, utterly empty. What the hell? Did you guys get haunted? Qin Li quipped. Ugh, impossible. Zhang Lifan sighed first. Li Jiang shook his head in dismay and muttered to himself, too difficult. Yang Ming appeared comparatively composed, but only marginally so. He glanced back at Qin Li and replied weakly, Brotherly, you're back. Qin Li stared silently for a beat. Are these 3 possessed? I'll treat you tonight. Each of you can bring a girl. How's that? Qin Li said. No enthusiastic cheers followed, no thunderous approval. Instead, Zhang Lifan glared at him, flustered and indignant. Old Qin, don't you dare humiliate me. If we bring girls along, you'll just charm them away anyway. Qin Li felt as though he'd just been bitten by a husky. This was reality incarnate of the proverb Lu Dongbin saves a dog and gets bitten. The farmer and the snake. The scholar Donghua and the wolf. Guodi Gang and his disciples. Fine, go or don't go. You 3 can go eat shit. Qin Li snapped, exasperated. Li Jiang sighed again. Ugh, impossible. Qin Li. These 3 were profoundly off-kilter. In the end, Qin Li could no longer suppress his curiosity and decided to start with Yang Ming, whose conditions seemed mildest. Mingzi, tell your big brother. What did you eat to turn into this state? Qin Li draped an arm over Yang. Yang Ming gave a wry smile. Brotherly, we're doing our homework. Qin Li frowned. What kind of homework? It's the university's career guidance assignment. Career guidance. Wasn't that precisely the assignment Yang Yue had asked him to collect? It simply asks us to describe challenges encountered during job hunting. Is that truly so hard? Even without real-world experience, couldn't one just fabricate a plausible scenario? Sensing Qin Li's bewilderment, Yang Ming added, we're trying to craft answers compelling enough to catch teacher Yang's attention. Hearing that, Qin Li nearly choked on his own saliva. All he wanted to say now were 2 words. Deserved. You shameless dogs, he grumbled. You richly deserve to die of shame. Brotherly. Did you even check the class QQ group? Yang Ming said. Someone asked whether students accepted into graduate programs still need to submit it. Teacher Yang replied that everyone must, and she'll select several outstanding submissions for special rewards next class. Everyone's pouring their hearts into this assignment, especially the boys in our class. Brotherly, I know you're magnetic, but I still want to try. So please don't distract me while I'm working. So Zhang Lifan's comment about hooking up with girls actually referred to Yang Yue. A special reward. May teacher Yang slap each of you awake. Qin Li glared at the despondent Yang Ming and retorted annoyed, don't you already have a girlfriend? Big brother, women are like clothes. I just want to buy a new one to rotate. Yang Ming declared utterly shameless. Qin Li fell speechless, then pulled out his phone and opened their QQ class group. Scrolling through the chat history, he confirmed Yang Ming's account was accurate. Yet teacher Yang's original intent had surely been sincere to encourage diligent completion of the assignment. But her extraordinary charm had triggered rampant overinterpretation among these hormone-fueled students. Had she been a balding middle-aged male instructor, they'd have forgotten the assignment entirely. Qin Li typed a message and sent it. Qin Li, let's see how everyone's homework is coming along. Fu Yun, Luo Shuguang blank 1. Li Xiaolong who's faster than me. A pack of overstimulated shameless, yet watching their suppressed yearning and palpable distress, Qin Li felt a quiet thrill and couldn't resist stoking the fire. Qin Li keeps driving. The first 10 students who send me their completed assignments will receive teacher Yang's WeChat ID. Her Moments feed includes lifestyle photos. Fu Yunhai finishing immediately. Luo Shuguang almost done. Li Xiaolong who beats me. Fu Yunhai right. You're the second man. Yang Yue, Qin Li please show mercy. After sending the message, Qin Li looked up and found all 3 roommates crowding around him. Their eyes gleamed with raw, desperate hunger. Brother Li, have pity on your little brother. I've never seen anyone as stunning as teacher Yang in my entire life, Yang Ming shamelessly pleaded. Exactly, boss. Just let me send her a respectful lick first. Zhang Lifan leered. But Li Jiang proved most direct. Dad, I'll treat you to spicy hot pot. Qin Li sneered at his 3 roommates. Look at you. Acting like you've never seen the world. He dismissed them with disdain, then picked up his phone again and sent another group message. Qin Li, since teacher Yang disapproves, I suppose I have no choice. Qin Li, please submit your assignments via private message as soon as possible. Female classmates, please exercise restraint and refrain from romantic declarations. Fu Yunhai, where's your face? Luo Shuguang, where's your face? Li Xiaolong, where's your face? Yang Yue, where's your face? Qin Li arched a brow, then dropped a generous red envelope into the group. And it was a password-locked one. Fu Yunhai, I absolutely adore Qin Li. Luo Shuguang, I absolutely adore Qin Li. Li Xiaolong, I absolutely adore Qin Li. Yang Yue, I absolutely adore Qin Li. Yang Yue has retracted a message. Ah, the sublime power of money. Triumphant, Qin Li shut his phone and surveyed his 3 crestfallen roommates. He waved them over, let's go eat. Thoroughly tamed, they obediently followed. They dined at the 3rd-floor cafeteria, where hotel-affiliated vendors operated. Thus the space was immaculate, the menu diverse, and the cuisine exceptional. Prices were slightly higher than those on the first 2 floors, but Qin Li didn't mind. He'd never been frugal, especially not now, as a self-made success earning 1 million yuan daily. That modest sum, merely pocket change. Yet even during dinner, Qin Li stayed busy, opening the Fein Live app on his phone. His account balance stood at 5 million Infu tokens. Su Yuanin wasn't streaming at that moment. Still, Qin Li noticed her follower count had surged past 200,000, a miraculous feat for an unaffiliated independent streamer with barely 2 broadcasts under her belt. Checking her level, Qin Li had helped her ascend to level 34 the other day. Today she'd already reached level 35. Clearly others had gifted her during her recent streams. Yet for Qin Li this posed a problem. The system's mission was for him to elevate Su Yuanin. If others boosted her progress, he received no reward. So Qin Li promptly enabled live stream notifications. In the evening, Qin Li and his 3 dormitory mates fought together in the Hero Canyon until deep into the night. It felt like it had been a long time since he had played so heartily. Therefore, after several hours of gaming, Qin Li was particularly delighted. The next day, Qin Li woke up and signed in as usual. After having breakfast, he got up and left for work on time. Today there was a class, a marketing lecture, but Qin Li did not plan to attend. Not to mention his good relationship with the teacher, he wouldn't fail the course based solely on his own abilities. So he just sent a text message to the teacher asking for a leave. Then Qin Li drove his McLaren, taking a detour to a gas station to refuel. Finally, he arrived at the parking lot of Shangqing building. After parking, as soon as he got out of the car, he saw a white Porsche driving in. Qin Li glanced at it a few more times, then turned and walked towards the parking space of the Porsche. Good morning, General Tang, Qin Li said with a cheerful smile. Indeed, the person in the Porsche was Tang Shuhan. Tang Shuhan got out of the car and gave him a faint glance, saying, "Morning. It's such a beautiful morning, why be so serious?" Qin Li raised his eyebrows and said, "I'm not in the mood." Tang Shuhan locked the car door and replied. Qin Li curiously asked, "Is there something bothering you?" Tang Shuhan glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, then said, "You'll know when you get up there." Playing coy. "All right." Qin Li followed her all the way to the 15th floor. As soon as they arrived at the 15th floor, he noticed a large bouquet of bright red roses on the front desk. The receptionist saw Tang Shuhan approaching and hesitatedly pointed to the roses on the desk, saying, "General Tang, this." Tang Shuhan merely glanced at it and unhesitatingly said, "Old rules, throw it away." "All right, sure," the receptionist replied. The receptionist nodded in agreement. Tang Shuhan went in first without a care. At this moment, Qin Li finally understood why Tang Shuhan was in a bad mood. It turned out to be caused by his rival in love. "Hello, miss." Qin Li stepped forward and greeted the receptionist with a smile. The receptionist also smiled back and said, "Hello, Secretary Qin." Qin Li pointed at the roses and asked, "Who sent these, miss?" So bold to confess in the company. The receptionist looked a bit confused and said, "Secretary Qin, you don't know." "Oh right, you might not be aware since you just arrived. Could you enlighten me?" "I'm quite curious," Qin Li said. The receptionist shrank her neck and said, "Actually, everyone knows almost every morning someone sends roses to General Tang. But I'm afraid to say." "All right then." Qin Li didn't press her further, just reminded her as he was leaving, "Make sure to throw them away." The receptionist nodded. After clocking in, Qin Li did not go to Tang Shuhan's office, but headed straight to the director's office of the operations department. When he arrived, Qin Li knocked on the door. "Come in," came Chen Shua's voice from inside. Chen Shua had arrived quite early. Qin Li pushed the door open. "Old Chen, I want to ask you something," Qin Li said candidly. "What's up? Come sit down and talk." Chen Shua had a good impression of Qin Li. Of course, aside from the fact that Qin Li's admiration for Kitano Takashi had bothered him a bit. "I just saw a huge bouquet of roses at the front desk." Qin Li began, but left it half-finished. Chen Shua thought he was asking about something else. "Oh, everyone on this floor knows that, but you probably came late and haven't heard," Chen Shua said dismissively. Qin Li didn't expect him to be spouting nonsense. He said irritably, "Just tell me already, I'm very curious." Chen Shua didn't say anything, just looked at him with a mischievous grin. "I'll treat you to lunch," Qin Li said disdainfully. "Sounds good." Chen Shua praised him and then said, "Do you know what the core business of Xiangqing Building is?" "That's obvious, it's film and television, right?" Qin Li casually replied. Although Xiangqing Group's industries were blooming all over, its core business had always been, and still was, the film and television industry. Xiangqing Film and Television Culture Co., Ltd., is one of the top film companies in Huaxia. Right, the one sending the flowers is a director from Xiangqing Film and Television located on the 21st floor. Chen Shua said, "Although they are all directors, I am far inferior to him. He is a true big shot." Qin Li could understand this as well. After all, Fein Live was just getting started and was not on the same level as Previously, General Tang also worked on the 21st floor. It is said that she took over the Fein Live business to avoid this situation, but she still hasn't escaped the morning roses. "Also, in light of you treating me to lunch, I'll share a big secret with you." Qin Li looked at the mysteriously grinning Chen Shua and asked, "What secret? What is the surname of the chairman of Xiangqing Group?" Chen Shua squinted and asked, "Tang." Qin Li casually answered, then seemed to realize something. "Are you saying?" Chen Shua nodded, confirming his thought. Qin Li was momentarily stunned. The commercial giant Tang Xiuhua, who steered Xiangqing Group, turned out to be Tang Shuhan's father. Did he accidentally get involved with a super rich and beautiful woman? However, upon a second thought, Qin Li felt confused. Since Tang Shuhan has such a background, why is she still hiding? Chen Shua seemed to understand his confusion and whispered, "It is said that the person pursuing General Tang has a decent background too, so now you understand, right?" Qin Li suddenly realized. It turned out it wasn't that Tang Shuhan was weak, but that his rival was stronger. Moreover, this likely involved a powerful commercial marriage. Tang Xiuhua might even know about it, or even support such a marriage. That's why he allows others to pursue his daughter in his own company. However, after coming to terms with everything, Qin Li became angry, because he thought of the first time he met Tang Shuhan. At that time, he didn't understand what could drive a woman to drink heavily. Especially after understanding Tang Shuhan's particularly strong character, he became even more curious about the story behind her. But now it seemed he was starting to understand. Because of understanding, he felt heartache. Because of heartache, he became furious. What if Tang Xiuhua? What if he has immense power? No one would be able to hurt her anymore. Old Qin. Chen Shua's tone became more familiar, perhaps because he felt that he and Qin Li hit it off well. "I advise you not to be too impulsive." "I'm not," Qin Li replied, appearing nonchalant. "Don't pretend. Your eyes earlier looked like you wanted to kill someone." Chen Shua realized after seeing Qin Li's expression why he was inquiring about this. Because of love. Love is free, but it's trapped in the cage of power, Chen Shua said philosophically. Qin Li smiled indifferently. Then break through it. Chen Shua's heart trembled. Although he felt Qin Li was being overly ambitious, he was still deeply moved. This world lacks those who do not yield. But precisely because of this lack, they gain more respect from others. Although I think you're just bragging, I still admire you. Chen Shua sighed. Qin Li looked at the chubby man with amusement and asked, "If one day I really confront him, whose side will you be on?" This him naturally referred to Qin Li's rival with a powerful background. He's so wealthy, has such a high status and a strong background. Chen Shua became a bit agitated as he said, "So of course I support you. Although you have nothing, you're handsome. And once a brother, always a brother. Am I the kind of person who would betray my friends?" Qin Li nodded and said. He then put down the pen he had been holding against Chen Shua's throat. "See you at lunch? Oh, I'm leaving now," Qin Li said, stepping out. Chen Shua looked at the empty office, chuckling softly to himself. Love really drives people crazy. Qin Li stood outside Tang Shuhan's office and knocked on the door. "Come in." As Qin Li pushed the door open, he saw Tang Shuhan engaged in conversation with Yang Xingyun. "Where have you been?" "You vanished in the blink of an eye," Tang Shuhan asked, glancing at him. "Oh, Director Chen said he needed to see me about something, so I went to him." Qin Li lied without a hint of embarrassment. Tang Shuhan nodded and said, "From now on, the office next to mine will be yours. I just discussed the schedule for the next few days with Xingyun, so you two should communicate about it." Thus Qin Li and Yang Xingyun went to the adjacent office. The office was quite spacious and had been specially arranged with 2 desks. Qin Li picked a desk with a good position and sat down first. Yang Xingyun was very obedient in front of Qin Li, only occasionally giving him flirtatious glances. After seeing Qin Li's excellent and dominant side, she was starting to question whether she truly liked him or just wanted to marry into a wealthy family. Seeing Qin Li's choice, Yang Xingyun consciously occupied the remaining desk. "Director Tang will be on a business trip next Monday, and we have been assigned to accompany him," Yang Xingyun said to Qin Li, who was surveying the surroundings. Today was Friday, and next Monday was just 2 days away. Qin Li was taken aback and asked where to. "To Mingzhu City. Fein Live has a large commercial event there," Yang Xingyun replied. "However, it was initially planned for the marketing director to go. I don't know why Director Tang decided to go himself. What else could it be?" Qin Li understood in his heart. This woman had once again chosen to escape, and this time it was to the farther Mingzhu City. Qin Li felt a pang of heartache again. "Is there anything else?" he asked somewhat irritably. Yang Xingyun was puzzled as to why he suddenly seemed impatient. But she obediently replied, "There are some documents that need to be processed. But I can handle those." To be honest, although Yang Xingyun still retained her proud and possessive nature, she dared not show any temper in front of Qin Li. In fact, she was constantly thinking about how to please Qin Li. Qin Li nodded without hesitation. He had no intention of dealing with documents anyway. After thinking for a moment, Qin Li took out his phone and opened the chat with Qi Ryu. Qin Li, find out who sends flowers to Tang Shuhan every day. Qin Li, I want all his information. Qi Ryu, got it. I must say Qin Tang Security's work efficiency is formidable. In just a few minutes, Qi Ryu sent a document to his WeChat. Qin Li opened the file and took almost half an hour to finish reading it before closing the document. After reading, Qin Li edited another message. Qin Li, find a way to get close to him and gather evidence against him. Qi Ryu understood. As a subordinate, Qi Ryu was definitely very competent. She wouldn't ask questions or bargain with her boss. Qin Li understood very well that he still had a distance from him. Despite having the system's assistance in terms of resources and background, Qin Li was not yet at a level where he could confront him head-on. But that did not mean Qin Li would swallow his anger. It certainly did not mean he could tolerate anyone harming Tang Shuhan. The saying that a gentleman takes revenge 10 years later is all nonsense. Can Tang Shuhan hold on for 10 years? Qin Li was clear about his advantage, which was Qin Tang Security. So he chose to utilize the power of Qin Tang Security. Yang Ming's view on Qin Li was still quite correct in this respect. He had grievances and should take action immediately. In the morning, Qin Li continued to slack off, while Yang Xingyun worked tirelessly. As noon approached, Qin Li looked at her and said, "Come out to lunch with me in a bit." Yang Xingyun asked upon hearing his words, "Just the 2 of us?" Qin Li knew what she was thinking, but merely replied casually, "Also Chen Shua." In Yang Xingyun's mind, she had always believed that Tang Shuhan was Qin Li's cousin. And Qin Li was not worried about Chen Shua exposing his relationship with Tang Shuhan. First, Chen Shua had reached his current position, so he was certainly not a gossip. Secondly, even if Chen Shua spilled the beans, what could happen? If he wanted Yang Xingyun to obey, he had plenty of ways. All right, Yang Xingyun wanted to say something, but ultimately just nodded obediently. For some reason, the more she interacted with Qin Li, the more insignificant Yang Xingyun felt. Although her initial intention was to seduce Qin Li and marry into a wealthy family, she did not want to feel so humble. However, gradually in front of Qin Li, the words that slipped from her mouth were all submissive. She still remembered when she first met Qin Li. She thought Qin Li was a very simple and easily controlled guy. But now she could no longer understand Qin Li. She had lost confidence in front of him and even began to get used to pleasing him. Of course, Qin Li had no idea what she was thinking. He also had no intention of guessing Yang Xingyun's thoughts. When it was time for lunch, Qin Li originally wanted to invite Tang Shuhan along. But Tang Shuhan was not in the office and may have already gone to the cafeteria of Xiangqing Building. Qin Li naturally wouldn't invite them to the company cafeteria. Next to Xiangqing Building was Beihua Commercial Building. There were many eateries on the 7th floor of Beihua Commercial Building. so they didn't have to go too far. Qin Li treated the two to a meal at a Western restaurant. The price was quite high. The reason for the high cost was mainly due to Qin Shua, who alone devoured 4 sirloin steaks. Indeed, there was a reason for his bulk. Qin Li and Yang Xingyun were quite astonished. Qin Li decided to only treat this glutton to buffets in the future, preferably the cheapest steak buffet. However, Qin Shua naturally did not reveal the private conversation they had. They were only discussing interesting company anecdotes. But after finishing the meal, Qin Shua noticed the strange looks Qin Li and Yang Xingyun exchanged. This was because he saw Yang Xingyun serving Qin Li drinks. He also saw Yang Xingyun helping Qin Li with his dishes. After the meal, Yang Xingyun even folded Qin Li's napkin. Who was Yang Xingyun really serving as a secretary? Qin Shua was somewhat confused. So after returning to the company, he immediately pulled Qin Li aside and asked secretly, "How did you manage to do it?" Qin Li was somewhat puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" Yang Xingyun, "In just a couple of days, how did you win her over? Isn't that too fast?" Qin Shua was baffled. Only then did Qin Li understand what Qin Shua meant and casually replied, "Maybe it's my charisma." Her too, eh? Qin Shua spat at him and said, "Stop talking nonsense, teach me a trick." Qin Li replied irritably, "What do you need that for?" Qin Shua, "Don't I need it? Am a man too, okay? Conquering girls is my instinct, okay? Hurry up, if you don't tell me, I'll cut ties with you." Qin Shua pressed. Qin Li patted his shoulder and said, "Yang Xingyun is too complicated for you to handle. The better I teach you a simple trick." "A simple trick is fine, but it has to be effective quickly," Qin Shua said, easily satisfied. "Like this." Qin Li lowered his voice and said, "As long as you are big enough, conquering a girl only takes one night." Qin Shua instinctively asked, "What if I'm not big enough?" Qin Li. It seemed Qin Li understood. In the afternoon, Qin Li had something to do because Su Yuanin was live streaming. He could finally earn rewards again. Of course, the secretary-related tasks were still handled by Yang Xingyun. In truth, Qin Li did not employ any means against Yang Xingyun. However, he could roughly guess the trajectory of her psychological changes. At first, in Yang Xingyun's eyes, Qin Li was merely a somewhat naive college student, someone she could easily manipulate. Later, Qin Li disguised himself as a rich second generation, igniting Yang Xingyun's ambition to marry into a wealthy family, especially since he pretended to be Tang Shuhan's cousin. This further fueled Yang Xingyun's ambition. However, afterwards, Qin Li remained indifferent towards her, not even giving her the chance to have dinner together. This greatly undermined her confidence. Gradually, her seduction turned into submission and flattery. At this point, she felt that only by being submissive and flattering could she have a chance. The greater the ambition, the more one ultimately has to pay. In fact, Qin Li's guesses were mostly correct. Yet there was one thing he did not anticipate. He himself was indeed outstanding and confident enough. This charm of personality had already made Yang Xingyun somewhat unable to extricate herself. Liking someone is the true beginning of a woman's downfall. However, Qin Li would not think of this at the moment, as certain biases had formed from the very beginning. He took out his phone and opened Su Yuanyan's live streaming room. Due to his identity as a super tycoon, there would be a noticeable notification when Qin Li entered the live stream. The audience who recognized him began to send bullet comments. "Big Brother has arrived. Big Brother is back in the live stream. Is Big Brother here to listen to music this time?" Su Yuanin saw this and happily said, "Welcome, Li Ge. Are you here to listen to music?" "Li Ge? Isn't he untouchable? There's insider information. Has the anchor already succumbed?" While the super tycoon acts quickly. Because Qin Li's nickname was Untouchable, this title suddenly sparked heated discussions among the audience. Qin Li edited a bullet comment and sent it out. "Untouchable, let's listen to music. Big Brother wants to listen to music. I heard a song is worth $1 million, let me see if it's true." The little anchor earns $1 million a day. Before Qin Li entered, the live stream had only a few tens of thousands of viewers, but after he entered for 2 minutes, the view count directly reached 200,000. Are they here to see the anchor or the super tycoon? Moreover, Qin Li hadn't even sent any gifts yet. Su Yuanin naturally noticed Qin Li's bullet comment and immediately played the accompaniment of "Silence is Golden." The melodious accompaniment played. "The night wind is cold." Looking back at past events. "In the past, I was filled with anger." Qin Li listened intoxicated. Since he wasn't wearing headphones, Yang Xingyun also heard it. "Fate already destined, whether you are rich or poor. Mistakes are never right. Truth is always true. No matter what you say, I will adhere to my principles. I always believe that silence is golden." It seemed to sound even better than the last time. "This anchor sings really well," Yang Xingyun suddenly said. Indeed. Qin Li felt the same way, so he smiled. Seeing that her words received his affirmation, Yang Xingyun felt unexpectedly satisfied. Then she suddenly came to her senses. Was she being too humble? As the song ended, Qin Li decided it was time to get serious. "It's good. The anchor must have practiced secretly. Yes, it sounds much better than the first time. It's over. Other female anchors have no chance now." Qin Li transformed back into the super tycoon. Congratulations to Untouchable for successfully renewing the Super Tycoon in the Su Yuaninya live stream. Congratulations to Untouchable for successfully renewing the Super Tycoon in the Su Yuaninya live stream. Congratulations to Untouchable for successfully renewing the Super Tycoon in the Su Yuaninya live stream. Ten Chin Li renewed 10 Super Tycoon subscriptions, each costing 200,000, so 10 would be 2 million sound notes. First he sent 2 million. What the heck 2 million this time? Is he the real deal having a mine at home? I want to recognize him as my dad. Each time the Super Tycoon subscription is renewed, the system returns 150,000 sound notes, so he received 150 million sound notes back. These sound notes, Chin Li used them all at once to send a Starry Sky trip. Untouchable gave the anchor Su Yuaninya a Starry Sky trip. Wow, 300 Starry Sky trips. Isn't a Starry Sky trip worth 5,000 each? Is he just giving them away like cabbage? After calculations, 2 million are cleared out. One song costs 2 million. The anchor has appreciated in value. Thank you, Ligu, you sent too much. Although she had the experience from the last time facing another 2 million bombarding her again, Su Yuanin was still immensely shocked. This was 2 million, a number that an ordinary person might not earn in a lifetime. And she just earned it by singing. Of course, she certainly wouldn't get the full 2 million, it would all go through the platform share. Ligu, can I treat you to? Su Yuanin truly didn't know how to face this generous gift. Do you think a meal is worth 2 million? Big brother says he wants to eat under the covers. Which city are you in, anchor? Su Yuanin looked at the bullet comments, and then said him in Mingzhu City, always. Chin Li raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. He was going to Mingzhu on Monday because Tang Shuhan had a business trip. Untouchable honestly saying, I will be going to Mingzhu for a business trip on Monday. Big brother is amazing. It seems like an affair is budding. Anchor, make sure to clean up. Really? Su Yuanin exclaimed in surprise. Li Gu, I'll wait for you to come over, contact me when you arrive. Untouchable, please be a decent person. Online dating. Dating is confirmed. At this moment, Chin Li stretched unexpectedly, noticing Yang Xingyun looking at him. What are you looking at? Chin Li asked. Are you going to Mingzhu for a date? Yang Xingyun stammered. Yang Xingyun had clearly been listening the whole time. The anchor kept calling him Li Gu, making it hard for her not to think too much. Seeing her cautious demeanor, Chin Li felt a sense of satisfaction. A man's vanity was thoroughly satisfied. A girl like Yang Xingyun possessing beauty and capability, and more so, being quite self-assured and scheming. Only a man as excellent as himself could make such a girl obedient. Chin Li thought shamelessly to himself. However, he wasn't wearing headphones, so he naturally wasn't afraid of Yang Xingyun hearing. Just having a meal with the little anchor, Chin Li replied. Chin Li, what is it? Chin Li looked at her. After work, can you give me a ride back to school? Yang Xingyun said, her face slightly flushed. I can't. Chin Li said without a moment's hesitation. Oh, Yang Xingyun's heart felt desolate, because she realized that she had truly developed feelings for Chin Li. Ding. The host successfully helped the streamer Su Yuanin level up to 40, triggering a random system reward. System reward, a luxury apartment on the top floor of Shuiyu Huaqing, with the purchase documents temporarily stored at the Shuiyu Huaqing sales office. Please collect it with your ID card. Ding. The host successfully helped the streamer Su Yuanin level up to 50, triggering a random system reward. System reward, 5 shopping benefit cards worth 1 million each, limited time 1 hour. Using the card after consumption can earn multiple cash back with a multiplier randomly selected between 1 and 100. Chin Li spent 2 million and only managed to raise Su Yuanyan's level to 51. From level 35 to 51, Chin Li only received 2 system rewards. Last time he spent 1 million, he also received 2 rewards. It was indeed getting harder as he progressed. However, Chin Li was already quite satisfied. Shuiyu Huaqing is a well-known high-end community in Jinjiang City, and it is adjacent to People's Park, with a beautiful environment. Moreover, it is a top-floor luxury apartment. Most importantly, Shuiyu Huaqing is not far from Shanqing Building, just a short drive of 10 minutes. In less than 2 months, Chin Li would be graduating, and this apartment came just in time. And there's also the shopping benefit card. If he spends 1 million within an hour and hits the jackpot with a multiplier of 100, that would mean a cash back of 100 million, instantly achieving a small goal. Even if he had bad luck and got a 1x cash back, it would still be equivalent to getting 1 million worth of goods for free. Moreover, the system gave him 5 such benefit cards at once. While others spend money shopping, he earns money. It's simply extravagant. Chin Li's heart surged with excitement. He couldn't wait to go out and shop. Last time the system rewarded him with 5 million cash, giving Chin Tang Security 300,000 plus the money from checking in these past few days. He still had about 5 million on his card, so it was completely enough to spend. He could check out the apartment again on the weekend, but he was already eager to use the shopping card. Looking at his phone, Su Yuanin was chatting with other viewers. The topic of conversation was about what Chin Li should treat him to when he goes to Mingzhu City. Streamer, please treat the big brother to some milk. I think the big brother loves buns. Nonsense, the big brother clearly loves abalone. Li looked at the barrage somewhat dumbfounded. This group of wild folks was truly too wild. It made him feel tempted. Untouchable, I'll come back to listen to songs next time, leaving now. Untouchable, by the way, you guys are too wild. Untouchable, bye. Haha, the big brother praised me. You upstairs, do you have no shame? Is being wild a compliment? Okay, Li, you go ahead, see you next time. Su Yuanin said gently. Li smiled and exited the live stream. As for the remaining 3 million notes, he would keep them for future use. Knowing when to stop will always bring surprises. Today's surprise was already enough. Li put away his phone and looked at Yang Xingyun, who was busy with her work. He felt a slight sense of guilt. After all, Yang Xingyun was doing the work of 2 people alone. Ahem, Xingyun. Huh. Yang Xingyun was caught off guard when she heard him call her name. Because Li called her too intimately this time. After all, Li usually called her by her full name or Secretary Yang. Sometimes he even called her Old Yang. I'll drive you back to school tonight. Li said, looking at her. Yang Xingyun's face suddenly turned rosy. For a moment she felt a bit shy. Seeing that she didn't respond, Li asked curiously, what? Don't you need me to give you a ride? No, I want. Yang Xingyun hurriedly spoke out when she sensed his hesitation. After speaking, she felt that she was being too unreserved. So her face turned even redder. Li looked at her blushing face, looking like she was waiting to be picked. In his heart, he thought that this woman's acting skills were quite impressive. If it were someone else trying to seduce her, they would have succeeded long ago. But who told her to encounter this Taoist? In his mind, everything Yang Xingyun did was to marry into a wealthy family and cling to a powerful figure. He had never thought about having any romantic entanglement with Yang Xingyun. It was just a matter of meeting each other by chance. You deceive me, and I deceive you back. You keep working while go hang out. Li stood up, seeing that there was still some time before getting off work. Okay, I'll find you after work. Yang Xingyun, seeing her so willingly accepting his command, Li was somewhat taken aback. I am bullying you. How can you look so pleased? Even if you want to marry me, even if you want to please me, please don't look so happy about it, okay? Aren't you supposed to be arrogant? You enjoying this so much really makes me feel too much of a sense of conquest. Li hurriedly left the office before he got lost in Yang Xingyun's flattery. He took a deep breath and then muttered to himself, women are all devils, luckily I run fast. In Chen Shua's office, Li chatted with him for a while. Then he successfully clocked out of work. Li suddenly felt a bit like a slacker, feeling guilty towards the salary given to him by Xiangqing Group. Working here is not tiring at all, with Yang Xingyun doing the work for him, chatting with Chen Shua, and if Chen Shua wasn't there, he could find other directors. When he was free, he could also tease the proud president. Such a life is truly too empty. But I like it. After work, there was an additional person in the passenger seat of Li's car. This person was naturally Yang Xingyun. While driving, Li glanced at the somewhat excited Yang Xingyun out of the corner of his eye. Yang Xingyun also noticed Li's gaze and immediately became more obedient. Why are you looking at me? Nothing, by the way, old Yang, may I ask you a question? Didn't you study acting in university? Li asked curiously. Yang Xingyun heard him call her old Yang again and felt like hitting him, but it was just a tiny thought in her mind. In the end, she honestly replied, no, I studied economics. Oh. Li was puzzled. Could it be that her acting talent is innate? Yang Xingyun and Li were not from the same university. Yang Xingyun attended Jinjiang Financial University. Jinjiang Financial University is one of the top institutions in Huaxia for economic management. Many elites in the domestic financial sector graduated from this university. Thus, being able to study economics at Jinjiang Financial University shows that Yang Xingyun's abilities are indeed strong. Li thought that if he didn't ruin Yang Xingyun's prospects, even if she just worked as a secretary in the live streaming industry, she would surely thrive and even reach a high executive position in Xiangqing Group. Bah, how could that be called ruining her? I just know she is capable, so I assign the work to her. That's called. Li defended himself in his heart, and suddenly his psychological burden lifted. I am truly great, sacrificing myself to help Yang Xingyun. I should continue to do such good deeds in the future. Jinjiang Financial University is further away from Xiangqing Building than Jinjiang University. 40 minutes later, Li successfully arrived at Jinjiang Financial University. However, this time, he did not park the sports car outside. Instead, he drove straight to the dormitory building of Yang Xingyun and her friends. Li, thank you for bringing me back, Yang Xingyun said cheerfully. Such an expensive-looking luxury car parked in front of the girls' dormitory had already attracted a lot of awe. Now that Yang Xingyun got out of the car, people began to whisper among themselves. However, Li did not care about that, and neither did Yang Xingyun. In front of Li, she was like a little white rabbit. In school, she was a proud peacock. Would a peacock care about the opinions of wild chickens? Absolutely not. However, some bolder wild chickens were around. At that moment, a girl who happened to come out of the dormitory saw Yang Xingyun getting out of the car. So it's you, Xingyun. I knew it, you are the only one in our dorm who could hook up with a rich guy. We are not worthy, the girl sarcastically taunted. The two were clearly at odds. Qin Li, who was already planning to leave, found himself in no hurry anymore. A good show was about to unfold. Yang Xingyun looked at her sarcastic demeanor and simply replied, Li Jiayu, with your capabilities, you truly do not deserve it. The girl named Li Jiayu was instantly furious. Yang Xingyun, how shameless of you to rely on a rich guy in broad daylight. You should be ashamed, but instead take pride in it. Yang Xingyun was not in a hurry to leave. She was not someone to back down easily. Qin Li had realized this about her the first time he met her. Your jealousy is truly unattractive. Yang Xingyun looked at her with pride, as if she had never considered her a rival. Qin Li chuckled to himself. Seeing Yang Xingyun call her ugly only made Li Jiayu even angrier. You may be pretty, but a pretty face does not change the fact that you are just a whore. She had already started to hurl insults like a shrew. Qin Li rolled his eyes. College students should know how to argue better. At least add some eloquence to it. But it was genuinely entertaining. Oh, I forgot to buy sunflower seeds. Yang Xingyun's eyes narrowed. Being insulted like that made her temper flare. Even a clay figurine has its temper, not to mention someone as proud as her. Li Jiayu, do you know why I've tolerated you for so long? Because I feel sorry for you, but now I really want to tell you. You are not as good looking as me, not as fit as me, and academically inferior to me. You fall short in every aspect compared to me. Even your boyfriend Dong Peng secretly pursues me behind your back. But don't worry, I wouldn't be interested in him. Wow, this is like a shrimp and pork heart. Yang is truly amazing. Qin Li felt his blood boil with excitement. Seeing the usually obedient Yang showing such strong fighting capability made Qin Li unable to hold back his inner cheers for her. Li Jiayu was left dumbfounded by her words. She had no idea her boyfriend was secretly pursuing Yang Xingyun. However, boyfriends could be easily replaced. Today, she had to regain her dignity. Having such an embarrassing thing exposed made her somewhat blinded by rage. You're just a whore who lets rich men sleep with you for money. I might not be as bad as you, but I know what it means to have dignity. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't Qin Li laughing, but the other onlookers. Such a dramatic dispute between two girls naturally attracted a crowd. Moreover, this happened right in front of the dormitory, a place bustling with people. However, the onlookers all believed that Yang Xingyun would win. After all, Li Jiayu had turned into a shrew and was speaking without thinking. Hep. Yang Xingyun sneered, then stepped in front of Qin Li's car. Before Qin Li could figure out the situation, Yang Xingyun continued speaking. This car is worth over 4 million. Even if you sell it, you wouldn't be able to get this price right. And look closely, this is the rich guy I've hooked up with. Yang Xingyun pointed at Qin Li, who was in the driver's seat. He is taller than your boyfriend, more handsome, and far wealthier than your boyfriend. So, I like to let him sleep with me. What business is it of yours? Boom. The crowd of onlookers erupted. Such a scene was incredibly vulgar and exciting. Some boys even wondered if the next step would be a physical fight. Thinking about it really made one blush. At that moment, Qin Li was. However, the crowd clearly overestimated Li Jiayu's combat ability. Every word Yang Xingyun said pierced deeply into her heart. Her mindset had completely collapsed. Thus, she turned and ran back to the dormitory looking for a place to cry. Yang Xingyun had completely won. Some onlookers even cheered for Yang Xingyun. Qin Li was somewhat taken aback by her performance, unsure of what to say. After the argument ended, Yang Xingyun seemed to revert to the little white rabbit in front of Qin Li. Qin Li swallowed hard and honestly replied, you did. Yang Xingyun felt a bit remorseful. She had indeed lost her composure in anger. What if Qin Li ended up disliking her because of this? She felt a bit flustered. But you performed very well. I really admire you, Qin Li said. That was truly impressive. Especially with the last sentence, Qin Li felt almost moved. Though he always knew Yang Xingyun was not easy to deal with, he realized he had underestimated her after witnessing it firsthand. He now wanted to ask himself, like Chen Shuo, how did he manage to make Yang Xingyun behave so well? Hearing Qin Li say this made Yang Xingyun breathe a sigh of relief, but she still explained, I usually don't act like this. Yeah, I know, Qin Li nodded and said, so I want to reward you. Reward me with what? Yang Xingyun, not being disliked by Qin Li would be a blessing, and now there was a reward. Go change your clothes and come down to go shopping with me, Qin Li said. Having seen such a great show, he was in high spirits. It was the perfect opportunity to try out the shopping card. Since she was at work, Yang Xingyun was dressed in professional attire. A women's suit, a professional skirt, and black stockings. This was not very suitable for shopping. Okay, you'll change right away, Yang Xingyun said without a second thought. She quickly walked towards the dormitory. In just over 10 minutes, Yang Xingyun came back down. Perhaps afraid that Qin Li would wait too long, she only changed her professional outfit. She switched to a light blue hoodie and a denim skirt. She didn't even take off her stockings. Joyfully carrying a small bag, she got into the car. Let's go, where are we headed? Qin Li had not paid much attention before, but perhaps he was just awakened by Yang Xingyun's insults. Now upon closer inspection, he found that her figure was indeed quite good, especially her legs long and straight. First let's go eat, then we'll head to Jinjiang International Trade Center, Qinli said as he started the car. Jinjiang International Trade Center is a renowned high-end department store. Many luxury brand products can be purchased there. After all, to use the crazy shopping card, it's most economical to spend $1 million at once within an hour, which yields more cash back. Otherwise, would they go to the snack street to shop? Qinli wouldn't be able to spend $1 million even if he tried. Qinli drove out from Jinjiang Financial University, glancing at the surroundings. Is there anything good to eat nearby? He asked. Yang Xingyan thought for a moment and said, do you like fish? If you do, there is a place nearby that serves double pepper fish, and it's quite delicious. Then let's have double pepper fish. Lead the way, Qinli replied decisively. Sure, Yang Xingyan agreed. The restaurant she mentioned was not far from the side gate of Jinjiang Financial University, so it only took them a few minutes to get there. Fo Yuan double pepper fish. Qinli glanced at the restaurant's name and almost burst out laughing. Seeing his strange expression, Yang Xingyan asked in confusion, what's wrong? Qinli pointed at the signboard and said, this place is a bit of a story, killing fish every day, yet believing in Buddhism. Yang Xingyan chuckled when she heard this. She had eaten here many times, but had never thought about this issue. Your thinking is always so peculiar, Yang Xingyan teased. Thank you for the compliment, Qinli laughed. Did he really take that as a compliment? Thick-skinned. Yang Xingyan's voice was low. She had grown used to being humble in front of Qinli. Even joking was something she dared not do. Yet she felt a sweetness in her heart. There was a sense of happiness in becoming a little woman. Let's go in and taste the fish with a Buddhist nature. Qinli teased again. Yang Xingyan nodded, smiling sweetly. They entered the restaurant and found that business was quite good. A young girl holding a menu approached them and welcomed them to sit down. Brother and sister, would you like double pepper fish? The young girl asked. Of course, what kind of fish do you have? Qinli inquired. We have flower mullet and white mullet. The flower mullet is 38 per jean and the white mullet is 28 per jean. Which one would you like? Although both flower mullet and white mullet are called mullet, there is a significant difference between the white and flower mullet, not only in appearance and color, but also in the quality of the meat. The flesh of the flower mullet is more delicious. So Qinli ordered the flower mullet without hesitation. Start with 3 jean of flower mullet medium spicy, and also 1 fruit platter, and a bottle of green tea at room temperature. After placing the order, Qinli turned to Yang Xingyan and asked, Old Yang, what do you want to drink? Hearing him call her Old Yang, Yang Xingyan secretly wanted to punch Qinli. After her imaginary punch, she said, I'll have orange juice, I guess. Qinli added a bit of vegetables to the order. The young girl nodded and then took the menu to the kitchen. Double pepper fish, as the name suggests, has chili and numbing pepper as its main seasonings. The way to eat it is similar to hot pot, but the fish is already processed and added inside. When the pot was served, a layer of green numbing pepper and red chili floated on top. The combination of red and green, along with a rich aroma. Qinli's appetite instantly surged. Yang Xingyan picked a tender piece of fish and placed it on Qinli's plate. Qinli glanced at her and praised, You are becoming more and more obedient. Yang Xingyan blushed slightly and said, Quick, try it and see how it tastes. Qinli picked it up and put it in his mouth. It was fragrant, spicy, and numbing. The fish's unique freshness combined with the spicy and numbing broth created one word: delightful. It's delicious, Qinli said, raising an eyebrow. Yang Xingyan felt relieved. Oh, she was genuinely worried that Qinli wouldn't adapt to the spicy flavor. In April in Jinjiang, the weather hadn't completely warmed up. It was still a bit cool in the evening. However, after a meal of double pepper fish, both of them were sweating slightly. Their bodies felt warm. Ding! Completed a meal with a stunning beauty. System reward 1 random draw. Would you like to draw now? Just as he put down his chopsticks, an electronic voice echoed in his mind, causing Qinli to pause. Is there even a reward for this? This double pepper fish was indeed delicious. He was just curious why the system rated Yang Xingyan as a stunning beauty. In fact, this was due to his subjective bias towards Yang Xingyan. She was already a campus beauty. She was just slightly less impressive than Tang Shuhan. Qinli silently selected yes. The big will reappeared in his mind. 10 million soft sister coins. A skill card. Host attribute value 1. A function card. Xiangqing Group shares. A piece of business. This time the big wheel was a bit different from the last, but it didn't affect Qinli's greed. The big wheel started spinning, and Qinli immediately shouted, Stop. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 30 of Xiangqing Group's shares. Relevant materials have been sent to the host's dormitory, and the host has become the second largest shareholder of Xiangqing Group. Gulp. Qinli stared in shock, swallowing hard. This gift was simply too generous. With Xiangqing Group's valuation around 30 billion, 30 of the shares amounted to nearly 10 billion in assets. Just when he was still contemplating achieving small goals with shopping carts, the system directly gave him 100 small goals. System prompt: all shares were acquired through normal channels. The host can hold them with peace of mind. However, the host currently does not have the right to sell the shares. This reward is the layout funds prepared by the system for the host, and the sale rights will be notified separately. Looking at this strange prompt, Qin Li felt a bit confused. No selling rights means that although the shares indeed belong to him, he cannot cash out. Layout funds. Perhaps it's for chasing girls. This should be one of the resources the system prepared for him to pursue Tang Xuan. But it was set up this way to prevent him from cashing out early. The system is really thoughtful. This move was perfect. Originally, Qin Li's strength was not even close to that of Tang Xiu, the chairman of Shangqing Group. However, this operation by the system instantly pushed him to a position where he could converse equally with Tang Xiu. Whether he could sell or not, Qin Li wasn't lacking money at the moment. What's wrong? Why are you in a daze? Yang Xingyun asked when she saw Qin Li lost in thought. Hearing her voice, Qin Li finally came back to his senses. Yet the joy on his face was hard to conceal. The woman he had always considered a materialistic girl turned out to be his lucky star. 10 billion. Even if he couldn't sell them for a lifetime, his worth would still be at least 10 billion. Thus, Qin Li looked at Yang Xingyun with delight and said, "Don't hold back tonight. Buy whatever you want later." Oh. Yang Xingyun didn't understand why he said this. "This is an order," Qin Li said somewhat imperiously. Yang Xingyun obediently nodded and added, "I actually don't really want to buy anything." "You'll find something while browsing," Qin Li said with a grin ruffling her hair and adding, "Be good, listen to daddy." Yang Xingyun didn't expect the sudden head pat, and her face flushed immediately. Hearing his words, she shot him a small glare, but nodded obediently. She was just thinking that if he was willing to spend money on her, did it mean he was starting to like her? After they had eaten and paid the bill, the two spent 150 yuan, which wasn't expensive at all, and Qin Li paid the bill happily. Then he drove Yang Xingyun straight to the International Trade Building. At that moment, Tang Xiuhua, who was having dinner at home, received a sudden phone call. "Hello? What? Someone is aggressively acquiring shares." "Are you sure? Find out who is maliciously acquiring the shares." Tang Xiuhua hung up the phone and then glanced at Tang Xuhan, who was silently eating at the dining table. He held 41 of the shares of Shangqing Group. Tang Xuhan held 10 of the shares of Shangqing Group. Together, their shares held controlling power. Therefore, he was not worried about losing his position as chairman. However, he was concerned that the changes in the board might affect the company's development. But seeing Tang Xuhan, who said nothing, he could only sigh quietly. Ever since he forced her into a blind date, the relationship between father and daughter had worsened. On the other side, Qin Li successfully arrived at the International Trade Tower with Yang Xingyun. The tower closed at 9 o'clock at night, and it was still early. They could stroll freely. Qin Li first took Yang Xingyun to the Louis Vuitton boutique. In the past, Qin Li did not have the money to visit such high-end stores. Just a few days ago, he was an ordinary rural college student. Even his tuition fees were paid through scholarships. But now everything was different. Not only did he want to browse, but he also had to spend 1 million within an hour. Fate is indeed a mysterious thing. The two of them first arrived at the jewelry section of Louis Vuitton. "Take a look, is there anything you like?" Qin Li smiled at Yang Xingyun. Yang Xingyun stood in front of the counter and looked at a bracelet. "Hello ma'am, this is our Idol Blossom series bracelet, made of 18K white gold set with 2008 karat FGWS diamonds. The iconic LV letters combined with Idol Blossom flowers reflect the free-spirited nature of our Louis Vuitton lady." The sales assistant noticed Yang Xingyun looking at the bracelet and hurriedly introduced it, then added, "Ma'am, if you like it, you can try it on." "Go ahead and try it on," Qin Li said with a smile. "All right, sir." The sales assistant did not judge him by appearances as she retrieved the bracelet after hearing Qin Li's words. "I'd rather not, it's too expensive," Yang Xingyun whispered to Qin Li. She had previously visited the International Trade Tower with friends, but with her financial situation, she naturally could not afford such luxury items. So when she heard she really had to try it on, she hesitated. Although her initial intention was indeed to marry into a wealthy family, she now did not want Qin Li to think she liked him only for his money. Women are truly contradictory. "Just be a bit more obedient later," Qin Li also whispered to her. Yang Xingyun replied. "Qin Li is such a jerk. Wasn't she obedient enough?" She had never been this obedient in front of her parents. Seeing the sales assistant had already taken out the bracelet, Yang Xingyun had no choice but to wear it. Yang Xingyun's skin was quite fair, and the white gold bracelet did indeed look beautiful on her. She thought it looked very beautiful herself. However, because her wrist was very slim, the bracelet was a bit loose. "Ma'am, the length of the bracelet is adjustable," the sales assistant said at the right moment. Qin Li looked at the bracelet's price, 55,000. Then he took out his bank card. "Adjust it and wrap it up." He needed to speed up. It had taken almost 10 minutes to buy a single bracelet. "Huh, did we just buy this?" Yang Xingyun said, a bit confused as it was over 50,000. "What else can we do?" Qin Li countered, then said, "Let's look at other things." The sales assistant didn't expect Qin Li to be so decisive, and her attitude became even more enthusiastic. "All right, sir, please see if there's anything else you like." Qin Li looked around the jewelry section again, pointing at a bracelet. This bracelet is also nice, come over and try it on. The bracelet he had his eye on was indeed very beautiful and also made of white gold. The diamonds on it were larger and more exquisite than those on the previous bracelet. But primarily Qin Li was attracted to its price 182,000. Yang Xingyun was still thinking about the bracelet and did not expect him to call her to try on the bracelet. Yang Xingyun obediently tried it on, and it looked great. Most importantly, wearing it gave a sense of luxury. Sir, ma'am, this is our diamond blossom bracelet. The sales assistant was about to introduce it. Qin Li shushed her and then smiled, saying, as long as it looks good, wrap it up. I'm in a hurry. The sales assistant replied. Yang Xingyun said, I already have that bracelet, this one is too expensive. Just change it up. Qin Li said, as if it were obvious. Next, Yang Xingyun looked at necklaces, picked a nice one, and Qin Li decisively swiped his card. Yang Xingyun truly liked these few pieces of jewelry. Especially the bracelet worth over 180,000, it was her favorite. Not because it was expensive, but because it was chosen for her by Qin Li. The meaning was more significant. However, coming back to reality, Yang Xingyun calculated in her heart. The total value of these jewelry items had surprisingly reached 35,000. That was too much. That's enough. Let's go look at bags now. Qin Li said. All right, sir, please follow me. The sales assistant eagerly led the way. She did not expect to encounter such a big client. Moreover, such a decisive big client. Yang Xingyun secretly tugged at Qin Li's shirt and whispered, Qin Li, let's check out other places. We've already spent a lot. Are you planning to support me? Are these enough to support you? Qin Li teased. Yang Xingyun nodded, and then added, and still have effed. Qin Li almost burst out laughing. He did not expect Yang Xingyun to have such a cute side. However, this also greatly improved Qin Li's impression of her. At least Yang Xingyun understood the concept of being content. Unlike those gold-digging women who were like vampires. Although Yang Xingyun advised him against it, Qin Li would not easily give up. On the surface, he was spending money, but in reality, he aimed to make money. So he still took Yang Xingyun to browse the leather goods section of Louis Vuitton. He bought Yang Xingyun a petite malle handbag and a shoulder bag. Then Qin Li bought himself a messenger bag. In total, they spent over 6,000 at Louis Vuitton, and Qin Li swiftly swiped his card. Then the two carried their bags and went to browse Dior's menswear. Qin Li bought a few long-sleeved hoodies and casual pants. Finally, they visited La Bene. With 6 minutes left before the hour was up, they finished their shopping. In the end, the total expenditure was 1084500, completing the task satisfactorily. Qin Li's hands were full of bags. He put them all in the trunk, and the two got into the car. Yang Xingyun was a bit silent. She estimated the value of what Qin Li had bought for her jewelry, bags, cosmetics. These added up to more than 9,000. At this time, Qin Li was very happy. When the system asked him whether to use the shopping spree card, he decisively chose yes. Ding. The host spent 1084500 within an hour, and using the shopping spree card will double the cashback on 1,000 of that amount. The random multiplier has been generated. Multiplier 64. The system has deposited 6400 into the host's postal bank card, ending in 6690. Please check. System prompt. All funds for this transaction are legitimate. You can spend with confidence. A full 64 million was credited. Although the small goal was not achieved, it was already enough to excite Qin Li. Shopping and making money. When did making money become so easy? Qin Li. Yang Xingyun paused thoughtfully before saying, I'll be good from now on. She said, her cheeks faintly flushed. Though she had once dreamed of marrying into wealth, seeing Qin Li spend so lavishly on her stirred a quiet unease within her. After all, compared to money, she now cherished Qin Li himself far more deeply. Really? Qin Li asked with a playful grin. In truth, he would have gladly given her the entire sum, over 1 million, without hesitation. Her conduct these past few days had exceeded even his highest expectations. Her obedience had grown so profound it nearly stirred a pang of guilt in him. Moreover, he genuinely owed her gratitude tonight. First, dinner had secured him shares worth billions, then shopping had yielded over 64 million in cashback. Yang Xingyun truly was his harbinger of fortune. Truly, she insisted, nodding earnestly when she saw his skepticism. Qin Li gently ruffled her hair and started the car. Yet with characteristic teasing he quipped, who would have imagined the fiercely proud, quick-tempered secretary Yang would ever grow so obedient? Ugh, I'm not like this with anyone else, she pouted, sulking. Tonight Yang Xingyun was decidedly uncharacteristic. Her sudden initiative left even Qin Li momentarily flustered. Yet just as quickly she burst into laughter. He glanced at her and asked, what's so funny? Didn't you say accompanying me shopping tonight was my reward? She laughed. Now I suddenly feel like dragging Li Jiayu out for another argument. Qin Li. He silently offered Li Jiayu his condolences. Qin Li, next time will you come with me to the snack street near our campus? She suggested. Let's skip Guomao Plaza. You shop like a whirlwind and my poor heart can barely keep up. We'll see. Depends on my mood, he replied, feigning aloofness. Arrogant show-off. Terrible scoundrel. Though her expression remained demure, Yang Xingyun was already muttering insults inwardly. Qin Li drove her back to the dormitory entrance. A quiet reluctance lingered in Yang Xingyun's heart, given his insufferable pride. Who knew when he'd accompany her shopping again? Tomorrow was Saturday, no work. At the thought of not seeing him, she felt none of the usual weekend joy. Give me your bank account number, Qin Li said, pulling the car to a stop. Yang Xingyun blinked in surprise. Why? I don't want money. How bold of you to assume that. This is an assignment, he retorted, exasperated. Oh. Submissively, she recited her bank details. Qin Li pulled out his phone, tapped a few times, and transferred 10 million yuan. Yang Xingyun stared blankly at the banking notification on her phone. Why did you transfer me so much? You study economics, don't you? Consider this 10 million entrusted to you. Invest it, manage it, do whatever you deem wise. I'm placing it under your care. The idea had struck him unexpectedly during their drive. In truth, Yang Xingyun's capabilities were exceptional, and having studied economics at China's top-tier financial university, she was undoubtedly a scholar. By entrusting her with 10 million, he intended to test her professional acumen. Should she prove herself capable, she would become one of his most trusted allies. In time, he would place far greater assets under her stewardship, helping her ascend to extraordinary heights. Though Yang Xingyun had not yet won his love, she had unquestionably earned his trust. Her performance today had been impeccable. Even if the 10 million were lost entirely, it would mean little. He could afford the loss. I feel overwhelmed, she hesitated. No whining. Act like a professional, not a timid girl. Qin Li teased, grinning. Yang Xingyun. Go on, he waved dismissively. Grabbed the packages from the trunk. Oh. Still reeling from the weight of 10 million, she gathered the bags and disappeared into the dormitory. Only then did Qin Li turn the car and depart. Back in her dorm, Yang Xingyun was immediately surrounded by her 3 roommates. Xingyun, we heard you argued with Li Jiayu. Did she bully you? A plump girl asked, concern etched across her face. Warmth bloomed in Yang Xingyun's chest at her friend's genuine care. I'm fine, don't worry. That's good. Wait, did you go shopping? Another roommate, short-haired and sharp-eyed, asked, noticing the armful of bags. Wow, LV handbag. And La Prairie cosmetics. Let me see. That bracelet. I spotted it at the LV boutique. It costs 180,000. Xingyun, did you rob a bank? No, I didn't, she replied. I went shopping with someone else, and all this was gifted to me. Seriously. Altogether, this must total several hundred thousand. I calculated. It's at least 900,000. Xingyun, did you get a boyfriend? Not exactly. I'm pursuing him, but he seems to enjoy teasing me. Is that even human logic? Teasing you with luxury gifts worth millions. I wish I got teased like that. Go for it, Xingyun. You're stunning and generously endowed. We fully support you. Yang Xingyun. Do you have a photo? Show us what this rich young master looks like. Yes. As it happened, Yang Xingyun did have a photo of Qin Li, one she'd secretly snapped while he wasn't looking. She pulled out her phone, opened her gallery, and smiled unconsciously at his image. Look, how handsome is my idol. Holy, the short-haired girl blurted, stunned. Where on earth did you find such a rare specimen? Handsome and wealthy. I'm utterly envious. I'd swap places with you in a heartbeat. Flattered, Yang Xingyun glowed inwardly. Xingyun, let's swear sisterhood, the plump girl suddenly declared, holding her phone. What's wrong? The short-haired girl asked. The plump girl handed her the phone. You see for yourself. No way, 10 million. She'd accidentally pressed the lock screen, and there still visible was the bank notification confirming the transfer. Yang Xingyun took back her phone. It's just something he entrusted me to manage. Honestly, I'm quite nervous. 10 million. I'd be nervous too. How on earth does one even spend that much? I meant to comfort Xingyun, but now we're the ones who need comforting. Exactly. Yang Xingyun sighed. Fine, tomorrow's Saturday. I'll treat you all to dinner. Deal? I want French cuisine. Seafood for me. After finally shooing her roommates away, Yang Xingyun lay in bed, and thinking of Qin Li found herself smiling again. He truly spends so freely on me. And he's entrusted me with 10 million. I must make it grow for him. A memory surfaced. Her smile deepened. Silently, she whispered in her heart, thank you, Li Jiayu. Indeed, had she not quarreled with Li Jiayu today, Qin Li would merely have dropped her off at school and departed. Meanwhile, Li Jiayu, still weeping in her dorm, sneezed. Saturday. After getting up, Qin Li organized the assignments his classmates had sent him over the past 2 days. This was the task assigned to him by Yang Yue. After organizing, he sent it to Yang Yue. She might not have had time to check WeChat, so she didn't reply. Qin Li didn't mind. After leaving the school, Qin Li drove his McLaren straight to Shuiyu Huaqing. With nothing planned for the day, he intended to check out the house that the system had rewarded him with. The house key was stored at the sales office. Thus, he drove straight to the sales office of Shuiyu Huaqing. Just as Qin Li parked the car and was about to enter, he noticed a familiar figure inside. It was none other than Yang Yue, who had just not replied to his message. However, there was now a bespectacled man beside her. Behind the man stood an elderly couple, both in their 50s. Qin Li speculated that his teacher was there to buy a wedding house. Was that man her fiancé? Were the two elders her parents? Was the goddess teacher getting married? Qin Li opened the door and heard the voice of the bespectacled man. Yue, I think this small 2-bedroom apartment is quite good. My career is just starting and I can't afford anything too nice. But this house is in a terrible location and it gets no sunlight. Yang Yue responded, somewhat dissatisfied. Then which one do you think is better? The man replied helplessly. Yang Yue pointed to another building and said, I think any apartment on the 15th floor or above in that building is great, plus it has 3 bedrooms. We can turn one of the guest rooms into a study, making it more comfortable to live in. But we can't afford such a nice house. The down payment alone is around 700 to 800, said a woman in her 50s behind the man. Hearing her words, Yang Yue replied helplessly, Auntie, I'm not just asking Ahui to pay for it alone. I will definitely help with the down payment too. The two families together can manage it. Then whose name will be on the house? The woman asked with a strange tone. Of course it will be under both our name. Yang Yue was momentarily stunned. Shouldn't a wedding house have both their names on it? Moreover, she was also contributing to the down payment and the mortgage. No way, we'd rather buy a small house that we can afford the down payment on, the woman said, crossing her arms. If you buy this house, you two will be living together, so of course you both have to pay the mortgage together, the woman stated matter-of-factly. Yang Yue was momentarily speechless upon hearing her words. The implication was that she had to pay the mortgage, but her name couldn't be on the title. What was the difference between that and renting? Was this the attitude towards marriage? Yang Yue had nothing to say, but directed her gaze towards her fiancé. Seeing the conflict between his mother and fiancé, the man looked troubled. After hesitating, he looked at Yang Yue and said, Yue, let's go with that small 2-bedroom apartment for now. We can buy a bigger one once our careers take off. Yang Yue understood his implication. It meant he didn't want her name on the title either. Buy a bigger one. Even if we buy a bigger one, won't my name still not be on it? Yang Yue looked at him with disappointment. What do you mean? We're providing the house for you to get married and isn't having a place to stay enough. The woman seemed infuriated, looking at Yang Yue with displeasure. You should say less. At that moment, the man in his 50s also spoke up. He looked at Yang Yue and said, Yang, at this stage, we certainly can't come up with that much money. Let's first buy a small 2-bedroom apartment. Later, when your careers are established, we won't care whose name is on it. What do you think? Yang Yue understood. This family was unified in their thoughts. In short, this house had nothing to do with her. Oh, it had to do with her. She had to help pay the mortgage. Qin Li had been listening to their conversation and was also speechless about this family. At this moment, a sales representative from the sales center finally noticed Qin Li, who had been standing at the door, and hurriedly greeted him. Sir, I apologize, we were busy over there. Are you here to view a house? The sales representative's voice was a bit loud, just enough to draw the attention of Yang Yue and the others, who were caught in a deadlock. Yang Yue turned around and was surprised to see her student. Hi, teacher Yang. Qin Li could only smile and greet her. Yang Yue forced a smile and asked Qin Li, are you here to buy a house? No, I'm here to pick something up, Qin Li replied. Yang Yue nodded, as she didn't think her student had the financial capability to buy a house at this moment. Sir, what are you here to pick up? The sales representative asked nearby. Oh, just some paperwork and the keys, Qin Li said as he took out his ID from his wallet and handed it to her, saying, this is my ID. The sales representative took it, looked it over, and exclaimed in surprise, you are Mr. Qin Li. Qin Li nodded and humorously replied, yeah, am I not even more handsome than my ID photo? The sales representative chuckled and nodded, you're quite handsome, but you look even more spirited in person. Qin Li laughed heartily and said, the prettier the salesperson, the more charming the words. The sales representative was amused by him, and encountering such a humorous client brightened her mood. Wait a moment, handsome, I'll go get your purchase documents and keys. All right, Qin Li nodded. After she left, he turned his attention back to the still deadlocked Yang Yue, and Qin Li pretended not to know anything and said, Teacher Yang, are you buying a house? No wonder you didn't reply to my message. Yang Yue nodded, and before she could speak, the man beside her asked, Yue, who is this? Qin Li noticed the man's hostility towards him, but didn't mind extending his hand and saying, oh, hello, I'm teacher Yang's student. Humph. The man snorted coldly, showing no intention of shaking Qin Li's hand. It seemed he had a big issue with Qin Li's comment about the lack of replies. Qin Li didn't feel awkward and naturally withdrew his hand. I didn't check my phone, let's talk when I get back, Yang Yue said to Qin Li, her mood not very high. Yang, it's not that I'm saying this, but as a teacher you should maintain a good distance with your students, especially male students, the woman said with a sarcastic tone. Was she implying that Yang Yue was being inappropriate? Yang Yue instantly wanted to retort, but with her student present, she ultimately held back. However, Qin Li spoke up, this lady. Grandma, don't misunderstand, my relationship with teacher Yang is purely that of a teacher and student. Teacher Yang is so beautiful, ooh, I can't match her. The woman, touched by the sensitive issue of age, angrily retorted, "Who are you calling grandma?" Qin Li, with a surprised look, said, "Should I call you Grandpa?" Then Qin Li looked her up and down and awkwardly added, "Sorry, I didn't notice earlier. I'm not very good at recognizing genders." Yang Yue almost burst out laughing upon hearing this. Qin Li was simply too funny. "You." The woman glared at Qin Li, wishing she could strangle him, then turned to Yang Yue and angrily said, "Yang, look at what kind of student you've taught." Yang Yue saw that the woman couldn't argue back against Qin Li and was now venting her anger at her. Her inner dissatisfaction grew even more so. She merely responded with a faint "oh" and ignored her. "Sir, madam, may I ask if you're still considering the property?" The sales agent, who had just shown Yang Yue and her party around, pressed politely. If they weren't going to proceed, she'd need to attend to other clients. Frankly, she hadn't held high hopes for this group's purchase from the start. Now their indecision was wasting her time, and her mood soured further. "We'll take that compact tugdrum," the woman declared curtly. "I refuse." Yang Yue's frustration erupted, no longer caring whether Qin Li stood nearby. "You have no say in the matter. I've decided we buy it." The woman spoke with unyielding authority. Yang Yue laughed, a sharp, bitter laugh born of fury. "I'm not even married into your family yet you already treat me like this. Here are your documents, sir." The sales assistant who'd fetched Qin Li's file returned. Qin Li accepted them, and the young woman found his easy charm endearing and added, "This property costs over 80 million yuan. I truly didn't expect someone so young to afford it." Qin Li glanced through the documents with a smile. "Well, some of us are simply precociously accomplished, and yet humble." The sales assistant recalled a popular internet phrase. "No, I'm deeply insecure," Qin Li replied, "which is why I'll need you to praise me often." She burst into unrestrained laughter. Yang Yue and the others stared stunned at the two exchanging banter. 80 million yuan. Who could possibly afford such a home? Yang Yue's fiancé paled slightly. Just moments earlier he'd shaken hands with Qin Li, then coldly withdrawn. Had he just offended him? People of such wealth usually wield immense influence. He tugged gently at Yang Yue's sleeve and whispered, "Yue, could you please speak with him later? Assure him not to hold the earlier incident against us. People like him, we simply cannot afford to offend." Hearing those words, Yang Yue felt all final traces of hope for her fiancé vanish. Weak-willed, incompetent, petty, and still clinging to his mother's apron strings. Us. He only ever used that word when convenience demanded it. Never, for instance, when discussing whose name would appear on the household registration. Yang Yue felt hollow, utterly unwilling to respond. "Finished reviewing. It's all very thorough. Thanks, beautiful." Qin Li closed the file and smiled at the sales assistant. "My pleasure, Mr. Tycoon. You're one of our most valued clients. Do remember to contact me for your next purchase." She waved cheerfully and departed. Qin Li turned to Yang Yue. "Teacher Yang, do you happen to be free?" She remained lost in her own despondency and blinked, momentarily disoriented by his voice. She merely gazed at him, dazed. "If you are free, would you accompany me to view the property?" "I'm terribly direction. Aren't you supposed to ask the sales assistant for directions? I don't even know the way." Yet she paused, then thought, "I've already given up on everything here. Might as well leave now." Without another word, she rose and walked out beside him. Her fiancé watched face, but he lacked the courage to follow or intervene. The older woman made to speak, but her son quietly restrained her. Qin Li caught it all in the rearview mirror as he closed the car door. That man was cowardice incarnate, beyond redemption. And so they stood frozen, watching the McLaren's tail lights recede into the distance. Seated beside him in the McLaren's passenger seat, Yang Yue remained subdued. Qin Li glanced at her and said gently, "Teacher Yang, not everyone is worthy of a lifetime commitment." She turned to him. "Then who is a, at the very least, capable, responsible, wise, witty, and having listed them, he added, Teacher Yang, may I tell you a story?" She remained silent. He began slowly. "Once there was a boy, small, slender, often bullied by his peers. One day his father bought him a remote-controlled toy car, but the bully spotted it. One seized it, took it home, and when questioned, the boy lied, claiming he'd lost it. His father punished him severely. Meanwhile, the bully brought the car home too. When asked where it came from, he lied again, saying he'd earned it by collecting scrap. His father praised him lavishly. At first, Teacher Yang listened passively, until she sensed the tale ran deeper than it seemed. She pondered, then asked, "Are you suggesting the boy shouldn't have been timid?" "No." Qin Li shook his head. "I mean, stealing what belongs to another can bring genuine joy." Yang Yue studied him, eyes glinting with quiet insight. "Qin Li, you're far too wicked. You're simply too innocent," he countered, returning her gaze. "If you were that toy car, you'd never choose the timid boy. He couldn't protect you." Her breath caught. His logic resonated deeply. Still she murmured, "Does timidity preclude happiness entirely?" "Not at all. That's why I called him a boy. As he grows, he'll gather strength. Learn to fight fiercely for what he cherishes. But your fiancé is no longer a boy. She understood, fully. He wasn't a child. Nor did he seem aware he needed to grow stronger. Profoundly moved, Yang Yue sighed deeply. Thank you, Qinli. Your story carries real wisdom. He pulled to a stop and grinned. We've arrived, please step out. She shot him a wry glance. You're no directionally challenged person. He hadn't misstepped once the entire drive, yet claimed otherwise to coax her along. Qinli laughed heartily. Does it matter? What matters is my intention succeeded. I invited you, and you came. That's enough. I invited you. You came. That's enough. She had no rebuttal. Indeed, she had come. Only utter disillusionment could have led her to accept his invitation, right before her fiancé's eyes. Did his pretext truly matter? He'd known. Exactly, she would follow. You're the most intelligent student I've ever met, she said, full of quiet admiration. Thank you for the compliment. And the most devious, she added, smiling faintly. Qinli responded with a radiant, disarmingly guileless smile. Thank you once again for the compliment. With the access card swiped, Qinli led Yang Yue into the building. Upon entering, Yang Yue noticed 2 elevators, but only one household on the first floor. She exclaimed in astonishment, is this a 2-elevator, 1 household layout? A large flat, also known as a flattened villa, is a new form of high-end housing. Of course, being comparable to a villa, the price is naturally steep. At least Yang Yue couldn't afford it. Qinli smiled. This system is truly extravagant. The two took the elevator and arrived at the 32nd floor. This was the top floor, which also had only 1 household. The door was keyless, utilizing a password lock. Additionally, the owner's fingerprint could be registered later for future unlocking. Qinli had already obtained the initial password for the house. After entering the password, the door opened. As soon as they stepped inside, the spacious view immediately drew an exclamation from Yang Yue. The large living room had walls lined with huge floor-to-ceiling glass windows, providing an exceedingly broad view. Moreover, the community was right next to People's Park, with extremely beautiful scenery. Qinli was also very satisfied with the location of this house. Is this what the homes of the wealthy look like? Yang Yue looked enviously at the unobstructed view outside and remarked. However, what made her even more envious was yet to come. The two took a general look around the house. This was a large flat with 5 rooms, 1 hall, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. For bedrooms, 1 study, 1 kitchen, and 1 common restroom. Each bedroom also had its own private bathroom. Furthermore, the master bedroom and 1 guest room were equipped with separate walk-in closets. I'm feeling a bit envious. This must be over 400 square meters, right? Yang Yue asked after finishing her tour. 450 square meters. Qinli was also extremely satisfied with this house. Living here must be incredibly comfortable. Moreover, this was a furnished house with all furniture included. It featured European-style decoration, and the furniture was very upscale. Come on, let's check out the rooftop, Qinli said with a smile to Yang Yue. Yang Yue replied curiously, what's so great about the rooftop? Qinli teased, you'll know once you come up. Yang Yue pouted. Today, she had witnessed the life of the after. The stairs leading to the rooftop were not outside but within the house. This indicated that the rooftop was also a private domain for the top floor owner. The two ascended to the rooftop. Yang Yue's mouth dropped open in surprise. Don't tell me this rooftop is also yours. Qinli smiled and nodded. Yang Yue's astonishment was not without reason, for the rooftop before her was simply extravagant. The rooftop was divided into 3 sections. One part was a garden blooming with colorful flowers. Another part was a leisure area with tables and chairs. At night, enjoying the night view while barbecuing in this area would be an absolute top-tier experience. The largest section was designed as an infinity pool. The azure water of the pool blended seamlessly with the endless scenery, creating a delightfully pleasing view. Not to mention, one could swim in it. The pool was controlled by a smart system. Water replacement, disinfection, heating, all were operated remotely. Furthermore, it could be linked to a smartphone for direct remote operation. Qinli, I think I want to kidnap you, Yang Yue said, gazing longingly at the massive infinity pool before her. She had truly realized just how extravagantly wealthy her student was. Of course, the kidnapping was just a joke, but it also indicated the huge impact this house had on Yang Yue. I can transfer the house to your name, Qinli said with a smile. Yang Yue shuddered at his words, turning to glance at him with a complex expression, saying, don't joke around. She already knew her student had ulterior motives. Naturally, she would not fall for it. Yet he was willing to offer an 80 million house just to woo her. This made Yang Yue think of her boyfriend. In the end, she could only sigh silently in her heart. If her boyfriend had shown even a hint of something she appreciated, she wouldn't have come with Qinli to look at houses. The wind on the rooftop was strong. Yang Yue brushed her wind-blown hair aside, and Qinli immediately caught a faint, alluring fragrance. This woman, it's not without reason that they say she's attractive. Every move she made exuded an enchanting charm. Let's go down and chat, Qinli said as he approached her. Chat about what? Let's discuss. Qinli pondered for a moment and replied, about employment issues. Yang Yue taught a course on university student employment guidance. Discussing employment should be quite normal, right? However, upon hearing Qin Li's words, Yang Yue shot him a glance. With the ability to live in a house worth over 80 million, would Qin Li have employment troubles? Nonetheless, the two eventually returned to the living room. There's no alcohol here, though I can only offer you water. Qin Li stood in front of the wine cabinet, looked inside, and since there was no wine, poured a cup of hot water. Then he placed it on the coffee table in front of Yang Yue. Even if there was wine, I wouldn't dare drink. Yang Yue remarked with an implication. She was worried about getting drunk and what he might do to her. Qin Li chuckled softly and sat on the sofa opposite her, saying that remark hurts our teacher-student relationship. Yang Yue looked at him earnestly and asked Qin Li, do you really consider me your teacher? Qin Li nodded and replied, of course, because you are my teacher. Yang Yue picked up her cup and looked out the window, saying, then let's just be teacher and student, all right? This was her definition of their relationship. She had to bring it up. She knew just how dangerous this student of hers was. That was a danger that could lead her to a point of no return. And the price of falling would undoubtedly be heavy. After a moment's thought, Qin Li nodded slightly. All right. Yang Yue didn't expect him to agree so readily. She looked at him with some skepticism. Yang Laosher, you don't need to look at me like that if you don't want to. No one can force you. Qin Li picked up the remote and pressed the sound system switch, and suddenly melodious music filled the air. Yang Yue relaxed, took a sip of hot water, and said, but still, thank you for helping me today. The story you told was quite meaningful. The story of the timid little boy and the bad child indeed left a deep impression on her. The sound system in the living room was quite good, with three-dimensional surround sound filling the room and calming the mind. Moreover, the volume of the music wasn't loud, so it didn't interfere with their conversation. Qin Li smiled, revealing a set of white teeth. You're welcome. Oh, I love helping others. Yang Yue also smiled, then raised her hand to check her watch. Qin, classmate, it's getting late. I should head back. Qin Li stood up and said, I'll see you off. Yang Yue set down her cup and stood up, refusing. No need. I can just grab a cab downstairs. Goodbye. Qin Li raised an eyebrow but didn't insist further. However, just as Yang Yue was about to open the door, Qin Li suddenly called out Yang Laosher. Yang Yue's heart skipped a beat, but she maintained a calm expression as she turned to ask, what is it? I need to take a business trip on Monday and wanted to inform you in advance. Qin Li said, for he had university student employment guidance on Monday while he needed to go to Mingzhou. Yang Yue seemed to let out a sigh of relief. Oh, she was genuinely afraid Qin Li would say something else. All right. Watching the door close, Qin Li sat back down on the sofa. He could see Yang Yue's wariness. Yang Yue had left. Only Qin Li remained in the vast living room. He took out his phone and opened the chat window with Qi Ryu. Qin Li, come see me. Qi Ryu received. Qin Li's command was concise, and Qi Ryu's reply equally so. In terms of execution, Qi Ryu truly deserved her position as manager of Qin Tang Security. Earlier, Qin Li had instructed Qin Tang Security to assign personnel to protect him personally. Qi Ryu, upon receiving the order, chose to carry it out herself, hence her swift arrival. 3 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Qin Li rose and opened the door. Standing there was a woman of striking poise, her hair cut neatly at ear level. General Manager Qi Ryu reporting for duty. Her voice rang out clear and upright. Qi Ryu had long known Qin Li inside and out. Yet this was the first time Qin Li laid eyes on her. Qin Li appraised his subordinate with a faint smile. Truly impressive. The word impressive was not reserved for men alone. It suited Qi Ryu perfectly at that moment. Her figure lean and dynamic, her bearing fiercely charismatic. Hearing praise from her employer, Qi Ryu's lips parted slightly, but years of stern discipline left her momentarily speechless. Sensing her discomfort, Qin Li broke the silence. First, come in. He settled back onto the sofa, while Qi Ryu stood rigidly before him, gaze unwavering. There are several matters I need you to arrange. First, assign personnel to protect Yang Yue. You know who his teacher was so alluring and beautiful. As a devoted student, safeguarding her posed no difficulty. As Qin Li's covert bodyguard, every move he made fell within Qi Ryu's meticulous awareness. She naturally knew who Yang Yue was. In fact, she had already deployed surveillance on Tang Shuhan and Yang Xingyun, and even conducted background checks on Su Yuanin. Even without explicit instruction, she would have stationed guards around Yang Yue. Every action taken by Qin Tang Security served one purpose: to serve Qin Li flawlessly. Though Qi Ryu privately found her employer's romantic promiscuity exasperating, her professional competence was unquestionably exceptional. Without hesitation, Qi Ryu replied, yes, sir. Qin Li nodded in quiet satisfaction. Second, have you made progress on the investigation I assigned? He referred, of course, to infiltrating the man who had sent flowers to Tang Shuhan and securing incriminating leverage against him. For someone who repeatedly wounded Tang Shuhan, Qin Li saw no reason to show mercy. Qi Ryu responded with unshakable resolve. Target successfully approached. Qin Li urged, accelerate the operation. Yes, sir. Now third. Qin Li exhaled deeply, reclining against the sofa with playful irony as he gazed at his solemn subordinate. Just now, I was rejected by a stunning teacher. I'm in a dreadful mood. Tell me a joke. Qi Ruyu. Asking the ever-stoic Qi Ruyu to tell a joke was harder than asking her to die. Though how the perfect life system achieved it remained unclear, Qi Ruyu's loyalty was beyond doubt. Loyalty, however, did not extend to comedic talent. I can't, Qi Ruyu admitted frankly. Qin Li feigned seriousness while inwardly teasing her. Go learn one, and I'll test you next time. He had anticipated her lack of humor, and thus devised another challenge. My shoulders ache. Come give them a massage. Each increasingly bizarre request drew a fresh line of sweat, visible only in her mind, across Qi Ruyu's brow. If tasked with an arm lock or shoulder throw against Qin Li, Qi Ruyu would be masterful. But therapeutic massage, she had never trained in it. She was a bodyguard, not a personal attendant. She nearly repeated, I can't, but then caught the darkening shadow in Qin Li's expression. A flicker of unease passed through her. After a brief silence, she reluctantly stepped behind him, her slender yet powerful hands hesitating before settling gently upon his shoulders. Almost immediately, Qin Li winced and grimaced. Qi Ruyu, are you trying to assassinate your boss? Her hands froze, her expression deepened into wounded resignation. This employer wasn't merely flirtatious. He was a tyrant who delighted in tormenting her. At that moment, she would rather face an assassin than stand before him. At least assassins wouldn't demand jokes or shoulder rubs. Yet years of rigorous training had forged in her an instinctive obedience to command. So Qi Ruyu softened her movements deliberately, repeating silently to herself, he is my employer, not my enemy. After prolonged mental rehearsal, her touch finally eased. And at last Qin Li felt the first genuine comfort of a proper massage. Having a compliant female subordinate was undeniably satisfying. His earlier frustration over Yang Yue's rejection began to fade. Truth be told, if she had surrendered to money, he would have been disappointed. Yet her refusal had been absolute. Still, a lingering irritation remained. Why had she turned a blind eye to his overwhelming masculine charm? Was he not handsome? Was he not tall? Was he not strikingly virile? Evidence suggested though wealth had not corrupted him, it had gradually warped his sensibilities. She massaged him for over half an hour, long enough that even Qi Ruyu's formidable stamina waned. Though mostly it was her spirit that grew weary. That's enough, said Qin Li, recognizing that massage lay at the very limit of Qi Ruyu's current capabilities. He had only meant to tease his stern subordinate, not humiliate her. Yet for Qi Ruyu this was humiliation. Relief washed over her as she lowered her aching arms upon hearing his dismissal. Deeply satisfied with Qi Ruyu's unwavering loyalty, Qin Li pulled out his phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to her account, without hesitation. Qin Tang Security Co., Ltd., had been granted by the system. Its standard operational expenses required no personal funding from Qin Li. Yet Qi Ruyu and her team were flesh and blood humans, not self-sustaining machines, and deserved due recognition. A reward for your service. Though your massage technique leaves much to be desired, Qin Li remarked with a gentle smile. Qi Ruyu's heart leapt at the unexpected bonus. Her employer might be devious and promiscuous, but he was also extraordinarily generous. Yet the moment he added that critique, her gratitude dissolved like mist. This was the textbook definition of biting the hand that fed you. Her boss was unequivocally a scoundrel, no further doubt needed. Now go. See to the tasks I've assigned, Qin Li waved dismissively. Yes, sir. Qi Ruyu saluted sharply and hurried away. She feared lingering a second longer, lest he conjure yet another absurd demand. Watching her retreat, Qin Li smirked, as if he were some terrifying specter. The weekend swiftly passed by in the blink of an eye. Qin Li chose not to stay in his own house during these 2 days, but returned to the school dormitory. After all, he was nearing graduation, and the time he could spend with his dog sons was limited. Therefore, he cherished his remaining college days. As for that comfortable and spacious new house, there would be plenty of time to live in it after graduation. So on Monday, he set off from school and drove to the airport. Today was the day he was going on a business trip with Tang Shuhan and Yang Xingyun. He parked the McLaren in the airport parking lot. Upon entering the airport, Qin Li was the first to see Tang Shuhan sitting on a sofa. Tang Shuhan was dressed casually today in white leisure pants and a white hoodie, with her brownish-yellow hair tucked under a light blue baseball cap. Her cap was pulled low, yet it couldn't hide her beauty. Xiaohanin, it's been 2 days, I've missed you so much, Qin Li said with a smile as he walked over. Hearing Qin Li's voice, Tang Shuhan raised her head and glanced at him helplessly. To be honest, she felt a bit empty after not seeing him for 2 days. However, upon seeing Qin Li's playful grin, she just wanted to hit him. Can't he just speak properly? Still calling her Xiaohanin. Who's Xiaohanin? Shall we go? Let's get the tickets and go through security, Qin Li said, eagerly pulling her suitcase. Xingyun hasn't arrived yet. Tang Shuhan glanced at him and replied, oh. Qin Li slapped his forehead, feigning realization, and said, right. and their secretary Yang. I almost thought this was our honeymoon trip. Tang Shuhan said helplessly, can you be more serious? Okay. Qin Li sat down next to her and changed the subject. I heard there's a large indoor ski resort in Mingzhu City. Interested in going together? Hearing Qin Li's words, Tang Shuhan was immediately surprised and asked, how did you know I like skiing? How did Qin Li know? Of course it was from the investigations of Qintang security. According to the feedback, every time Tang Shuhan went to a city with a ski resort, she would go skiing. However, there was no ski resort in Xinjiang, and this trip to Mingzhu was a great opportunity. But Qin Li certainly wouldn't say that. Instead, he feigned surprise and asked, really? You also like skiing? What a coincidence, let's go together. Tang Shuhan nodded and a hint of longing finally appeared on her face. I've loved skiing since I was a child, and I particularly enjoy the snow. When I stayed at my grandfather's house, I would always call him to play in the snow with me every time it snowed. Later, skiing became my favorite sport. Talking about her favorite sport, Tang Shuhan finally said more. Qin Li felt a surge of joy. It was truly not easy to get this proud and often closed-off beauty, so what to say more. Although I love skiing, I'm really bad at it. Aren't you bad too? Qin Li said. His skills were indeed poor since he had never skied before. His only few skiing experiences were from his childhood, sliding on the road with friends after it snowed. Such skills could hardly be described as poor. Qin Li mentioned his lack of skill just to play it safe, so he wouldn't be exposed later. I'm quite good, okay. Tang Shuhan said a bit proudly, I'll teach you then. This was exactly what Qin Li wanted to hear, and a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Just don't call me stupid later. Tang Shuhan wiggled her cute nose and said, that's hard to say. This proud attitude was indeed typical of Tang Shuhan. The current Tang Shuhan was completely different from the one in the company. In the office, she was calm, serious, and meticulous. But now Qin Li finally saw another side of her. Playful, cute, innocent like a little girl. Qin Li truly hoped she would always remain this way. Regarding the sexy goddess Yang Yue, he felt more possessiveness. But for Tang Shuhan, the more he understood her, the more he liked her, and the more he liked her, the more he felt heartache. She just wanted to pursue her own happiness. What was wrong with that? Sorry I'm late. At this moment, Yang Xingyun finally arrived, hurriedly pulling her suitcase. Perhaps the previous topic piqued Tang Shuhan's interest, so she smiled slightly and got up, saying, it's okay, we just arrived. Let's go. Yang Xingyun nodded, then secretly glanced at Qin Li standing beside them. Her male god looked quite handsome today. Tang Shuhan walked ahead, and naturally Qin Li was the one pulling her suitcase. Qin Li followed Yang Xingyun behind her. He whispered to Yang Xingyun, why are you late? Yang Xingyun, feeling pleased yet a bit resentful, whispered back, it's rush hour, but it's so hard to get a taxi. Qin Li nodded and whispered to her, next time daddy will buy you a car. If getting a taxi is hard, then is there a more direct way to show affection? Thus Yang Xingyun felt moved again. Her gaze towards Qin Li was filled with admiration. Taking advantage of the time during security check, she secretly leaned on Qin Li's shoulder and whispered sweetly, thank you, daddy. The ticklish feeling near her ear made Qin Li's heart flutter. He almost couldn't hold back from doing something at the airport, shot her a glare, and hurriedly grabbed both suitcases to catch up with Tang Shuhan. Yang Xingyun secretly smiled, feeling joyful as she followed behind. President Tang led the business trip, so of course, she booked first-class tickets. After waiting for half an hour in the VIP lounge, the three of them successfully boarded the plane. With a strong sensation of acceleration, the plane took off smoothly. After stowing their luggage, Qin Li and Tang Shuhan sat in two adjacent seats. Yang Xingyun sat across the aisle on the other side. Hello, beautiful. Fanbingchen, nice to meet you. Sitting next to Yang Xingyun was a young man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, a rare attire for someone so young. Seeing such a beautiful girl sitting beside him, he smiled and extended his right hand. Yang Xingyun chuckled and pointed to Qin Li across the aisle, saying, I can't, my boyfriend won't be happy. Fan Bingchen turned his head to glance over and said, but your boyfriend is sitting with another beauty. That's my boyfriend's cousin. Yang Xingyun replied. All right, your boyfriend is really lucky. Fan Bingchen politely nodded, then quietly closed his eyes, no longer speaking. There was no entanglement as she had imagined. Yang Xingyun found him quite graceful. She turned her head to glance at Qin Li again. But her male god was absolutely the most handsome. He looked so radiant when he smiled, so mischievous when he bullied others, and so commanding when he was affectionate. Yang Xingyun looked down at her chest. She recalled her roommate telling her, you have a big chest, win him over. She pouted her red lips and smiled secretly. I'm not small at all. It's time to pursue her own happiness. Qin Li, of course, had no idea she was thinking about winning him over. After chatting with Tang Shuhan for a bit, he closed his eyes to rest. Being young, they would feel sleepy waking up so early. Thus, the three of them chose to take a nap. 2 hours later, the plane successfully arrived at Pearl Airport. Stepping out of the airport, a 5-seater Rolls-Royce Cullinan had been waiting for a long time. Tang Shuhan and Yang Xingyun took their seats in the back, while Qin Li placed the three of their luggage in the trunk. Just as Qin Li finished loading the luggage and was about to get in the car, a young man in a Zhongshan suit walked over. It was Fan Bingchen, who had struck up a conversation with Yang Xingyun on the plane. "Hello, buddy, I'm Fan Bingchen," he said with a smile, extending his hand. Qin Li felt somewhat puzzled, but still reached out to shake his hand. "Hello, I'm Qin Li." After the handshake, Fan Bingchen praised, "Bro, I admire you. Your girlfriend is truly beautiful." Hearing this, Qin Li was a bit confused. He hadn't seen Fan Bingchen chatting with Yang Xingyun on the plane, so he asked, somewhat bewildered, "Which one are you talking about?" Fan Bingchen was immediately baffled. "The one in the car." "Oh, that one." Qin Li nodded and added, "Which one in the car?" Qin Li genuinely did not know who he was referring to. Fan Bingchen, speechless, asked with a strange expression, "Isn't the other one your cousin?" Qin Li finally understood. He must be talking about Yang Xingyun. After all, only that big fool would think that Tang Shuhan was his cousin. "Oh," Qin Li replied nonchalantly, "what can I do for you?" Upon hearing this question, Fan Bingchen's face turned slightly red. Does your cousin have a boyfriend yet?" Qin Li replied. "So you're trying to hit on Yang Xingyun and now have your sights on Tang Shuhan. And you actually want to be my cousin's husband? Sorry, bro, but she's also my girlfriend, and the cousin thing was just a lie to fool you." Qin Li looked at him disdainfully. "With your looks, you dare to try and steal my girl. Are you even as handsome as me?" Fan Bingchen's face grew somewhat ugly as he asked, "Is that true?" Qin Li nodded and said, "More real than pearls." "Her too, eh?" Fan Bingchen immediately scoffed, "What a dog of a man." Qin Li, unfazed, replied somewhat smugly, "Are you envious? Want me to teach you a few tricks?" Upon hearing that Qin Li was going to teach him, Fan Bingchen, who was about to turn and leave, involuntarily swallowed hard. He couldn't help but feel envy. Both Tang Shuhan and Yang Xingyun were exceptionally beautiful, and if he could have two such women at once, he would laugh so hard in his dreams. "Really?" Fan Bingchen asked with a glimmer in his eyes. "Really?" Qin Li replied decisively, then pointed at the Rolls-Royce Cullinan behind them, saying, "That Maserati can be your tuition fee." Qin Li had already noticed the white Maserati parked behind the Cullinan. Moreover, the driver of that car had been staring at Fan Bingchen. If nothing unexpected happened, that car was there to pick him up. Besides, if it weren't to trick him, Qin Li wouldn't waste so many words with him. "Are you robbing me?" Fan Bingchen was startled and said, "That Maserati MC20 is top tier. I spent nearly 3 million to get it back then." "I'm just borrowing your car," Qin Li said honestly. "I can tell you're not short on money. If you want to learn the skills, don't be so stingy." Fan Bingchen seemed to remember something and asked, "Can you really help me with women?" "Of course I can." "Alright, I do have a tricky situation. Let's add each other on WeChat, and I'll find you later. If you can help me with her, I'll transfer that car to you right away." Fan Bingchen said seriously. "Sure." Qin Li replied, pulling out his phone, and they added each other on WeChat. "Bye, bro." Qin Li waved at him and got into the Cullinan. As soon as Qin Li got in the car, he found that the driver was a woman. Before he could greet her, Tang Shuhan, sitting in the back, spoke up. "Why so slow? What were you talking about with that guy?" "Huh. This beautiful girl is quite curious." Qin Li chuckled and replied, "He thinks my girlfriend is beautiful, so he came to ask me for advice." Tang Shuhan thought he was talking about her and tilted her head to look out the window, uttering 2 words, "Boring." However, Yang Xingyun knew Fan Bingchen and understood he was referring to her. She playfully winked at Qin Li, which earned him a look that said, "You little vixen, don't get too carried away." 30 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan stopped at the entrance of the Pearl Shangri-La Hotel. The female driver was a staff member from Xiangqing Group responsible for receiving them, and she had already booked rooms for Tang Shuhan and the others. Leading them up to the 55th floor luxury suite corridor, they proceeded to check in. Tang Shuhan had the prestigious suite, while Qin Li and Yang Xingyun were assigned a deluxe double room. At this moment, the disparity in social status was strikingly obvious. After all, did the two secretaries really think they could stay in the same caliber of room as the president? Qin Li took out a card and handed it to the female driver, saying, "Excuse me, could you please help me upgrade Secretary Yang to the same suite as President Tang? And they should be 3 adjacent rooms. I'm paying for it myself." Yang Xingyun looked at him sweetly. Although she thought staying in the deluxe double room was already quite good, she prioritized the arrangement made by her handsome guy. The female driver was somewhat surprised by Qin Li's request and glanced at Tang Shuhan beside her. Seeing Qin Li's act, Tang Shuhan was not surprised. Instead, she smiled subtly. This rascal wouldn't take any loss. Tang Shuhan nodded at the female driver to indicate her agreement, but said, "Just follow the normal company travel expense protocol." Upon hearing Tang Shuhan's words, Qin Li laughed cheerfully and unceremoniously put the card away. Then he lowered his head, leaning in somewhat discreetly to whisper in Tang Shuhan's ear, "I just wanted to be a bit closer to you." The warm breath made Tang Shuhan feel a ticklish sensation, and her cheeks flushed. Although they weren't in the same city or hotel, she recalled that unforgettable night. "Stop it." Tang Shuhan, unable to stand such intimacy, took a step to the side. Yet despite her rejection, her tone was somewhat bashful. Seeing Tang Shihan's flushed face, Qin Li felt quite satisfied. He had learned this tactic from Yang Xingyun, and he didn't expect it to be so effective. Thus Qin Li unabashedly praised himself. Hey, learning and applying it, I'm truly a good student. Only he didn't see that Yang Xingyun had been watching him the whole time. Their actions had been seen by her. After checking in, the three successfully moved into 3 adjacent prestigious. Inside the suite, the living amenities were all available, and most importantly, the area was spacious, nearly 120 square meters. The wide floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the bustling Pearl scenery. While Qin Li was busy looking around his room, Yang Xingyun suddenly walked in and casually closed the door behind her. Faced with Qin Li's teasing, Yang Xingyun remained silent. She quietly walked over and tightly embraced him. Yang Xingyun's enchanting figure nestled in his arms left Qin Li somewhat at a loss. However, Qin Li sensed that something was amiss with Yang Xingyun's emotions. Qin Li. Yang Xingyun softly called his name, leaning on his shoulder. What's wrong? Qin Li asked. Hold me tight. Yang Xingyun tightened her grip on Qin Li's arm. The two of them pressed even closer together, causing Qin Li to gasp. He could hardly contain himself. Nonetheless, Qin Li indeed sensed something was off in her tone. Thus he refrained from teasing her further, let alone bullying her. Instead, he obediently held her tighter. They embraced for over 10 minutes, and only then did Yang Xingyun slowly release her arms, yet she did not leave his embrace. Feeling the sensation below, Yang Xingyun blushed and said, naughty boy. Qin Li understood why she said that, but when it rains it pours. He couldn't help himself. However, seeing her eyes also reddened, he asked, what's wrong? You seemed fine just now. Yang Xingyun looked up into his eyes, and after a moment whispered, you're not related to... Hearing her words, Qin Li's body stiffened. After a moment of reflection, he began to understand. She must have seen him teasing Tang Shihan earlier. That was why she guessed he was deceiving her. He had long known that this matter couldn't be hidden for too long, and he had never made a deliberate effort to cover it up. Including the truth he shared with Fan Bingchen this morning. He felt that even if Yang Xingyun found out, he had enough confidence to keep her under control. So what if she knew? But now seeing Yang Xingyun's tearful eyes, Qin Li's heart melted. He regretted his previous arrogance. Qin Li lowered his head and asked her, do you love me? I do. Yang Xingyun replied without hesitation. She raised her hand to brush aside a strand of hair from her forehead and slowly said, I have always thought I was the most beautiful and outstanding. I was always first in school. Many pursued me during school, but I never agreed because I felt they weren't worthy of me. Later I met you, and at first I thought you were very handsome and sunny, but a bit foolish. Saying this, Yang Xingyun couldn't help but chuckle. Qin Li's lips curved into a smile as he recalled the times he pretended to be foolish to tease her. To be honest, when I saw your sports car, I thought about marrying you because I have my vanity. Although I was the best in my studies, I secretly envied those wealthy girls in school. I envied how they could wear the prettiest clothes and the most beautiful jewelry, envied how they could buy whatever they wanted. So I treated you well even if I had to endure grievances. But later I really fell for you. I admire your confidence. Even in front of a group of executives, you can still be charming. I also love your carefree spirit. In fact, I started to like it when you bullied me, that domineering demeanor. Qin Li, I love you. As Yang Xingyun said this, she stood on her tiptoes and gently moved closer to Qin Li. Qin Li did not shy away. Her heartfelt words deeply moved him. Yang Xingyun quickly withdrew after that. Then her tears fell like raindrops. I love you. But I want to withdraw, she said. Because I know you like Tang, and she is more outstanding than I am. You still want to meet that female streamer? I should have known that. You are such a heartless bad boy. After finishing her words, Yang Xingyun slowly pushed Qin Li away, leaving his embrace. It felt empty. Qin Li felt as if a part of his heart was empty too. So he didn't hesitate to pull her back into his arms again. This time he held her even tighter than before. I won't allow it, Qin Li said somewhat domineeringly. Ding. System task activated. Win back a girl who loves you. Task reward, Xingyun Investment and Financial Consulting Company. Hearing the voice in his mind, Qin Li didn't expect to trigger a system task. At that moment, he only felt that if he lost this obedient girl, he might never see her again. Be good, okay? Qin Li said while holding her. This time, however, Yang Xingyun did not obey like before. She struggled in his arms and shook her head. She could endure any bullying from Qin Li, but she could not bear to share her boyfriend with others. She had always been a strong-willed girl. Right now, she just wanted to tell Qin Li before it ended that she truly liked him, without leaving any regrets. Seeing her resolute attitude, Qin Li steeled his heart and picked her up in a princess carry, then headed straight for the bedroom. Yang Xingyun wanted to struggle upon seeing this, but after thinking about it, she gave up. Since he wanted it, let him have it. But this would be the first and last time. Carrying Yang Xingyun to the edge of the bed, Qin Li released her, throwing her onto the bed. Then he pounced on her. Yang Xingyun lay on the bed, closing her eyes. But after waiting for a while, Qin Li did not move. Just as she wanted to turn around, she suddenly felt a slap on a certain part of her body, which hurt a lot. Then Qin Li's voice rang out. Are you going to listen? Yang Xingyun turned her head and looked at him with a wronged expression. Seeing that she said nothing, Qin Li hit her again. Are you going to listen? Yang Xingyun only felt pain, even a bit numb. When Qin Li raised his hand again, she hurriedly nodded. If she didn't nod, this brat would really hurt her. Only then did Qin Li lower his hand. You're really bad, Yang Xingyun said, feeling aggrieved. Qin Li gently held her little head and said seriously, I can't bear to part with you. This was the first time Yang Xingyun heard him say something similar to liking her, and she reached out her arms to embrace him, saying, I can't bear to part with you either. This afternoon I'll help you take a leave of absence. Qin Li looked at her and said, but you mustn't run away. Big bad boy. After saying this, Yang Xingyun once again bestowed her sweet kiss. Qin Li also actively kissed her back. However, he knew that the thorn in Yang Xingyun's heart had not yet disappeared. He still needed to put in more effort. The two of them kept being affectionate until noon. Then Qin Li carried Yang Xingyun back to her room and asked the hotel for some red flower oil. Under Yang Xingyun's shy and annoyed gaze, he applied the medicine for her. At noon, during lunch with Tang Shuhan, Qin Li helped Yang Xingyun take a leave of absence. The reason was that she felt unwell and had some discomfort adjusting to the local environment. Tang Shuhan even went to check on Yang Xingyun in her room. However, she found it a bit strange since Yang Xingyun had been lying on the bed, her face flushed. No matter what she asked, Yang Xingyun was evasive. In the afternoon, Qin Li accompanied Tang Shuhan to the branch of Xiangqing Group located in Mingzhu City. The main purpose of this afternoon was to discuss advertising cooperation with various enterprises in Mingzhu City. Although Fein Live has the backing of Xiangqing Group, it still has a way to go for its true rise. Besides gifts and tips, seeking advertising partnerships is another way for Fein Live to generate profit. Such matters generally fall under the purview of the marketing department, and the director Wang Yin would be more than capable of handling them. However, seeing the president of Fein Live personally attending left the representatives from various enterprises quite astonished. Moreover, Tang Shuhan is an absolute beauty, which made the negotiations proceed very smoothly. With Yang Xingyun absent, Qin Li also took on the responsibilities of a secretary. He handled everything impeccably in terms of hospitality and paperwork. The discussions continued until evening. A preliminary cooperation framework began to take shape, though more contract details would need to be negotiated later. This was not something that could be wrapped up in one afternoon. Once everything concluded, the lights started to shine brightly. Tang Shuhan declined the invitation from the partners to have dinner together and got into that Rolls-Royce Cullinan. I'm so tired. Tang Shuhan stretched lazily. It had not been an easy afternoon for her. With Yang Xingyun absent, Qin Li sat in the back seat. Hearing this, Qin Li suggested, come, let me give you a massage. Tang Shuhan glanced at him warily. Don't give me that look, oh, I am a professional. Qin Li rubbed his hands together confidently. Tang Shuhan truly felt discomfort in her shoulders, but she was still a bit wary of Qin Li. This guy had quite the audacity. It's just a massage. Otherwise, he'll throw you out of the car, Tang Shuhan warned him. Qin Li smirked, thinking, can you really throw me out? Don't worry, I guarantee with my integrity that you can just enjoy it. After hearing his words, Tang Shuhan turned slightly to present her back to him. When Qin Li's hands landed on Tang Shuhan's shoulders, the front seat female driver thoughtfully raised the partition between the front and back seats, enclosing the back into a private space. What a considerate subordinate. Unlike skiing, Qin Li's massage skills were no exaggeration. He had been practicing massage techniques since childhood, having tricked countless amounts of pocket money from his mother. Thus, his skills were definitely up to par. At first, Tang Shuhan tensed up, as apart from that one night, she had never had this kind of contact with a guy. However, with Qin Li's massage, she found it genuinely comfortable and her body gradually relaxed. Looking at the night scene passing by the car window, her shoulders reveled in Qin Li's massage. Tang Shuhan pursed her red lips and said contentedly, this is what a secretary should do. Qin Li replied, just showing off, huh? Qin Li deliberately increased the pressure a bit, and Tang Shuhan let out a soft hum. However, it felt even more comfortable than before. So she continued, little secretary, please maintain this pressure. Qin Li felt insulted by the beautiful girl. After more than 30 minutes, the car returned to the Shangri-La Hotel. After Qin Li's massage, Tang Shuhan felt completely relaxed and lethargic, not wanting to move at all. Just as she was about to ask Qin Li to stop, she realized his hands had moved beyond her shoulders, and his fingertips were already touching her softness. Tang Shuhan quickly pulled his hand away. She glared at him and said, I knew you wouldn't behave yourself. Qin Li chuckled, recalling the lovely and slippery sensation, and sheepishly said, one can slip up just like a horse can stumble. Oomph. Tang Shuhan got up and exited the car. Qin Li followed her out. Tang Shuhan ordered dinner, having it delivered to her room. She felt completely relaxed now and just wanted to eat and rest well. As for Qin Li, she certainly wouldn't allow him into her room. This guy is far too skilled at taking advantage of situations. The little streamer Su Yuani knew that Qin Li was coming to Mingzhu today, so she messaged him asking if he wanted to have dinner together. However, Qin Li declined, saying that they could discuss it another day. He had something very important to do today. After taking a shower and changing his clothes in his room, he headed straight to Yang Xingyan's room. Yang Xingyan opened the door and Qinli smiled as he asked, "Is your rear feeling better?" Yang Xingyan pulled him into the room and once again threw herself into his embrace. She adored the feeling of being held by Qinli. "You big bad guy, you can't hit so hard next time." She had been in pain for quite a long time, and she was just starting to feel better now. "Got it, next time I'll go easy on you," Qinli said, laughing as he held her. Yang Xingyan rolled her eyes playfully at him, but then she smiled. "I really enjoy it like this now." Yang Xingyan took a deep sniff of his scent and continued, "It's a pity that this big bad guy belongs to someone else." "All right." Qinli didn't want to continue this topic and switched to another, saying, "Change your clothes, daddy will take you out to eat." Yang Xingyan asked curiously. Qinli patted her back and smiled. "You'll know when you get there." Yang Xingyan obediently went to change clothes, and before closing the door to the bedroom, she pretended to be fierce and said, "You mustn't peek." Qinli sat on the living room sofa with a mischievous smile, saying, "I've already seen it all." When he helped her apply medicine in the morning, he had already seen everything. Now thinking back on it, he felt a bit flustered. Yang Xingyan also recalled that scene, snorted, and promptly closed the door. A few minutes later, Yang Xingyan came out in her new clothes. Unlike in the morning, she was not wearing a skirt or stockings, but had changed into a pair of pants. After all, it was still a bit chilly to go out at night in April. On top, she wore a pink hoodie with cartoon patterns. "So cute," Qinli praised. "Hee hee." Yang Xingyan smiled happily, sitting on his lap and asking, "Big bad guy, which do you prefer, this style or the professional outfit?" "I like you wearing this outside the bed and that inside the bed," Qinli shamelessly replied. "You really?" Knowing that Qinli liked her, she became more proactive and enjoyed joking with him even more. She relished the way. "Let's go, it's time to eat," Qinli said, pulling her hand. "All right." The two of them held hands and went downstairs. Naturally, Qinli would not use the Rolls-Royce Cullinan from Xiangqing Group for their outing. Otherwise, how would he pursue Tang Shuhan if she found out? However, this also made him decide that he should separate Yang Xingyan from Tang Shuhan sooner rather than later. If things continued like this, trouble would inevitably arise. Yang Xingyan, so obedient and compliant, almost left him, and the issues still hadn't been resolved, let alone the strong-willed and proud Tang Shuhan. As for giving up one for the other, sorry, Qinli never considered that. Zhang Lifan had foresight because he sensed early on that Qinli would become a scoundrel. However, Qinli dismissed this notion. A scoundrel. Scoundrels toy with others' feelings, but I want it all. It's not the same, right? I'm an extraordinary good man. As the night deepened, the bright Pearl City remained ablaze with lights. In this bustling metropolis known as the Magic City, the nights were never truly dark. Although the development of Jinjing City in recent years has been commendable, it still pales in comparison to the top-tier cities like Pearl City. Qinli was seated in the back of a Rolls-Royce Phantom with Yang Xingyan heading to their dining destination. He couldn't possibly use the Cullinan, nor did he opt for the rental service provided by Shangri-La. This Phantom was rented by Qinli earlier that afternoon, and naturally Qi Ryu, who was responsible for ensuring Qinli's safety, had also come to Pearl City. Inside the car was the Rolls-Royce's signature starlit headliner, while outside the enchanting night view of Pearl City swept by. Yang Xingyan nestled into Qinli's arms, feeling somewhat intoxicated. Her lingering doubts about Qinli's flirtatious nature inexplicably began to fade away. She enjoyed his company too much, which made her even more afraid of losing him. Yang Xingyan glanced up at Qinli's profile. Her idol still looked incredibly handsome. Mwah. She took the initiative to plant a kiss on him. Qinli smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair. Since realizing he couldn't bear to let her go, his thoughts were solely focused on how to keep her by his side. Yang Xingyan's heartfelt confession deeply moved him. He couldn't allow his life to have regrets. Even if he permitted it, the system wouldn't. After all, he was a man destined for a perfect life. Nearly 40 minutes later, the car finally arrived at their destination. "Let's get out," Qinli said as he held Yang Xingyan's hand. Qi Ryu, who was filling in as the driver, kindly opened the rear door. As soon as they stepped out, Yang Xingyan exclaimed in delight. Their vehicle had parked right beneath the Pearl Tower of Pearl City. The Pearl Tower was the iconic structure of the city, and it looked even more beautiful at night. The lights sparkled, reaching into the sky. "Let's go," Qinli said, taking her hand as they walked towards the Pearl Tower. Yang Xingyan hesitantly asked, "Are we dining at the Pearl Tower?" "Of course," Qinli replied while walking. "I want to give you something unique." Yang Xingyan's heart swelled with joy as she quickened her pace to keep up with him, taking the elevator to the top of the Pearl Tower, the revolving restaurant. This restaurant was designed within the pink sphere of the middle upper section of the Pearl Tower, soaring 273 meters high. While dining, the pink sphere spun, offering a breathtaking view of the Pearl nightscape, creating a romantic atmosphere. Yang Xingyan ran to the edge of the sphere, marveling at the distant twinkling lights, exclaiming, "It's so beautiful." After taking in the view, she looked around in surprise and asked, "Are there no other customers here?" Why are we the only two? In the entire restaurant, it was just Qin Li and Yang Xingyun. Because I booked the whole place, it now belongs only to the two of us. To secure this restaurant, Qin Li spent over 800,000, which was also something he arranged for Qi Ryu to do earlier. Everything was to keep this girl who loved him deeply. Upon hearing this, Yang Xingyun's eyes reddened. She had never experienced such romance before. Compared to Qin Li, the so-called romance from the boys pursuing her seemed utterly lacking, especially since the one before her was the boy she liked. You can't cry, the carpet here is very expensive, Qin Li teased. You're mean, Yang Xingyun said, burying her face into his embrace. Then I'll just wipe my tears on you. Stop crying, let's eat, I'm hungry, Qin Li said, breaking the romantic mood. Yang Xingyun shot him a glare, saying, you big bad guy, can't you let me enjoy a little romance? Though she said this, she still stepped back from Qin Li's embrace. They moved to a spot at the edge of the sphere where the view was even better. Qin Li snapped his fingers, and a waiter approached with a tablet. Nowadays, many places allowed ordering. Qin Li handed the tablet to Yang Xingyun, but she waved her hand, saying, I don't know what's good you order. Qin Li wasn't too sure either, but he had done his homework that afternoon. Everything was to make tonight even more perfect. So picking up the tablet, he adeptly ordered signature drunken crab Shanghai-style fish face, wasabi shrimp, grilled South American prawns, French snails, matcha cake, 2 portions of sirloin steak, and a serving of Russian borscht. Qin Li ordered all signature dishes, but of course they had to have some wine tonight. He handed the tablet back to the waiter and added, we'll have a bottle of 82 Lafite. It needs to breathe for at least 2 hours, so bring us a decanted bottle to drink in the meantime. Understood, sir. Please wait a moment. The waiter nodded and retreated. Seeing how smoothly he ordered, Yang Xingyun pouted and asked, have you been here with other girls before? Shoo. Qin Li placed a finger to his lips, winking as he whispered, I found all this information online. Keep your voice down, we don't want anyone to know we are country bumpkins. Yang Xingyun couldn't help but giggle, covering her mouth, then shot him a playful glare. Qin Li even showed her his search history on his phone. Indeed, the search history was very detailed. What to order when taking a girlfriend to Pearl Tower for dinner. What are the signature dishes at Pearl Tower? How to create romance at Pearl Tower for my girlfriend. What if she gets emotional and wants to sleep with me? Should I use Durex or Okamoto? Upon seeing the last 2 entries, Yang Xingyun's face turned bright red. You big bad guy. However, knowing he regarded her as his girlfriend and had gone through so much effort for her made her genuinely touched. Soon dishes began to arrive one after another. Accompanied by the charming night view outside and the boy she liked sitting across from her, Yang Xingyun felt thoroughly satisfied with the meal. Even before the Lafite was fully decanted, her heart was already intoxicated. The two shared their meal, exchanging sweet nothings with Qin Li, always managing to make her laugh. But just as they were enjoying their meal, suddenly the lights in the entire restaurant went out. A melodious violin tune began to play. Yang Xingyun felt no fear, only anticipation and emotion. She knew this was also a surprise prepared by her idol for her. 10 seconds later, the lights came back on. The floor of the restaurant was now covered with red rose petals. Accompanied by the soothing music, Qin Li knelt on one knee. He held up a ring, the diamond shimmering brilliantly. Xingyun, I like you, stay with me. I am very clear about what I want. I can control a gold digger, but I cannot control a girl who loves me. All I can give you is love and affection now and in the future. Will you stay with me? Otherwise, I won't know who to tease anymore. Listening to his heartfelt yet playful confession, Yang Xingyun couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Everything tonight was beyond her expectations, yet it filled her heart with joy. She had never dared to dream of a moment like this. So when it arrived, she felt somewhat breathless from the overwhelming emotion. As for everything else, Yang Xingyun no longer wanted to think. She reveled in Qin Li's affection. That was enough for her. Help me put it on. Yang Xingyun extended her slender fingers, speaking with a hint of playfulness. Seeing this, Qin Li felt happy, as well, smiling as he slipped the ring onto the middle finger of her right hand. Though this wasn't an engagement ring, it was a token of their bond. Watching him place the ring on her finger, Yang Xingyun instantly leaped into his arms. She then whispered with a hint of tears in her voice near Qin Li's ear, I want to use Okamoto. As the voice echoed in his ears, Qin Li nearly lost all self-restraint. How had he never noticed before how exquisitely this little enchantress could entice? We haven't even tasted our Lafite yet. Then let's take it back and drink it, Yang Xingyun murmured, nestling against him and twisting her body playfully. I'm full. All right. Patience exhausted. No further restraint was either possible or desirable. Qin Li seized her hand and strode swiftly toward the elevator. Moments later, they were speeding back to the Shangri-La Hotel. I'll go shower, Yang Xingyun whispered, her gaze hazy as she brushed a tender kiss against his lips. Qin Li nodded silently. The moment she vanished into the bathroom, he hurried to inspect the drawer beside the bed. A 5-star hotel naturally stocked everything one might require. Yet after a thorough search, he found no box of Ganbam. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he pondered briefly, then pulled out his phone. Qin Li, deliver 1 box of Ganbam immediately. Qi Ryu, I want to kill you. At first Qi Ryu had no idea what Ganbam was, until she looked it up and instantly broke into cold sweat. That wretched boss expected her, their chief executive assistant, to procure that for him. Qin Li transferring 1,000 yuan. Qi Ryu delivered in 10 minutes. Swallowing her pride for the sake of payment, Qi Ryu relented. She couldn't very well murder her own employer. True to form, Qi Ryu's efficiency remained impeccable. 10 minutes later, while Yang Xingyun was still bathing, she arrived at the door. Without a flicker of expression, she slid a tightly sealed black plastic bag through the narrow gap beneath the door and vanished just as quickly. All preparations complete. Only the final spark remained. Half an hour later, Yang Xingyun emerged from the shower wrapped in a towel, her cheeks flushed with delicate rose. My turn to wash. Qin Li moved far more swiftly. 6 or 7 minutes sufficed. Then, heaven and earth bore witness. The bridal chamber welcomed its guests, and the sweet crisp crunch of rock sugar filled the air. Ding! System quest activated. Win back a girl who loves you. Reward Xingyun Investment Financial Advisory Co. Ltd. Quest completed. Legal documents have been deposited at the front desk of the Shangri-La Hotel in Mingzhu City. Please collect them promptly. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully engaged in amicable interaction with an exceptional beauty. Reward physical endurance 5, acquired the innate bedchamber aptitude skill. Qin Li hadn't anticipated 2 rewards, the first being an investment firm named after Yang Xingyun herself, a fact he'd long known. But the second stunned him utterly. So his physical endurance had been so low that it required this method to improve. How devious the system truly was. And that peculiar innate bedchamber aptitude that he admitted he genuinely needed. At that very moment, he felt his entire body surge anew with vibrant, uncontainable strength. Thus, he sounded the clarion call of battle once more. Dawn broke the next morning. Qin Li awoke, first completed his daily login, and reviewed his attributes. Host Qin Li, appearance 85, physical endurance 79, intelligence 92, emotional intelligence 94, skills master level, combat professional grade, driving unfaltering, sobriety, innate bedchamber aptitude. Indeed, his physical endurance had risen from 74 to 79. Yet after last night's repeated exertions, only a single increment appeared. Did he need to seek another partner to advance further? System, just how mischievous are you? You wicked man. Yang Xingyun stirred awake, saw Qin Li lost in thought, and clung to him tightly. Her silken skin pressed against him, arousing him anew. Feeling his stirring intent, she quickly pleaded for mercy. Qin Li chuckled softly and yielded. After all, it had been her first time. Last night's performance had already surpassed all expectations. Husband, she nestled closer, whispering the words sweetly, then paused, hesitated, and added, I want to resign. Why? Qin Li asked. Because you're such a flirtatious scoundrel, she teased, giving him a gentle pinch. Though Yang Xingyun had accepted Qin Li's roving affections as fact, the thought of watching him flirt openly with Tang Shuhan, even in her presence, still unsettled her. But don't worry, I'll never leave you. You are my dearest husband, she murmured, voice soft as silk. Qin Li's heart swelled. This girl had given him everything she possessed. Qin Li held her close and said, I have a gift for you. Go get dressed. Huh? She blinked, surprised. She hadn't expected another gift. Qin Li urged gently, hurry, get dressed. The hotel staff will deliver it shortly. Oh, okay. Obediently, she slipped into her clothes. The gift he referred to, of course, was the system-bestowed Xingyun Investment Financial Advisory Co. Ltd., a detail he'd already confirmed with the system. The company belonged jointly to Qin Li and Yang Xingyun. Using the suite's landline, he called reception and requested the deposited documents be brought up immediately. Soon a soft knock sounded at the door. Qin Li opened it, whereupon a bellhop handed him a sealed file envelope. What is it? Let me see. Yang Xingyun could hardly contain her excitement. Though walking still felt awkward, she lunged forward the moment the envelope appeared. Easy, slow down. Qin Li rushed to steady her, handing over the envelope. Must you be so curious? He asked, half amused, half resigned. Pouting adorably, Yang Xingyun took the envelope and declared, anything from my hero must be extraordinary. Without delay, she tore it open. Inside lay standard corporate registration papers and ownership verification documents. The moment she read the name Xingyun Investment Financial Advisory Co. Ltd., she fell speechless. When she finally saw the clause confirming joint ownership, tears spilled freely once more. Why are you so? She felt as though she'd experienced more profound emotion in these 2 days than in her entire life. Because I am your husband, Qin Li replied, grinning. Yang Xingyun burst into laughter, then set the envelope aside. Is my hero still up for more? Qin Li sensed what was coming, swallowed hard, and nodded. Yang Xingyun went utterly wild, revealing astonishing stamina utterly disproportionate to her slender frame. Had Qin Li not possessed the system-granted innate bedchamber aptitude, he might well have succumbed prematurely. Thank the system, it saved my life. Yang Xingyun ultimately resigned, and it was she who brought it up to Tang Shuhan. Tang Shuhan felt a bit strange. Ever since arriving in Mingzhu City, Yang Xingyun first suffered from physical discomfort, and now she simply resigned. However, after asking Yang Xingyun for quite a while, she could not get any answers and finally had to give up. Seeing Yang Xingyun's resolute attitude, she could only agree. Then Yang Xingyun resigned and directly bought a ticket to return to Jinjing City. Qin Li personally saw her onto the plane, and the two naturally indulged in affection at the airport. Only after watching her board the plane did Qin Li take the Cullinan directly to the branch of Xiangqing Group in Mingzhu City. He was supposed to send Yang Xingyun off, but Tang Shuhan had already gone to the company ahead of him. Upon arriving at the company and entering yesterday's conference room, Qin Li immediately felt that the atmosphere today was somewhat different. It was a bit heavy and awkward. The number of people in the conference room was the same as yesterday. However, Tang Shuhan's expression was very cold like ice. Qin Li curiously scanned the office. Then he saw someone across from Tang Shuhan. Across from Tang Shuhan sat a well-dressed fat man who was not a business partner. He was Wei Shirquan, the marketing director of Xiangqing Film and Television Co., Ltd., a young master with a profound background who sent Tang Shuhan roses every day. Qin Li had carefully reviewed his information, so he quickly recognized him. He did not expect this fat man to be so persistent, actually chasing her to Mingzhu. Qin Li's gaze also turned cold. He could sense that since Tang Shuhan arrived in Mingzhu City, she seemed to have relaxed a lot. She had become more innocent and cute, even her shy and angry expressions had increased significantly. But now with the arrival of this fat man, she returned to her aloofness. At this moment her back was straight enough to show how unsettled she was. Wei Shirquan did not speak, merely smilingly stared at Tang Shuhan. He had already stated that he came here today solely for Tang Shuhan, having nothing to do with others. However, Wei Shirquan was quite famous in the film industry, and many present were somewhat aware of his background. His presence was clearly for flirting, so who else dared to talk contracts recklessly? Even if they wanted to talk, Tang Shuhan was not in the mood. Thus Qin Li clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Dear business partners, today we at Xiangqing Group have some matters to attend to. As for the contract, let's discuss it in detail tomorrow. Rest assured, we at Fein Live are still very sincere about cooperating with everyone. My apologies. No problem, no problem. Then we'll come back tomorrow. Tang Zong, see you tomorrow. Seeing a way out, the heads of the various enterprises hurriedly left. This way neither side would offend the other, which was the best outcome for them. In business, it's all about interests. Who would want to offend others for no reason? Once everyone left, the conference room was left with only Tang Shuhan, Qin Li, Wei Shirquan, and a bodyguard standing behind him. Wei Shirquan's face was quite fleshy, his small eyes squinting as he looked at Qin Li. You are quite impressive, Wei Shirquan said to Qin Li. Qin Li smiled, pulled out a chair, and sat very close to Tang Shuhan. This brought her some comfort. At least she was not fighting alone. After sitting down, Qin Li raised his eyebrows and said, I also think I'm quite impressed. Seeing him sitting next to Tang Shuhan, Wei Shirquan tapped the table with his fingers and said, however, the most important thing in being a person is to have self-awareness. Oh, don't ruin your whole life because of some foolish fantasies. This was Wei Shirquan's blatant threat to Qin Li. Qin Li understood, and so did Tang Shuhan. Tang Shuhan coldly glared at him and said, Wei Shirquan, don't go too far. Is there? Tang Zong, I'm just looking out for this little brother so he doesn't get taken advantage of in society in the future, Wei Shirquan said somewhat hypocritically. Then there's no need for Wei Xiao to worry. Qin Li retorted sharply, to be honest, when it comes to self-awareness, it seems that I'm not the only one lacking. I've always been curious as to why Xiao Henin wouldn't agree to you. I imagine if a woman were to bring me a bouquet of flowers every morning, as long as she wasn't too ugly, I'd definitely be touched. But after I actually met you, I realized some people look even worse than I imagined. Wei Xiao, may I ask who gave you the courage to pursue such a beautiful girl as Xiao Henin? Was it Liang Jingru? Each time Qin Li spoke, Wei Shirquan's smile faded a bit more. By the time Qin Li finished, his face was already filled with gloom. He hated it most when others called him fat, and even more when they called him ugly. Although the truth was indeed so. Tang Shuhan felt relieved. Qin Li's words were truly sharp. However, if it was directed at Wei Shirquan, she definitely had no objections. The long-suppressed feelings in her heart were finally released a bit with Qin Li's words. But after venting, she felt a bit worried for Qin Li. After all, Wei Shirquan was not a kind-hearted person. I've encountered a few people with mouths as sharp as yours, but they are all disabled now. Wei Shirquan said grimly. Qin Li was somewhat surprised and said, Wei Xiao, you're too kind, right? Wei Shirquan. Tang Shuhan. Qin Li put on a mentor-like demeanor and said, if I met someone with a mouth as sharp as mine, I would definitely chop him into pieces. Especially the mouth, it must be minced, and then his tongue should be pulled out to feed the dogs. Then mix the rest of the meat scraps into cement and stir it, and once the cement hardens, find a fake license van to sink him into the Huangpu River. No one would know. Wei Shirquan, I'm threatening you. Can you show some respect? How can you be even more ruthless than me? Are you out of your mind? Wei Shirquan took a deep breath. He felt extremely insulted. He waved his hand to the bodyguard behind him. Go let the little brother experience what cruelty is. Tang Shuhan immediately slammed the table and stood up saying, Wei Shirquan, you are going too far. Do you think our Tang family is just a soft persimmon for you to squeeze? After Tang Shuhan finished speaking, Wei Shirquan didn't have time to respond. Qin Li pulled her arm and said, go play aside. This is a man's matter. Why are you butting in? Wei Shirquan, seeing how he spoke to Tang Shuhan, had his flesh quivering. Hurry up, I can't take it anymore. Wei Shirquan urged his bodyguard, glaring fiercely at Qin Li. This dog is truly too sharp-tongued. He had never seen such a sharp-tongued person in his life. Seeing his boss command the bodyguard standing behind Wei Shirquan finally made a move. He was a strong man, standing a full 9 meters tall with bronze skin and bulging muscles. He looked very imposing. This imposing bodyguard, resembling an iron tower, instilled fear merely by standing there. However, Wei Shirquan knew that his new bodyguard was not just intimidating in size. Recently, he had dominated the underground boxing arena with his impressive skills overwhelming all challengers, truly a human tank. He was then spotted by Wei Shirquan, who had a penchant for underground fights, and in the end Wei Shirquan spared no expense to acquire him. Wei Shirquan was a plump man, and quite an ungraceful one at that. Thus he needed this external force to feel secure. Although Qin Li was also around 6 feet tall, he was no match for this iron tower in terms of physique. Moreover, Qin Li was sitting down. As this iron tower stood before Qin Li, the latter maintained a relaxed demeanor, yet Wei Shirquan couldn't help but envision the pitiful sight of Qin Li begging him shortly. That was when he enjoyed himself the most. Qin Li looked up at the iron tower and asked, hello, what is your name? Wei Shirquan nearly burst out laughing. Come on, is this how elementary school students make friends? Tang Shuhan was also speechless, but she nervously clenched her phone and prepared to make a call. However, before she could dial, a deep voice resonated. My name is Wang Taizhu. The iron tower actually started chatting with him. Tang Shuhan was stunned and Wei Shirquan was dumbfounded. What are you doing? Making friends. Handle him. What the hell are you doing? Wei Shirquan urged impatiently. Yet Qin Li paid him no mind and continued, Wang Taizhu, how old are you? 31. The iron tower. Wang Taizhu answered honestly. Tang Shuhan. Wei Shirquan. Qin Li responded with an O and asked, at your age, do you have a girl you like? At that moment, Qin Li resembled an elder giving advice. Yet Wang Taizhu seemed to listen attentively. A tinge of red appeared on his bronze face as he replied in his deep voice, yes, there is someone. Tell me about her. Qin Li inquired with interest, then added, lower your stance, it's uncomfortable for me to look up. All right. Wang Taizhu complied, and to the astonished expressions of Tang Shuhan and Wei Shirquan, he knelt down on one knee. Thus he knelt before Qin Li. Wei Shirquan felt as if he were witnessing a ghost. Seeing that the man was now lower than him, Qin Li nodded in satisfaction. Tell me, who do you like? Let me tell you, you are too dark-skinned to chase after someone too beautiful. Qin Li continued, indirectly criticizing, don't be like some fatso who dreams of a beautiful girl. Wei Shirquan felt insulted once more. Wang Taizhu hurriedly waved his hand and said, I like Xiaotsue. We grew up together and I work hard just to go home and marry her. Only then did Qin Li nod and ask with concern, how is your work coming along? Hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Wang Taizhu's previously dazed eyes. Yet his voice remained dull and deep. It's basically finished. All right, I understand. Stand aside. Qin Li waved his hand, and Wang Taizhu obediently stood up behind him. Then Qin Li looked at the dazed Tang Shuhan and the incredulous Wei Shirquan. What are you two doing? What the hell are you doing? Wei Shirquan's double chin quivered. Today he truly felt like he had seen a ghost. Making friends, Qin Li said, as if it were obvious. Wang Taizhu is now my good friend. Wei Shirquan was internally collapsing. Did I hire a bodyguard with a hefty sum just for you to make friends? Wei Shirquan glanced at Wang Taizhu behind Qin Li, feeling frustrated. Come here. Wang Taizhu remained motionless. Tang Shuhan was also somewhat confused, but she put her phone down. Although the situation was strange, Qin Li should be safe now. Qin Li looked at Wei Shirquan, smirking contemptuously as he crossed his legs. Taizhu, as a friend, can you? Wang Taizhu immediately stepped forward, his voice deep sure. Then Qin Li's gaze turned to Wei Shirquan. Wei Shirquan felt like crying. Can someone please explain why all of this is happening? He was feeling utterly wronged. Having played around for so long, it was time to wrap things up. Qin Li lost interest, and his eyes returned to their cold demeanor. Taizhu, take him away. Yes. Wang Taizhu executed the order without hesitation, stepping forward to grab Wei Shirquan. Although Wei Shirquan was heavy, he was effortlessly carried out of the conference room. The conference room fell silent. Only Tang Shuhan and Qin Li remained. How did you do that? After a while, Tang Shuhan asked curiously. Qin Li chuckled, standing in front of her, and said, making friends, didn't you see? Tang Shuhan rolled her eyes at him and asked, hurry up and tell me. Actually, Wang Taizhu has always been my person. I just had him guarding Wei Shirquan. Qin Li spoke honestly. Wang Taizhu was indeed his man, or more accurately, he was from Qin Tang Security. The peculiar counting video that Qi Ruyu sent to Qin Li included Wang Taizhu. Seeing Wang Taizhu today, Qin Li recognized him at once. Just now, when Qin Li asked him how is your work coming along, Wang Taizhu's response of it's basically finished indicated that he had already grasped some leverage over Wei Shirquan. That was why Qin Li had no reservations about letting him take Wei Shirquan away. As for Wang Taizhu knowing Qin Li, that was even simpler. Everyone at Qin Tang Security had reviewed Qin Li's information numerous times. How could he not recognize his own boss? He wasn't a complete fool. Hearing this, Tang Shuhuan was filled with astonishment. When did you arrange this? Qin Li patted her hair and said, when I wanted to protect you. From now on, no one can bully you. No one can make you sad. No one can make you drown your sorrows at night. They all can't. Qin Li caressed her hair as if making a promise. Thank you. Tang Shuhuan leaned wearily on the table, feeling a bit teary. Today, finally, someone could see through her strength and was willing to protect her from harm. With your future husband, no need to be polite, Qin Li said with a smile. With a little sunshine, he blossomed, and Tang Shuhuan adorably wrinkled her nose. You did well today, keep it up. Upon hearing this, Qin Li immediately saluted. Yes, I promised to complete the task. Tang Shuhuan couldn't help but laugh at his serious demeanor. At that moment, the sunlight was just right, and the flowers were in full bloom. Qin Li stood on the street, the midday sun a bit too hot. What do you want to eat? Qin Li said helplessly, I'm almost getting sunburned. A man with a tan looks healthier. Tang Shuhuan smiled back as she turned, looking particularly happy since finishing the meeting earlier in the morning. At first, Qin Li was pleased for her, and when she suggested going shopping, he agreed without hesitation. But who would have thought that her idea of shopping was just walking down the street? It was the kind of shopping where you don't go into any stores, just stroll along the road. It was already noon, and they still hadn't eaten. Qin Li's stomach was growling with hunger. Moreover, the sun was really strong today. Did you secretly put on sunscreen? Qin Li looked at her suspiciously. Other women are afraid of getting tanned, why isn't she? Tang Shuhuan waved her hand and said, No, I'm naturally beautiful and can't get tanned. Why are you a big man so afraid of getting dark? Qin Li smiled and said, Isn't it because I'm afraid you won't like me? How could that be? Tang Shuhuan pinched his nose playfully, her eyes sparkling with laughter. Even if you were pale, I wouldn't like you. Feeling she had successfully teased Qin Li, she burst into laughter before he could respond. Qin Li, this woman is completely abnormal. But this also shows just how oppressed she was before. However, at this moment, Qin Li's stomach felt even more oppressed. I want to eat meat, Qin Li protested. This time, Tang Shuhuan didn't refuse him, pulling his arm and pointing excitedly at a nearby restaurant, saying, Let's go eat that, shall we? Qin Li followed her finger and saw a red sign hanging above the shop emblazoned with a large M. Qin Li instantly felt a dark cloud over his head. Sister, are you really this excited about eating McDonald's? Hey, I want to go eat, you're coming with me. Tang Shuhuan said with a hint of a pout. Qin Li used to think she was very aloof, strong, and proud. But now he felt as if he had raised a daughter who would never grow up. Tang Shuhuan, do you have a split personality? Let's go, I want fried chicken. Qin Li pulled her towards McDonald's. Now, no matter what they eat, they had to fill their stomachs first. As they entered the McDonald's, Qin Li initially planned to order some chicken wings and legs. But he didn't even need to order. Tang Shuhuan pulled out a card from her pocket and slapped it on the counter. Then she pointed at the menu on the lightboard. I want one of everything on the menu. Qin Li. The cashier was somewhat incredulous. She had never encountered such a way of ordering and hesitated to ask again. One of all of them. Yes, Tang Shuhuan nodded and added, including drinks, one of each. Should I pack it? The cashier asked, thinking if it was for takeout it might be understandable since maybe she had a big family. Eat here, Tang Shuhuan said without hesitation. At this moment, all the other customers were stunned by Tang Shuhuan's presence, secretly guessing. How could such a beautiful girl be so silly? Is there anything else you want to order? At that moment, Tang Shuhuan nudged Qin Li with her arm. You've ordered everything, what else can I ask for? Feeling the gaze of the onlookers shifting towards him, Qin Li slowly raised a hand to cover his face. Then he mumbled a few words from behind his fingers. That's enough to eat. Oh, then I'll go find a seat and wait for you to bring it over. Tang Shuhuan said and walked away. Qin Li looked up and saw everyone in line staring at him. Even with his thick skin, he felt a bit uncomfortable. He forced a laugh and said, My girlfriend has a big appetite, a really big appetite. But inside he was crying. How could Tang Shuhuan, someone so concerned about her image, do something like this? It's all Wei Shirquan's fault. I must give him a beating. Qin Li silently swore. In the end, he endured the strange looks from around him and made several trips to carry all the plates. The entire large table was filled with what Tang Shuhuan ordered. There were more than 10 types of hamburgers along with various fries, fried chicken, sodas, desserts, salads, and fruits. It would be a miracle if the two of them could finish this. If Wei Shirquan, that fat guy, came to eat, it would be another story. But Tang Shahan didn't seem worried at all. Looking at the table full of food, she smiled contentedly. Then she picked up a cheeseburger and took a bite. After finishing it, she put down the cheeseburger and picked up a spicy. She only took a bite of that too. Qinli felt he couldn't eat anymore. Until he picked up a fry, dipped it in ketchup, and put it in his mouth. Tang Shahan's eyes suddenly turned a bit misty. Since I was little, my dad never let me eat these, but now I want to eat them and I want to try every single one. Qinli sighed internally. This child, just how oppressed has she been before? He reached out to pat her head, comforting her, and said, "Good girl, the things your dad won't let you eat, Qin dad will let you eat." Hearing this, Tang Shahan shot him a glare. Qinli instantly felt a chill run down his spine. He realized that this silly girl was his boss, the proud and aloof CEO. Qinli had gotten too into character. Of course, it was mainly because Tang Shahan played the fool so convincingly. "Eat up, Tang Zong, please enjoy your meal." Qinli quickly grabbed a fish burger she hadn't tried yet and stuffed it into her hand. Tang Shahan then snorted lightly and continued to enjoy her food. Qinli could only play the role of the servant attending to Tang Zong. While eating some of the food, she had taken a bite of, swallowing his tears mixed with the food. While eating, he silently muttered, "Wei Shirquan truly deserves to die." In the end, Tang Shahan didn't try every single item as there was just too much. Following the principle of not wasting, Qinli still packed up the leftovers. Wei Shirquan was already under Wang Taiyi's control, so Qinli secretly handed the packed items to Qi Ryu, instructing her to take them back for Wei Shirquan to eat, and especially emphasized that he shouldn't leave a single bite. Let Wei Shirquan have a hearty meal too. After finishing lunch, perhaps the oppression in Tang Shahan's heart had finally been mostly relieved. She slowly became more normal. Qinli called for the Rolls-Royce Cullinan again, and the two of them sat in the car back to the Shangri-La Hotel. Qinli quietly sat in the back seat with her. "Let's rest for 2 hours in the hotel, then we'll go skiing in the afternoon," Tang Shahan said, feeling a bit stuffed. Qinli. Without a response, Tang Shahan gave him a strange look and asked, "Why aren't you speaking?" "What should I say? I don't dare to speak. How do I know if you are a fool now or the domineering CEO? What if I say the wrong thing?" Qinli felt like he was now like the Zizan Bao from a Chinese Odyssey, encountering a female patient with a split personality. During the day, she is the gentle Zixia, and at night, she is the violent Qingxia. So in the end, Qinli just silently nodded. "You are the boss, as well, follow your lead. Sai Wei Shirquan truly deserves to die." At 3 in the afternoon, the two arrived at the indoor ski resort in Mingzhu City, Hokkaido. Tang Shahan appeared somewhat excited, her love for skiing rivaling Qinli's affection for beautiful women. As the personal secretary, it was naturally his responsibility to buy the tickets. The ski resort offered several types of tickets: 1 hour, 2 hours, and unlimited time. Qinli decisively purchased 2 unlimited adult tickets. What a joke, did he lack money? Scanning the QR code to pay, the 2 tickets cost less than 400 yuan. Then the two registered and exchanged their tickets for cards, filling in their personal information. The identity details were merely name, height, shoe size, and the like. While filling in the information, Qinli glanced over at Tang Shahan and felt somewhat disappointed. Why wasn't there a section for measurements? This ski resort was not professional at all. If the person in charge of the Hokkaido ski resort heard Qinli's remark about their professionalism, he would surely spit out a mouthful of blood. The total area of their ski resort is 1.0 square meters, making it the largest in Asia. Not professional. After finishing the information, the two went to the second floor to collect their keys and ski outfits, changing into their ski gear before returning to the first floor. They took their snow boots and snowboards. Finally, wearing the snow boots and grabbing the ski poles, the two successfully entered the venue. Seeing the snow-covered ski resort, Qinli felt a bit dizzy. However, Tang Shahan was quite excited. "Let's go," she said, and with a push of her ski pole, she glided out. Qinli tried to imitate her, but ended up not moving an inch. Damn it, how could she be so unsupportive? He then stepped onto the snowboard like a clumsy duck, moving forward 1 step at a time. Nearby, many children were skiing, and seeing his awkward movements, they began to laugh at him. "That little fat kid, yes, you come here." Qinli waved at a chubby little boy. The little fat kid skied over and asked, "What do you want?" "I have 100 yuan, you take me for a ride." Qinli struggled to pull out 100 yuan from his inner pocket. This was the only cash he had. The little fat kid's eyes lit up and he eagerly took the money and asked, "How do I take you?" "Like this, you stand in front of me, and I'll squat behind you holding onto your clothes. Just ski hard, and it will work," Qinli directed. "Okay," the little fat kid readily agreed after pocketing the money. Qinli awkwardly moved behind him holding onto his clothes and added, "If you can't ski, I won't pay. Also no farting." The little fat kid nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'm strong." "All right, go, go, go." Qinli squatted down, shouting with some anticipation. The little fat kid pushed off with his ski pole, and indeed, he was quite strong and had decent technique. The two slowly glided away. Qinli squatted behind him, noticing how curious the surrounding people were glancing over at them. He couldn't help but sneer. "You mortals think skiing is impressive. I may not know how to ski, but I have the ability to pay. Skiing is truly joyful. This little fat kid is quite powerful. After skiing for a while, Tang Shuhan turned back to find Qin Li, but discovered he was missing. Then she turned her gaze and scanned the area, but couldn't find him. However, she did notice a group of people nearby skiing and laughing. Tang Shuhan curiously skied over. As she got closer, she unexpectedly saw Qin Li. At that moment, Qin Li was happily squatting behind the chubby boy. With one person, even if the little fat kid had strength, he couldn't ski very fast. However, Qin Li was already quite satisfied with this speed. He had begun to experience the joy of skiing. PFF. Tang Shuhan burst into laughter upon realizing the situation. Qin Li, can you be any more shameless? Letting a child pull you while skiing. After laughing for a long time, Tang Shuhan was almost in tears before she called out, Qin Li, do you have no shame? Hearing his name, Qin Li hurriedly patted the little fat kid's backside. Stop, stop, stop. The little fat kid halted in response. He was already tired because Qin Li was too heavy for him. He was bearing a weight that was not suitable for his age. All right, take the money and go buy some candy. Qin Li dismissed his temporary driver, then walked over to Tang Shuhan with a spring in his step. Tang, skiing is so much fun, it's exhilarating, Qin Li said excitedly. This little fat kid has potential, as he let him experience the joy of driving a McLaren. PFF. Tang Shuhan, who had just stopped laughing, burst into laughter again. After a moment, she held her stomach, which was hurting from laughter, and said, Qin Li, you are too shameless. How can this be called shameless? This is my financial capability. Everyone has their own joy in skiing, and my joy is the little fat kid. All right, Tang Shuhan gave him a sidelong glance and said, I'll teach you. Upon hearing this, Qin Li instantly became excited, saying, Great, I want to learn step by step. Be serious now, Tang Shuhan said with a stern face, but after finishing she couldn't help but smile. Skiing with Qin Li was more enjoyable than skiing by herself. Now this is a flat slope. Stand up straight on the flat slope, lift your head, keep your chest out, look straight ahead, lean your body slightly forward, and then crouch down a bit. As Tang Shuhan spoke, she demonstrated the stance. Qin Li mimicked her, but he still looked like a duck. Yes, lean your weight a little more forward. Tang Shuhan guided him from the side. After a few minutes of practice, Qin Li finally began to look somewhat like a skier. Then slowly extend your ski poles. Use that reaction force to glide out, Tang Shuhan said. Qin Li nodded, then extended his ski pole, and surprisingly, he actually moved. However, it wasn't long before he sat down in the snow. He had not maintained his balance. Just as he fell, an electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detecting the host is in real external danger. Based on the level of danger, the system activates the low-level defense mechanism, granting the host professional-level skiing skills. Huh. System, you are my angel. The last time the system detected danger was when Qin Li helped Yang Ming in a fight. Unexpectedly, this time, skiing also triggered a danger alert. It turns out skiing can indeed be dangerous. So all you kids, remember to ski under the supervision of your girlfriend. What? No girlfriend? That's really pathetic. Qin Li's heart swelled with pride, feeling extremely, what do I have to fear with the system? I'm invincible. Qin Li stood up, feeling the skiing skills naturally flowing within him, then extended his ski pole and smoothly glided out. Tang Shuhan saw Qin Li fall and initially wanted to rush over to help him up. Unexpectedly, she then saw Qin Li skiing out skillfully. Holy cow, he can even turn. Tang Shuhan stood there in shock. Did he fall and unlock some hidden potential? Tang Shuhan caught up with Qin Li and said, so you can ski, and just now you pretended not to know anything. Qin Li made a handsome turn in the snow and stopped beside Tang Shuhan, saying, I truly am a beginner. It's all thanks to teacher Tang's guidance. Tang Shuhan rolled her eyes at him. She had only taught him the basics, yet his current level of fluency definitely did not resemble that of a novice. Shall we go try the steep slope? Tang Shuhan suggested. They had only been playing on flat ground, but skiing down a steep slope tested their skills much more, and it was more exhilarating. Sure. Qin Li readily agreed, as he was a professional. The two arrived at a steep slope, adjusted their skis, and Tang Shuhan eagerly asked, do you want to go first, or should I? Of course, together, Qin Li said, grabbing her hand without hesitation, and amidst Tang Shuhan's gasp, they both slid down the steep slope. The difficulty of the steep slope was clearly greater than that of flat ground, and it was harder to maintain balance. Especially since they were holding hands, keeping their balance became even more challenging. The cold wind blew against them, and as they descended, their speed increased. Qin Li focused on maintaining his own balance, while also helping Tang Shuhan stay steady. Looking at the snow beneath them rapidly retreating, Qin Li suddenly shouted against the wind, Shuhan. Tang Shuhan turned her gaze to him and shouted back, what? As their speed increased, the sound of the wind grew louder, making it impossible to hear each other unless they shouted. Qin Li looked at her brown-yellow long hair being blown by the wind, her little face reddened by the cold, both cute and beautiful. He yelled, Tang Shuhan, you are so beautiful. Tang Shuhan's lips curved into a smile as she responded loudly, Qin Li. Qin Li grinned widely and quickly shouted back, "What?" Worried that he might not hear her clearly, Tang Shuhan cupped her other hand around her mouth and shouted, "You are so ugly, Qin Li." Seeing him at a loss for words, Tang Shuhan became even happier, her smile brightening, and she playfully winked at him. It was rare for this girl to be so carefree and joyful. Qin Li looked at her with eyes full of affection. She was his first woman, perfect and flawless like an angel. Qin Li shouted again, "Ah Wei Shirquan is a fat pig." This time he put extra effort into it, his voice carrying. After shouting, Qin Li gently shook Tang Shuhan's arm, signaling her to shout as well. Tang Shuhan, influenced by him, also shouted at the top of her lungs under his encouraging gaze. "Wei Shirquan is a fat pig." Qin Li laughed heartily and asked, "How was that? Wasn't it exhilarating?" "Very exhilarating." Tang Shuhan laughed, her eyes shining like crescent moons. "Then let's continue." Qin Li loudly declared, and once again summoned all his strength to shout, "Ah Tang Xiuhua is an old scoundrel, Tang Shuhan." Tang Shuhan glared at him. This rascal actually wanted her to insult her own father. Although Tang Shuhan indeed held some resentment towards her father, she couldn't be as reckless as she was with Wei Shirquan. Thus she let go of Qin Li's hand. Let this rascal remain single for the rest of his life. Seeing her release his hand, Qin Li laughed heartily. He accelerated past Tang Shuhan and shouted, "Don't blink, watch your husband perform." Then Tang Shuhan saw Qin Li increasing his speed. Suddenly Qin Li changed the direction of his snowboard and began to drift. After drifting for a while, he used the inertia from the descent to perform high-difficulty moves similar to figure skating, including one-foot balances, various cross-step single and double-foot spins, and numerous jumps and rotations. The entire sequence flowed smoothly like a stream, looking incredibly cool. Tang Shuhan was astonished. Even professional athletes wouldn't perform these moves better than he did. Right. She was also somewhat captivated. Although she loved skiing, she clearly didn't have the time to ski often, nor could she perform such high-difficulty moves. So as they slid from the steep slope to the flat ground, Tang Shuhan looked at Qin Li and said, "Qin Li, can you teach me those moves?" Performing those moves was exhausting, so Qin Li was now somewhat out of breath. Though he had the skill, his stamina wasn't strong enough. But just thinking about how the system increases stamina made him a bit frustrated. The system was truly mischievous. Hearing Tang Shuhan's words, Qin Li smiled and said, "Sure, but I will charge tuition." Tang Shuhan replied without hesitation, "I will give you a raise." Qin Li shook his head. Was he someone who lacked money? "Can we exchange it for something more romantic?" "Romantic?" Tang Shuhan thought for a moment and said, "How about I treat you to dinner?" Treating him to dinner. Qin Li suddenly shivered. He didn't want to experience that earlier situation again. "Kiss me, and I'll teach you." Qin Li straightforwardly stated his demand, then pouted his lips. Seeing his shamelessness, Tang Shuhan's face tightened again. "Will you teach me or not? If you don't, I'm firing you tomorrow." Soft tactics didn't work, so he had to resort to hard ones. All right, Qin Li could fall for this. With a resigned glance at Tang Shuhan, he raised both hands in surrender. Tang Shuhan held back her laughter and urged with a straight face, "Hurry, get on, and teach me." Qin Li pretended to look dejected, then suddenly taking advantage of Tang Shuhan's inattention, he quickly pecked her cheek. Tang Shuhan's already flushed face turned even redder. "Damn, Qin Li, I'm going to kill you." After saying that, Tang Shuhan chased after him. Qin Li ran away. The snow was filled with their laughter and joy. In the end, Qin Li did teach Tang Shuhan, and he was quite content himself since he had to teach her hand in hand. By the time night fell, the two were somewhat fatigued as they sat in the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Seeing Tang Shuhan, who had collapsed in her seat, Qin Li asked, "Are you happy?" Tang Shuhan nodded. Today she was indeed very happy, shaking off the previous gloom. "I noticed today that you are different from before." Qin Li smiled, tilting his head. Tang Shuhan turned to look at him and asked, "How was I before?" "Well," Qin Li thought for a moment and said, "It was as if the whole world had let you down." Tang Shuhan glanced at him helplessly and asked, "Then how am I today?" "Today, Qin Li said slowly and narcissistically. "Today you finally realize that I am your—" "What a thick-skinned fellow." Tang Shuhan propped her head up with one hand, looking out the window, muttering, "Smooth talker, who knows how many girls you've deceived." "Oomph." Qin Li pretended to be disdainful and said, "I'm not bragging, I don't even need to talk. Just my looks alone can make girls want to sleep with me." Hearing his words, Tang Shuhan suddenly turned her head, her face instantly flushed. Because this rascal was clearly talking about her. Wasn't she the girl who was sleeping with him? "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to beat you up, you bastard." After saying that, Tang Shuhan fiercely clenched her delicate little fist and lunged at him. "Ah, spare me." A heart-wrenching scream came from the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Upon hearing the playful bickering from the back seat, the female driver in front accidentally jolted the steering wheel. She then quietly raised the partition again. The two of them tussled all the way. Although Qin Li wore a wronged expression, he felt quite happy inside. He knew that Tang Shuhan, despite their marital bond, had always been resistant to that night's events. After all, a girl losing her most precious possession inexplicably would naturally have an aversion to that memory. However, this time, when he brought up the past again, Tang Shuhan showed more embarrassment than anger. This indicated that her resistance was lessening. Their relationship had indeed made significant progress. Thus, the future looked promising. That night, Tang Shuhan once again called the hotel to have dinner delivered to her room. Today, she was indeed very happy, but also quite tired. She hadn't skied for just 4 or 5 hours. As for Qin Li, he couldn't be bothered to care about him. That scoundrel wouldn't starve. Qin Li truly wouldn't starve, as he had hands, feet, a mouth, and more importantly, money. But at this moment, his most important task was not eating. Wei Shirquan was still in the hands of Wang Taizhu and Qi Ruyu. He sent a WeChat message to Qi Ruyu asking for the address. Qin Li directly took a taxi and hurried over. There was no other way, since Qi Ruyu wasn't available. He could only take a taxi. 20 minutes later, Qin Li arrived at a somewhat old residential area. It seemed to be on the verge of demolition, as the residents in this area were noticeably few and the streetlights were dim. After much effort, Qin Li finally found the place a regular residential house. As soon as he entered, Qin Li complained to Qi Ruyu and Wang Tiezhu, "This place is too hard to find. How did you rent such a shabby place?" "Rent?" Qi Ruyu was taken aback and said, "No, we just randomly found an unoccupied house." Qin Li, "Well, they actually trespassed into a private residence." Qin Li was speechless. He glanced at the somewhat dilapidated living room and asked, "Where's Wei Shirquan?" Wang Taizhu then spoke in a low voice, "Boss, he's still in the bathroom, throwing up." "Throwing up?" Qin Li asked in confusion. "Did he eat something bad?" Wang Tiezhu. Seeing his puzzled expression, Qi Ruyu couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, "Didn't you tell him to eat everything for lunch? With so much food, it would be strange if he didn't throw up." Qin Li then slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "He actually ate it all. That's just too much to eat. The leftovers from lunch would have been more than enough to feed a cow, right? He's not that." Wang Taizhu scratched his head and said, "When he couldn't eat, I pricked his fingernail with a toothpick. After a couple of pokes, he could eat again." Qin Li looked at the seemingly honest Wang Taizhu and was speechless for a long time. One truly cannot judge a person by their appearance. Qin Li asked where the bathroom was, then walked over and opened the door. As soon as he opened it, he saw Wei Shirquan sprawled on the floor hugging the toilet. He was already exhausted, but it wasn't diarrhea, it was from throwing up. When he couldn't bring anything out, he would stick his fingers down his throat, otherwise he felt his stomach would burst. He had been throwing up for 3 straight hours. Wei Xiao, I'm here to save you. Are you okay?" Qin Li squatted down and asked with concern. Hearing someone call him, Wei Shirquan weakly opened his eyes. Seeing Qin Li's concerned face, he trembled and quickly closed his eyes again. "Big brother, I believe you completely." Qin Li, curious, asked, "Huh? What do you believe?" "I believe you will chop me up and sink me in the Huangpu River." Wei Shirquan was shedding tears at this moment. He was scared, but he didn't have the strength to be scared, so he could only cry. Qin Li. How much psychological trauma had Wang Taizhu caused him to scare a 200-plus pound kid like this? Qin Li squatted down and continued, "Wei Xiao, actually my demands are not high. My demands are not high, just treat me well like before. But one day you said the same thing embracing someone else." Hearing his words, Wei Shirquan naturally recalled the lyrics of "Perfume is Poison" that suddenly popped into his mind. However, Qin Li definitely wasn't going to sing, nor did he need him to continue the song. So after a little thought, he quickly said, "I promise I will never pursue Tang Shuhan again." Qin Li scratched his head and said somewhat awkwardly, "Wei Xiao, can you have a bit of backbone? I still have your leverage that I haven't brought out yet. Just hold on a little longer, otherwise Tiezhu's efforts these days would be in vain." After hearing this, Wei Shirquan nearly spat out blood. Is there really such a way to bully people? I've already surrendered, okay? I'm scared to death, okay? Your goal has already been achieved, okay? So forget it, let's just go through the motions. Qin Li sighed and called out, "Tiezhu, bring out his leverage." "Oh." Wang Taizhu took out a phone, opened a video file inside, and handed it to him. Qin Li took it and immediately became interested, because this was a high-quality imitation of an island love action film. The male lead was Wei Shirquan, and the female lead was quite beautiful, although her face looked somewhat plastic with a sharp and mean appearance. The faces of the two people in the video were shot very clearly. Qi Ruyu, upon hearing that sound, spat secretly and turned back to the living room. Qin Li watched this 3-minute drama with great enjoyment. There was no other way. Wei Xiao had only this much time. "Is this it?" Qin Li said somewhat reluctantly. He didn't hold much hope for Wei Shirquan's endurance. His main regret was that it was just a private video, and once exposed it would only make Wei Shirquan lose face. But it was clear that Wei Shirquan wasn't that concerned about his face. What could this count as leverage? At that moment, Wei Shirquan nervously asked, "Can I take a look?" He had just heard the sounds in the video, so he had a bad premonition. "Here, take a look." Qin Li generously played it for him again. But to Qin Li's surprise, after watching, Wei Shirquan looked like he was about to explode with rage. He looked at Wang Taizhu and shouted, "So it was you bastard. You won't have a good end. Seeing Wei Shikuan's agitated expression, Li was confused again. Could it be that Wei Shikuan was really a person who cared about his reputation? Could it be? So Li looked at Wang Taizhu and asked, what's going on? Wang Taizhu didn't take Wei Shikuan's threat seriously at all. When Li asked him, he honestly replied, boss, that woman is his sister-in-law. Hiss! Li immediately gasped in shock. So this was an ethical drama. Li, curious, asked, did they have an affair? Did you find out? Li thought he had figured out the truth, but Wang Taizhu shook his head and said with a naive look, no, I gave them both drugs and put them together. Li gasped again. From now on, he would never believe Wang Taizhu was an honest person. He would rather believe that Wei Shikuan could climb a tree than that Wang Taizhu was a good man. Wang Taizhu also realized he had been a bit too cruel, so he explained, boss, the main thing is that you were too anxious for results. I hadn't had time to gather other leverage, so I did this. So this is my fault. Li could only helplessly wave his hand. Irrespective of how it happened, this leverage was indeed heavy. The scandalous video from a wealthy family. Once exposed, not only would Wei Shikuan be finished, but the entire Wei family would be unable to hold their heads high. What he didn't know was that Wei Shikuan's elder brother was the most outstanding of this generation in the Wei family and was also a ruthless character. If he saw this video, not only would Wei Shikuan be dead, but he could also find a way to make his own wife disappear. Thus, although Wei Shikuan and that woman didn't understand why they ended up in bed together once they regained their senses, they both chose to remain silent. They just didn't know that all of this was orchestrated by the honest Wang Taizhu. Moreover, he even filmed a video. Li felt a twinge of sympathy for Wei Shikuan. He was utterly ruined by the very bodyguard he had hired at great expense. Big brother, I promise I will be obedient. Please delete the video, or I will die. I really will die. Wei Shikuan placed his hope on Li. Wei Shao, to be honest, I feel a bit sorry for you, but when I think of the harm you caused my wife, I feel it's still far from enough. Li patted his shoulder and said ever since he learned the truth about Tang Shuhan's plight, he hadn't felt him, especially in these past 2 days. Seeing Tang Shuhan's innocent and carefree demeanor made him reflect on the previously aloof, strong, and somewhat self-enclosed girl. He couldn't bring himself to feel soft-hearted towards the instigator of it all. No matter how pitiful Wei Shikuan was, he remained his enemy. Pitying an enemy was equivalent to harming Tang Shuhan. He needed to completely eliminate the danger facing Tang Shuhan from his hands. As long as you are obedient enough, this video will never see the light of day. Got it? Li spoke lightly. Wei Shikuan had no choice. If Li really deleted the video, he would undoubtedly seek revenge on everyone involved today. But Li wasn't foolish. I will be obedient, Wei Shikuan nodded resignedly. This is great, a win-win for everyone. Come, let's add each other on WeChat. You know I love making friends. As Li took out his phone, Wei Shikuan's phone had long been taken away and turned off by Wang Taizhu, who now brought it back. The two added each other on WeChat, and only then did Li wave his hand saying, Taizhu, take Wei Shao back. Yes. Only after Wang Taizhu left did Li turn to look at Qi Ryu, who was standing nearby. Little bodyguard, haven't seen you for a while. Have you missed the boss? Li said with a smile. Qi Ryu replied. Seeing her silent, Li felt it was a wasted effort. So he viciously said, next time if you don't tell a joke, I'll spank you hard. Qi Ryu thought, why is there such a despicable boss in the world? She felt it was too hard for her. Let's go, the boss has a date to attend. Li took the lead out the door, followed closely by Qi Ryu. The two got into a rented Rolls-Royce Phantom. Qi Ryu asked from the driver's seat, where to? Mingzhu University, Li replied. Mingzhu University. Qi Ryu thought for a moment and instantly understood. Su Yuanin was studying at Mingzhu University, and she had already thoroughly investigated this and shown the information to her boss. Qi Ryu silently mourned for Su Yuanin. Another flower was about to be crushed by her unscrupulous boss. Li opened his chat with Su Yuanin. Li, where are you? Su Yuanin, I'm at Mingzhu University. Li, specific location. Su Yuanin, location shared. Su Yuanin, Li, go, are you coming over? Li, yeah, just coming to have some fun at your school. Su Yuanin, okay. Li checked the location and found that Su Yuanin was currently in the girls' dormitory. He informed Qi Ryu and then began to rest in his seat. Today's skiing was exhausting, and while Tang Shuhan had already rested, he hadn't had a chance to eat yet. Qi Ryu drove, occasionally glancing at Li, who had his eyes closed. Then she slightly curled her lips. That said, this despicable boss was quite good-looking when he wasn't talking. But why did he seem so punchable when he spoke? Almost an hour later, Qi Ryu finally arrived at Mingzhu University in the Rolls-Royce. At Mingzhu University, cars could enter freely, and one only needed to pay for parking when exiting. So Qi Ryu drove directly to the dormitory building where Su Yuanin was. A Rolls-Royce Phantom parked beneath the girls' dormitory was certainly impressive. Even if the female students didn't recognize the R logo, everyone recognized the little golden figure of the flying goddess. This immediately attracted a crowd. Boss, we're here, Qi Ryu said as she woke up Li. Only then did Qin Li open his eyes, stretch lazily, and feel much of his fatigue dissipate. Qin Li, I'm here, come down. Su Yuanin coming right away. After sending the message, Qin Li opened the car door and got out. After sitting in the car for so long, he needed to stretch his legs. Some girls who had been secretly watching the luxury car saw Qin Li get out and immediately had hard eyes. So handsome and young to have a Rolls Royce, he was definitely the best candidate for a boyfriend. Handsome guy, can we add each other on WeChat? While Qin Li was still stretching, a fairly pretty girl approached him to strike up a conversation. Seeing someone getting close to Qin Li, Qi Ryu also opened the car door and got out. Her task was to protect Qin Li. Qin Li smiled at the girl and said, "The car is rented." The girl's face suddenly stiffened and she shot him a fierce glare, mocking, "What are you pretending for if you have no money?" What a pragmatic girl. Before Qin Li could say anything, a car suddenly approached from behind the Rolls Royce, a white Maserati. Seeing the Rolls Royce blocking the road, the Maserati honked its horn. Qin Li looked back, and just as the Maserati honked, the car door suddenly opened. A young man dressed in a Zhongshan suit got out of the car. "Damn, it's you, I was wondering who was blocking my way with a..." Recognizing Qin Li, the newcomer exclaimed. Qin Li also recognized him as Fan Bingchen, who had once wanted to be his cousin-in-law. He seemed to have wanted to drive his Maserati too. "What brings you here, bro?" Qin Li asked with interest. Hearing Qin Li's question, Fan Bingchen replied somewhat shyly, "I'm here to pick up a girl, and you?" "Same here," Qin Li laughed and said, "I'm also here to pick up a girl." Fan Bingchen glanced at the girl standing not far from Qin Li, who had tried to flirt, and asked, "This one?" Though this girl was somewhat attractive, Fan Bingchen had seen both of his girlfriends, each more beautiful than the last. This one paled in comparison. Qin Li knew what he was thinking and said lightly, "She's only interested in the Rolls Royce, you can have her." Fan Bingchen burst into laughter, instantly understanding what interested in the Rolls Royce meant. So he quickly replied, "I can't afford that, and my Maserati is too cheap." The girl, seeing how they were teasing her, quickly left, feeling embarrassed. "Hey," Fan Bingchen nudged Qin Li's arm and whispered, "Does what we talked about still count?" Qin Li puzzled at. Fan Bingchen shot him an annoyed glance and said, "You help me get the girl, and I'll give you my Maserati." "Oh," Qin Li inquired, "is it about the girl you're picking up today?" "Don't worry, I'm a professional at chasing girls." No, Fan Bingchen quickly waved his hands and said, "I'm not asking you to help me chase her, I want you to seduce her." Upon hearing this, Qin Li's eyes widened in disbelief, and he quickly stepped back. "Damn, I didn't expect you to have such a special interest. I can't handle that." Qin Li hastily rejected, shuddering at the thought of encountering a dead pervert. The vast majority of men absolutely avoid the idea of wearing a green hat. However, there are always a few who find it thrilling. In Qin Li's eyes, such people are the epitome of perversion. He never expected that Fan Bingchen, so young, was walking further down the path of abnormality. Seeing Qin Li's dramatic reaction, Fan Bingchen thought for a moment and realized that Qin Li regarded him as a pervert. "What the hell are you thinking? Let me tell you, this girl was introduced to me by my family, but I just can't handle it," Fan Bingchen said somewhat awkwardly. Qin Li frowned and replied, "Then I'll help you handle it, right?" "No, I don't want that, please don't." Fan Bingchen immediately rejected him 3 times, hesitating before saying vaguely, "This girl is a bit special, I can't enjoy it." "Damn." Qin Li, too lazy to play games, said impatiently, "Can you please be clear?" So Fan Bingchen looked at him, gritted his teeth, and whispered, "This girl likes women." "What?" Qin Li asked in confusion. "Is she a lesbian?" Fan Bingchen nodded helplessly. He was deeply troubled by this matter. "Then why don't you just tell your family it's not going to work?" Qin Li suggested. Fan Bingchen sighed. "It's a family arrangement, it wouldn't make a difference. Even if she is a lesbian, I have to endure it. This poor guy is truly unfortunate." Qin Li looked at him with sympathy, but couldn't help but chuckle. However, Qin Li finally understood Fan Bingchen's predicament. He couldn't refuse this girl. Since he couldn't refuse, he could only take a shortcut, and having him help made perfect sense. What if this girl had a boyfriend? Then he'd have an explanation for his family, and he could be a carefree, be enjoying the flowers. But this guy was overestimating himself, thinking he could turn her straight. "You bastard, could you stop being so gleeful?" Fan Bingchen looked at Qin Li with a face full of disbelief. Qin Li laughed even harder, saying, "Bro, I really feel for you, but are you overestimating me? Do you think a Maserati is easy to get? I'm just trying to save a dying horse as if it were alive. I refuse, as she has the freedom to choose her orientation, and I won't do that kind of thing." Qin Li resolutely declined. He preferred to pursue Su Yuanin instead. He didn't want to deal with such unrealistic matters. Moreover, engaging in such actions might bring pressure from both families. Qin Li was as shrewd as a monkey. How could he take on such a mess? If he could benefit from a Maserati, great. If not, he wouldn't care. Does he lack money? Can't he afford a Maserati? Seeing his firm rejection, Fan Bingchen could only give up on that idea. However, his expression returned to one of worry. His family urged him daily to date that girl. But this was destined to be a tragic story with no resolution. The two fell silent, and at that moment 2 girls emerged from the dormitory hallway. One wore a light blue long dress, her long black hair, tied up tall and graceful with exquisite makeup. Even more enchanting were her eyes, captivating with a flow of charm. Her demeanor was gentle, intoxicating. Qin Li recognized her at first glance. This was Su Yuanyi. However, beside her was another girl dressed in all black casual wear with short hair and no makeup, but still very beautiful. "The girl I'm picking is here," Qin Li said to Fan Bingchen. Fan Bingchen looked at the dorm entrance and replied, "The girl I'm picking is also here." Then both big men suddenly trembled, and Qin Li asked first, "Which one are you picking?" Fan Bingchen immediately said, "The one on the right." "I'm picking the one on the left." "I didn't expect they knew each other." Qin Li finally sighed. He thought Fan Bingchen was talking about Su Yuanyin as the lesbian. It turned out to be the short-haired girl in casual wear on the right. Of course, how could Su Yuanyin be a lesbian? Her companion was indeed beautiful, but what a pity. She was a lesbian. Fan Bingchen looked at him with a strange expression and said, "Did you relax too soon?" "What do you mean?" Qin Li asked in confusion. "Did you forget?" This time it was Fan Bingchen who felt a bit of schadenfreude. "She is a lesbian, and with such a beautiful girl beside her, do you think she would let go?" Boom. Fan Bingchen's words struck Qin Li's head like a thunderbolt. "What? My girl is being pursued by a woman. Is there even justice in the world?" At this moment, Fan Bingchen took the initiative to greet the short-haired girl walking over. "Hi, Jiang Eileen." The short-haired girl, named Jiang Eileen, was indeed the lesbian Fan Bingchen mentioned. One moment, she was laughing with Su Yuanyin, and the next, upon hearing Fan Bingchen's voice, her smile vanished. "Oh," Jiang Eileen responded to him lightly. Fan Bingchen had already grown accustomed to Jiang Eilin's. She treated all men this way. Qin Li ignored the two of them and smiled at Su Yuanyin, saying, "Hello, beautiful Su, I'm Qin Li." This was Su Yuanyin's first time seeing Qin Li. She was somewhat surprised, not expecting him to be so handsome. Shyly she said, "Hello, Li Gu, it's great to finally meet you." Qin Li grinned, revealing a mouthful of pearly white teeth. "So are you disappointed to see me?" Su Yuanyin shook her head, sticking out her tongue playfully. "I didn't expect you to be this handsome." After all, they met in a live stream, and before the meeting, she had no confidence in Qin Li's looks. She wanted to treat Qin Li to a meal simply because he had given her so many gifts. She felt a bit embarrassed. Fan Bingchen on the side was somewhat speechless. "What's going on? So you guys are meeting for the first time? Is it online love coming to reality? Damn, such a flirty move, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a flirt." Jiang Eileen snorted coldly at this time, looking at Qin Li and saying, "So you are Qin Li, I heard you're quite wealthy." Jiang Eileen knew about Qin Li giving gifts to Su Yuanyin. She had heard Su Yuanyin mention it several times. They were originally very good friends. Of course, Su Yuanyin regarded Jiang Eileen as a close friend, but as for how Jiang Eileen viewed Su Yuanyin, that was unclear. Qin Li sensed the hostility in her words and felt somewhat speechless. This lesbian might actually have feelings for Su Yuanyin. "Yes, it's not a lot, just a little more than you." "Really, you don't know what you're talking about." Jiang Eileen shrugged with disdain. How could Qin Li's wealth compare to that of the Mingzhu Jiang family? "Hey, why are you two arguing as soon as you meet?" "Eileen, you should go on your date." Su Yuanyin quickly intervened to ease the tension. "No way, what if this kid runs off with you?" Jiang Eileen said, gripping Su Yuanyin's arm in caution. Qin, seeing the confrontation between Qin Li and Jiang Eileen, only one person in the room felt excited. That was Fan Bingchen. He had initially thought inviting Qin Li for help was hopeless, but unexpectedly Jiang Eileen had stolen Qin Li's girl. Now Qin Li couldn't avoid Jiang Eileen, and he finally wasn't fighting alone. So he eagerly proposed, "How about we all four go out for a meal together? We're all friends after all." Qin Li shot him a glance, blaming this bastard for dragging him down when he couldn't even handle his own girl. What a hassle. In the end, Qin Li and the others decided to travel together. There was no helping it. Jiang Eileen was simply too annoying, refusing to let go of Su Yuanyin. Eventually, Qin Li suggested that Yu take a rest first. After all, he wasn't in any danger at the moment, and even if there was danger, he had master-level combat skills. He could handle an ordinary female thug with ease. As for a more attractive female thug, please, how could he refuse someone that good-looking? Yu had no objections to his orders and knew that her presence would affect this bastard boss flirting, so she left without hesitation. However, she didn't go to rest, but instead chose to stay hidden and protect him. The loyalty of the Qin Tang security team was undoubtedly unquestionable. In the end, Qin Li drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom himself. The backseat of the Maserati was naturally not as comfortable as the Rolls-Royce, so Su Yuanyin and Jiang Eileen both chose the Rolls-Royce Phantom. As for Fan Bingchen, he could only obediently drive the Maserati and follow behind. "What are we going to eat?" Qin Li glanced back through the rearview mirror and felt a bit awkward when he saw Jiang Eileen touching Su Yuanyin. After all, this was a female same-sex relationship, who, although her body was very feminine, her mentality was that of a man. "Tan's restaurant," Jiang Eileen said without hesitation. Tan's restaurant. What kind of place is that? Qin Li asked in confusion. TCH a country bumpkin, she replied disdainfully. Tan's restaurant is actually a century-old establishment in Mingzhou. Their Chinese cuisine uses recipes from the imperial kitchen, but the prices. Well, you'll be shocked, she said. Qin Li glanced at her indifferently and said, You haven't shocked me. Do you think a few dishes can scare me? What do you mean? Jiang Ai Lin's brows furrowed in displeasure. I mean exactly what you think, Qin Li replied. Bastard, Jiang Ai Lin cursed through clenched teeth. Seeing the two about to argue again, Su Yuan-yin helplessly said, Did you two have a grudge in your past lives? Why do you love to fight so much? Who would be enemies with him? Jiang Ai Lin said indignantly. Qin Li curled his lips and retorted, I'd rather be enemies with a ghost. Hearing this, Jiang Ai Lin was so angry, she nearly ascended. Qin Li really had a sharp tongue. He would rather be enemies with a ghost than with her. That implied he thought she was even less than a ghost. Was he mocking her for being inferior to a ghost? Jiang Ai Lin's chest heaved in anger. She had never encountered a man with such a vile tongue in her life. Vile man Qin. Qin Li saw her getting increasingly angry in the rearview mirror and felt secretly pleased. Little one, you want to compete with me? You're no match for me. However, he also stole a glance at Jiang Ai Lin's chest. Tisk tisk, although Jiang Ai Lin was a lesbian, her figure was truly something Qin Li had never seen before. What a waste of a good figure. Su Yuan-yin also had a great figure, perfectly proportioned. Jiang Ai Lin, on the other hand, was one of a kind with distinct features. What are you looking at? Do you believe I'll poke your eyes out? Jiang Ai Lin was already angry, and when she saw Qin Li's gaze roaming over them in the rearview mirror, she couldn't help but curse. Let's see when you'll die from anger, Qin Li said calmly. Jiang Ai Lin responded with a string of curses. Su Yuan-yin was speechless. It was their first meeting, so why were they clashing so much? All the way, Qin Li and Jiang Ai Lin were at each other's throats, and the atmosphere in the Rolls-Royce was thick with tension. However, Qin Li still followed the navigation to reach Tan's restaurant. When they arrived at Tan's restaurant, Qin Li felt that Jiang Ai Lin's words were likely true. This Tan's restaurant really had something special. In the prime real estate of Mingzhou, Tan's restaurant surprisingly had an antique courtyard. Here, even a square meter of building would cost 100,000, let alone this courtyard that spanned thousands of square meters. The price was definitely in the billions. After Qin Li parked the car, the others got out and Fan Bingchen followed suit. He secretly tugged at Qin Li and asked, How did we end up here? The consumption at Tan's restaurant was truly high. Even someone from a prominent family like him had only been here a few times, and those were all with his elders. Don't ask me, ask your date, Qin Li replied irritably. I wouldn't dare, her temper is too volatile, Fan Bingchen said with self-awareness. I can't afford to provoke her, I can only avoid her. If Jiang Ai Lin weren't a lesbian and had a bad temper towards men, would he even have involved Qin Li to flirt with her? After all, Jiang Ai Lin was a stunning beauty. Isn't it better to hold her yourself? Qin Li was annoyed at his cowardly demeanor, thinking he was such a repressed person. Hey, what are you two whispering about? What? Don't you dare go in. Jiang Ai Lin seized the opportunity to tease Qin Li. Oh, Lao Fan said he would settle the bill later, and I shouldn't snatch it from him. He wants to perform well in front of you. Qin Li shrugged nonchalantly, not even blinking. Fan Bingchen gasped in shock, feeling a sharp pain. Qin Li was too ruthless. TCH, putting on airs. Jiang Ai Lin knew Fan Bingchen's level well, so she mocked him without mercy. As for trying to impress her, was it useful? She preferred delicate girls like Su Yuan-yin. Let's go, I'm hungry, Qin Li called out. Having played a trick on Fan Bingchen, Qin Li instantly felt much better. After all, this dog had ruined his day. Fan Bingchen looked at him with a face full of resentment. Once they entered, Qin Li confidently requested a private room. A waitress in a cheap how then led them to a private room. Sir, madam, what would you like to order? The waitress placed a menu on the table. Of course, ladies first, Qin Li said with a smile. Hearing this, Jiang Ai Lin glanced at him. This bastard still had some gentlemanly demeanor. Then she reached for the menu, but Qin Li snatched it and handed it to Su Yuan-yin beside him. Jiang Ai Lin. Su Yuan-yin saw the murderous look on Jiang Ai Lin's face and quickly handed the menu to her, saying, All right, Ai Lin, you order first. Upon receiving the menu from Su Yuan-yin, Jiang Ai Lin's face lit up with joy. She provocatively glanced at Qin Li and then planted a kiss on Su Yuan-yin's delicate face. Yuan-yin is the best, Jiang Ai Lin thought smugly. Su Yuan-yin still favored her. Did this man want to steal her Yuan-yin? Huh. Su Yuan-yin wiped the saliva mark from her face and looked at her best friend helplessly. She was completely unaware of Jiang Ai Lin's unusual sexual orientation. She just thought that these overly intimate gestures were due to her best friend's personality. Qin Li, seeing Jiang Ai Lin kiss Su Yuan-yin and provoke him, furrowed his brows, his expression not looking too good. This woman was definitely going to get what was coming to her. Fan Bingchen quietly observed the little interactions among the group. The atmosphere was currently too delicate. If things went wrong, it could lead to a major conflict. He chose to quietly watch the show. Ahem. Fan Bingchun choked on some water. Zhang Eileen picked up the menu and ordered without hesitation fake cod liver Crucian carp tongue braised with bear paw roasted chicken turtle meat soup. Zhang Eileen ordered more than 10 dishes in a row. If Su Yuanin hadn't stopped her, she might have continued. Eileen, we have enough food, we can't eat that much, Su Yuanin said, pulling her back. All right. Zhang Eileen finally put down the menu and Fan Bingchun let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Eilin's speed in ordering dishes made him anxious. If everything went as planned, this meal would be on him. Do you guys want a drink? Qinli asked. He planned to get Zhang Eileen, the troublesome girl, drunk. Unexpectedly, Zhang Eileen went, no drinking, you all drove here, so you can't drink while driving. I have a driver, a Lao Fan can call for a substitute driver. Moreover, how could they not have a drink when they were all so happy to meet? Qinli pressed on. Zhang Eileen glanced at him, seeming to know that this dog man had ulterior motives. So she continued, if you want to drink, go ahead. Anyway, Yuanin and I won't drink. As long as we don't get drunk, this dog man will never have a chance. Qinli, do I want your chance? What are you even worth? But since Zhang Eileen won't drink, he was even more inclined to teach her a lesson. How dare you go against me? Just wait until I make you unable to move. However, Zhang Eileen did order a lot of dishes, so Qinli stopped ordering. Fan Bingchun certainly wouldn't order either. That would be like blowing up his wallet. So the waiter took the menu and left. Qinli glanced at Su Yuanin sitting beside him. This girl was quiet and gentle, completely the opposite of Zhang Eileen. How's your recent live streaming going? Qinli asked. Pretty good. I occasionally go live to sing and chat when I have free time. It's quite enjoyable. Su Yuanin replied contentedly. Oh, by the way, what level are you at now? Qinli suddenly remembered he still had 300,000 notes left to brush. Level 53, Su Yuanin said. Recently, I've had a lot of schoolwork and am also interning, so I haven't had much time to stream. Last time Qinli helped her level up to 51, she hadn't reached level 60 yet, so once he helped her level up to 60, she could still receive the system reward for reaching level 60. Where are you interning? Qinli asked next. Su Yuanin smiled and said, at a cosmetics company. The pay and benefits are quite good, but it's a bit far from school. I'm also planning to rent a place soon. Qinli nodded. Su Yuanin, like him, was in her senior year and about to graduate. Internships were quite normal. Qinli himself was also in the role of an intern. Firstly, he couldn't sign a labor contract without graduating, so he couldn't be considered a formal employee. Secondly, the internship period for non-music livestream interns could last up to 6 months, and he was still a long way from becoming a regular employee. Hey, why are you asking so many questions? Zhang Eileen, seeing the two chatting about renting houses, quickly interjected. Qinli shot her a dissatisfied glance and said, Zhang Eileen, do you have a crush on me? Is that why you're always targeting me? He knew perfectly well that Zhang Eileen was targeting him because of Su Yuanin, but he just wanted to annoy her. Why is it that you're everywhere? Can't I escape? At that moment, Fan Bingchun, who was quietly drinking water but keeping a close eye on the situation, felt a surge of excitement. It's happening. Qinli is starting to tease Zhang Eileen. He was getting closer to freedom. If you should take a look at yourself? Zhang Eileen scoffed. Why would I like you? What do you mean by my appearance? I'm taller than Lao Fan, more handsome than him, richer than him, and even cuter than him. Qinli counted on his fingers as he spoke. So I can understand why you would like me, but a reluctant fruit isn't sweet. You're not my type, just give it up. Fan Bingchun didn't expect to be caught in the crossfire. He endured it. Dignity is precious, love is expensive. If it's for freedom, both can be sacrificed. Zhang Eileen was furious at his narcissistic attitude. She had never been so humiliated in her life. Just then the dishes were served. Su Yuanin quickly reached out her little hand to pull the about to explode Zhang Eileen and said, Li Gui, you should say less too. The dishes are here, let's eat quickly. Oomph. Zhang Eileen shot a fierce glare at Qinli. Qinli stuck out his tongue in response. Zhang Eileen almost lost it again upon seeing this. That bastard really knows how to irritate people. Time to eat. Since she couldn't reason with him or fight back, Zhang Eileen could only transform her anger into appetite. The dishes at the Tan's restaurant were indeed delicious. They were visually appealing and flavorful. Qinli ate heartily. He was starving, but he still remembered to occasionally serve Su Yuanin some food. Each time he served her, Su Yuanin's charming face flushed. Then Zhang Eileen would grit her teeth. But would Qinli care about her feelings? No. However, during the meal, Zhang Eileen and Fan Bingchun's antics left Qinli and Su Yuanin stunned. They saw the two who had been too lazy to say a word sitting together in perfect harmony, then taking out their phones, pretending to be happy, and each taking a picture of themselves eating together. After taking the picture, they returned to sitting far apart, like strangers. What was this operation? Qinli. Su Yuanin. Seeing the puzzled looks on the two, Fan Bingchun awkwardly shook his phone and said, just taking a photo to appease my family. So Qinli gave him a thumbs up. This operation was indeed something else. The group finished their meal smoothly. Su Yuanin initially wanted to pay the bill. She had said she would treat Qinli to dinner. Although she had jokingly said that Fan Bingshun would pay, she thought of that as a joke. However, Qinli stopped her. This girl didn't have a good economic situation. She was different from the children of families like Fan Bingshun and Jiang Eileen. How could he let her pay? Even if he paid the bill, he wouldn't let her pay. However, as it turned out, there was no need for Qinli to pay. Qinli just gave Fan Bingshun a glance, and Fan Bingshun slumped. He paid the bill with a pained expression. This meal cost him nearly 100,000 yuan. Qinli glanced at the bill disdainfully. It's not even 100,000, and you're so heartbroken. Just you wait until I wake up tomorrow and sign for you. Just then the electronic sound in his mind rang out. Completed a meal with 2 exceptional beauties. System reward 2 random draws. Would you like to draw now? What? 2 exceptional beauties. One was naturally Su Yuanin. Who was the other? Fan Bingshun. Qinli thought to himself with a small sense of mischief. He knew perfectly well that the other was referring to Jiang Eileen. But let him admit that Jiang Eileen was an exceptional beauty. No way. She's just a mechanical tyrannosaurus. However, her existence gave him an extra chance to draw, so Qinli decided to forgive her for 5 minutes. In the end, Qinli silently chose yes in his mind. The big will start spinning. 10 million soft sister coins. 1 skill card. Host attribute value 1. 1 function card. A luxury mansion. A sports car. This time the rewards were slightly different from the previous 2, yet they remained quite generous. The first draw begins. Qinli saw the big will start to turn and randomly shouted stop. Congratulations host, you have gained 1 in host attribute value. Which attribute would you like to apply it to? Without hesitation, Qinli chose appearance. He was determined to make a living based on his looks. He had to be more handsome than yesterday and even more handsome tomorrow. Congratulations host, appearance attribute 1. Qinli looked at his attributes, and indeed his appearance had changed from 85 to 86. The feeling of winning a guaranteed prize was truly exhilarating. The second draw begins. The big wheel spun again, and Qinli randomly shouted stop. Congratulations host, you have obtained a function card. Function card attributes are being generated. Congratulations host, you have received an appearance function card which allows the user to elevate their appearance to the highest level. System prompt: this function card can only be used on others, not the host. An appearance function card. Qinli had never drawn a function card before. This one seemed quite impressive, capable of elevating one's appearance to the highest level. It's comparable to a cosmetic surgery miracle, and it leaves no trace. But what does it mean that it can only be used on others? Can it only be used for someone else and not for himself? Isn't that a trap? Qinli also wanted to rely on his looks to stand out. However, after some thought, he decided to give this card to Yang Xingyun. Although she was also a stunning beauty, she was still a notch below the likes of Tang Shuhan. This girl had already given him her heart and body, so Qinli naturally wouldn't hesitate to part with a function card. But that would have to wait until he returned to Jinjiang City. Having made up his mind, Qinli then turned to the others. What are your plans? Are we going to hang out some more, or will everyone go home? Qinli asked. Jiang Eileen said, I'm going back to school. Qinli replied without hesitation, by safe travels. Jiang Eileen. Su Yuanin asked, what about you, Li Girls? Qinli shamelessly said, I want to spend some time alone with you. Su Yuanin's face turned a bit red again. I won't allow it. Naturally, it was Jiang Eileen who interrupted at this moment. What a joke! Su Yuanin was her little sister. Spend some time alone with you. Will there be any bones left? Qinli knew this woman would cause trouble. He was just saying it, not really insisting. After all, this was his first meeting with Su Yuanin. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Besides, he was truly tired today. In the morning, he sent Yang Xingyun off. In the afternoon, he accompanied Tang Shuhan. And in the evening, he had a date with Su Yuanin. Thinking about it this way, Qinli felt he was quite remarkable. In just one day, he had managed to save 3. This life was truly fulfilling. Thus, Qinli did not argue with Jiang Eileen this time. Let's go, I'll take you back to school, Qinli said. Jiang Eileen finally felt satisfied this time, and said proudly, that's more like it. Qinli couldn't be bothered to deal with her. This woman give her a little sunshine, and she shines brightly. Fan Bingshun saw that no girls were getting into his car, and instead of feeling down, he was actually quite happy. His dream of freedom was just around the corner. So he happily left first. Qinli drove the 2 back to school, then drove back to the Shangri-La Hotel. After a quick shower, he sent a WeChat message to Yang Xingyun, and they exchanged sweet words. Then Qinli fell asleep. The next day, as agreed, all the partners arrived again. Tang Shuhan and Qinli's task was nothing more than to finalize some details of the contract with them. At noon, the 2 had a quick meal in the company cafeteria. He did not see Wei Shirquan. Thus, Tang Shuhan had a fulfilling and happy day. She was still unaware that Qinli had already dealt with Wei Shirquan. Without Qinli's orders, how could Wei Shirquan dare to show up in front of her? As evening approached, Tang Shuhan sent away all the partners and said contentedly, there are still some concluding tasks to do. come back tomorrow, and we'll return the day after. Today was much easier than yesterday, so Qin Li couldn't help but want to find something to do. Let's go shopping. We haven't properly shopped in Mingzhu yet, Qin Li suggested, but to prevent Tang Shuhan from taking him to the streets again, he added, this time we'll go to the mall. Shopping was definitely to accompany Tang Shuhan, but he could also make money. He still had 4 shopping cards left to use. Do you want to go? Tang Shuhan looked at him and asked. Qin Li nodded. Seeing him nod, Tang Shuhan said proudly, fine, given your good performance these past 2 days, this president will reluctantly accompany you for a stroll. Qin Li. Seeing Qin Li's speechless expression, Tang Shuhan couldn't help but laugh. She had smiled a lot more these days, and she was beginning to enjoy her time with Qin Li. Qin Li always knew how to make her happy. Even if he didn't, she started to tease him into finding his own joy. It was relaxed and pleasant. The only downside was that this rascal always took advantage of her. After making plans, the two of them got into that Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Then they headed straight to the Hang Lung Plaza in Mingzhu. Hang Lung Plaza could be said to be the largest luxury shopping haven in Mingzhu City. As the only daughter of Tang Qiuhua and a senior executive in her own right, Tang Shuhan felt no sense of incongruity when shopping for luxury goods. As for Qin Li, he wasn't afraid at all. He needed to spend money, okay? After spending money, he could earn back double. Spending money was just that extravagant. So the two naturally stepped into this den of indulgence. Of course, Tang Shuhan refused Qin Li's shameless request to hold hands. This rascal was always thinking of taking advantage. Once inside, they first went to the Chanel counter. Tang Shuhan wanted to buy perfume. She had always used Chanel. Based on her usage habits, Tang Shuhan chose the classic Chanel No. 5 set. This scent is nice too. Tang Shuhan smelled some others and handed a small bottle to Qin Li, saying, you give it a whiff. Qin Li took it and sniffed. A delicate floral fragrance wafted through, light and fresh. This was Chanel No. 19. No. 19 smells nice too, Qin Li said. Let's get both. Oh, changing scents is like changing moods. Tang Shuhan nodded and said to the attendant nearby, then wrap them up, please. Tang Shuhan was after all a little wealthy, and her words carried weight. Then she looked at Qin Li and said, let's check out the men's perfumes. What do we need to check out men's perfume for? I don't use perfume. I'm a man with a natural scent. Qin Li shamelessly replied. What natural scent do you have? He had smelled it before. Tang Shuhan remembered that night she could only smell his sweat and alcohol, but she would never say that out loud. She just gave him a sidelong glance and headed straight for the men's perfume counter. Chanel had many varieties of men's perfume. Tang Shuhan automatically skipped the Chanel Allure Homme and the Chanel Bleu de Chanel series. Those two options clearly didn't suit Qin Li based on their names. Tang Shuhan wanted to find him a rather outrageous men's perfume. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but laugh. In the end, Tang Shuhan chose a self-branded men's perfume and an extreme sport men's perfume for him. One can be used daily while the other can be carried around for travel or sports. Both scents were quite pleasant. Naturally, Qin Li had no objections to Tang Shuhan's choices. After all, I only wear perfume for you to enjoy. What opinions could I have? When it came time to check out, Qin Li had already taken out his card, but Tang Shuhan refused to let him pay. Did she need someone else to pay for her purchases? Was she short on money? In the end, they both compromised a little. Qin Li paid for the women's perfume, while Tang Shuhan paid for the men's perfume. It was as if they were giving each other gifts. This somewhat ambiguous payment method caused Tang Shuhan's delicate face to blush slightly. After all, she had never let anyone buy her perfume, nor had she ever bought perfume for other boys. After checking out, the two of them wandered over to the product counter. Now they had nothing specific in mind to buy, if they would purchase whatever caught their eye. Now this is what true shopping is about, lacking any strong purpose and completely driven by impulsive consumption. Of course, typically only those with a bit of money and leisure can shop this way. Hey, this fisherman hat looks good, Qin Li said, holding a black fisherman hat and waving at Tang Shuhan. Come over and try it on. Tang Shuhan walked over, tried it on, looked in the mirror, and said, what is this? It looks terrible. Let me try. She picked up another white fisherman hat and tried it on. This time she was satisfied and said, this white one is nice. Little secretary, your taste is really questionable. Right, that's why I like you, Qin Li muttered. Tang Shuhan heard him clearly and blushed. She shot him a glare and then picked up a white baseball cap, directly placing it on Qin Li's head. This one is nice too, we'll take it. Hey, he even wants to wear a couple's hat with me. They didn't even wrap them up, just checked out wearing the hats as they left Prada. This time it was Qin Li who paid. Tang Shuhan didn't bother to argue with him over the two hats. Then they continued their shopping spree at the Versace store. Versace's clothes were quite nice. Tang Shuhan tried on several shirt dresses and sleeveless dresses. Wealthy people typically don't have decision-making difficulties. As long as she or Qin Li was satisfied, she bought them all. To be honest, this spendthrift girl is generally unaffordable for most people. Of course, Qin Li could definitely afford her. He was even a bit impatient. Qin Li was more assertive, trying on a shirt that felt decent, so He picked out 7 or 8 more in the same size. The same went for the short sleeves. He also chose 7 or 8. After trying on a pair of pants, he selected another 7 or 8. While others tried on styles, he focused on sizes. Why do I feel like you're even more of a spendthrift than I am? Tang Shuhan looked at his shopping style somewhat astonished. I spend money and am happy, Qin Li grinned. In the end, he took the lead in checking out, and they spent over 400,000 in one go. The thrill of spending money is truly delightful. Of course, the feeling of getting cash back later will be even more exhilarating. After leaving Versace, Tang Shuhan asked with some confusion, Qin Li, whose child are you? How can you spend so much? Tang Shuhan felt she was already quite the spender, but compared to Qin Li, she found she still fell short. She knew a few wealthy people with the surname Qin from Xinjiang, but she hadn't heard of them having such a wealthy son. Qin Li rolled his eyes and said, I'm from the countryside, didn't I tell you? I'm a rich second generation, and this money was all earned by me. Earned? Tang Shuhan thought for a moment, secretly puzzled. Did I really pay you such a high salary? Hey, let's go, we have more shopping to do. Qin Li pulled her a long time was short, and they couldn't waste it on idle chatter. In the end, they went to shop for cosmetics, bought a lot of makeup, and then picked up several bags at Louis Vuitton. An hour had passed. The system notification arrived right on time asking if he wanted to use the shopping spree card. Qin Li, of course, chose yes, without hesitation. Ding. The host spent 12300 within an hour, and using the shopping spree card will double 100 of that. Random multiplier generated 91. The system has deposited 9100 into the host's postal bank account, ending in 6690. Oh, please check your account. System notification. All funding sources for this transaction are legitimate. Spend with confidence. Hiss. A full 91 million. Although the additional 23000 did not receive a cashback, that's already pocket change, right? Qin Li earned nearly $1 billion in 1 hour. Coupled with the previous cashback, Qin Li's bank account balance directly exceeded 140 million. Both were in high spirits. Tang Shuhan was happy from shopping, while Qin Li was happy from making money. In the end, Qin Li placed all the shopping bags into the trunk of the Cullinan. Next, they were off to eat. Their destination was Tan's restaurant, where the delicious Chinese food could be eaten for 2 consecutive days without getting tired of it. Moreover, Tang Shuhan had only eaten hotel meals since arriving in Mingzhou, either from the company cafeteria or McDonald's. Qin Li felt it was his responsibility to treat her to a grand meal, and it would be a meal with royal recipes. Then in the car, he opened the chat with Yang Xingyun. Qin Li, daughter, give me a company account. Yang Xingyun 657866786. Then Qin Li directly transferred 1 billion to the account of Xingyun Investment and Financial Consulting Co. Ltd. Of course, he had to support his own enterprise. He was the first client of this company. Then Qin Li transferred 10 million to Yang Xingyun's personal account. Yang Xingyun's message came back quickly. Yang Xingyun, wow, 1 billion. Our company is going to rise. Qin Li, can we have some restraint? It's just 1 billion. Yang Xingyun, huh, there's another 10 million. Qin Li, that's for your pocket money. By the way, I also gave you the last 10. Last time Qin Li transferred 10 million to her, but that was to test Yang Xingyun's financial management skills. As for her abilities, Qin Li had already assessed them. In the first round, she had used nearly a box of condoms, so her skills were definitely fine. Yang Xingyun dadims, woo-woo, which child gets 20 million pocket money? I'm so happy. Qin Li will be back the day after tomorrow. Yang Xingyun got it, he'll go buy condoms tomorrow. Qin Li, I appreciate your way of expressing gratitude. Yang Xingyun, that's why I'm daddy's favorite little cutie. Qin Li smiled. Yang Xingyun truly knew how to satisfy his masculine ego. Being with her brought him joy both mentally and physically. Half an hour later, the Cullinan arrived at Tan's restaurant. As soon as Tang Shuhan got out of the car, she could feel the restaurant's quality. An ancient-style courtyard built right in the center of Mingzhou City, its value is immeasurable. This place seems quite nice, Tang Shuhan nodded and said. The taste is also good. It is said to be from the imperial cuisine recipe. Qin Li explained to her. I had dinner here with a friend last night. Tang Shuhan asked in confusion, you have friends in Mingzhou? Qin Li smiled and replied, the guy who asked me for advice right after I got off the plane that day. He merely mentioned Fan Bingchen, conveniently omitting Jiang Eileen and Su Yuanin. Birds of a feather flock. Tang Shuhan rolled her eyes at him. The two entered the courtyard, and Qin Li requested a private room. This time, however, he only asked for a small room, as there were only the two of them today. It was still a waitress dressed in a cheapao who brought the menu, but it was not the same one as yesterday. Sir, madam, please take a look at what you would like to eat. Qin Li handed the menu to Tang Shuhan, who waved her hand and said, you order first, just repeat the good dishes you've had for this president to try. This proud little enchantress. One day this Taoist priest will have you in hand. Qin Li took the menu and said, Almond Buddha's hand-roasted chicken, turtle meat soup, fish belly, with ham, embroidered ball scallops, stir-fried beef, with white mushrooms, and wensi tofu soup. Qin Li ordered several of the more delicious dishes from yesterday, picking a few for himself as well. Today he intentionally ordered almond Buddha's hand, which is a pre-meal dessert, and Qin Mu also makes it, and it tastes quite good. With the pre-meal dessert, this Chinese meal would be even more perfect. He handed the menu to Tang Shuhan, who only ordered a shisha milk, as Qin Li had already ordered enough, and they might not even finish it. The McDonald's incident was just an accident. Usually Tang Shuhan doesn't waste food when eating. The waitress noted down their orders and then asked, "Sir, madam, would you like any drinks?" Mentioning alcohol, Tang Shuhan and Qin Li exchanged a knowing glance. After all, they had once perished together after drinking. In the end, it was Qin Li with a thicker skin who cleared his throat and asked, "What kind of alcohol do you have?" "At our Tan's restaurant, we only have Wulianya and Matai, but we also have homemade plum wine, apricot blossom wine, and peach blossom wine," the waitress replied. Qin Li then looked at Tang Shuhan and asked, "How about a drink? We can drink less." In fact, he didn't really care whether he drank a lot or a little. With the skill of not getting drunk after 1,000 cups, what was there to be afraid of? He said this to ease Tang Shuhan's worries. Hearing this, Tang Shuhan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately said, "Then let's have a little. I want to drink peach blossom wine." However, as soon as she finished speaking, a flush appeared on her cheeks. Qin Li, however, felt a surge of joy. Tang Shuhan's willingness to drink with him indicated that the barriers in her heart were gradually fading. "Then let's have a pound of peach blossom wine." Qin Li smiled at the waitress. "All right, sir, madam, please wait a moment," the waitress said before stepping back. The private room fell silent. After the earlier discussion about drinks, the atmosphere in the room became somewhat subtle and ambiguous. "Shuhan," Qin Li suddenly spoke up. "What is it?" Qin Li mischievously asked. "Why is your face red if you haven't even had a drink yet?" Tang Shuhan. She wanted to punch this annoying guy. "Don't you know why my face is red?" Qin Li teased her for a moment, then became a bit serious and said, "Tonight." Before he could finish, Tang Shuhan anxiously interrupted him. "Tonight, I need to look over the contract again." "Off." Qin Li initially didn't react, but seeing her flushed face and her hands gripping the water cup so tightly that her knuckles turned white, he finally understood that his female president must have misunderstood. However, he wouldn't explain. Instead, he intentionally said, "Well, you can look over the contract." "No," Tang Shuhan replied decisively and nervously, "you can't." "Oh." Qin Li feigned a look of disappointment and fell silent. Tang Shuhan noticed that he had stopped talking and wore a listless expression. She felt somewhat helpless and confused. "This bastard. He really knows how to bully people. He hasn't even pursued me yet, and he already wants to take advantage of me." But seeing that he seemed genuinely upset, Tang Shuhan picked up her water cup, looked away, and said softly, "I am just not ready yet." "Not ready yet? What does that mean?" "It means you, little buddy, are quite excellent and handsome. The reason I want sleep with you is simply that I don't feel good enough for you. It's not your fault." Of course, this was just Qin Li's own fantasy. However, he was already quite satisfied with this answer. After all, it was an unexpected delight. Because what he was going to say was not this at all okay. But when you act, you must go all out. Qin Li never does things. To pursue a girl, you need perseverance, patience, and determination. 3 hearts in one. Then be as handsome and wealthy as Qin Li, and you will be able to win a girl over. Thus Qin Li smiled understandingly and said affectionately, "Shuhan, actually I can understand. The harm I caused you, I will make amends for myself. In the future." Just as Qin Li was getting into the mood, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. "Sir, madam, the dishes are ready." The waitress came to serve the dishes, and knocking before entering was quite polite. However, Qin Li was extreme. "Is it easy for me to express my feelings? I haven't even said my heartfelt little love words yet." Tang Shuhan chuckled at seeing him at a loss. All right, let's eat," she said, noticing his face was still somewhat displeased. She added, "You've done quite well. This president is very satisfied." "Really?" Qin Li asked suspiciously. Tang Shuhan nodded, as if coaxing a child. Qin Li immediately grinned widely. Then he straightened his posture, smiled, adjusted his collar, and shouted arrogantly, "Serve the dishes." What nonsense little love words. Does this young master need to say such nauseating things? Even if I were mute, I could still win over girls, okay? Seeing him so pleased with himself, Tang Shuhan suddenly regretted saying those words. This bastard. Give him a ray of sunshine and he thinks he can photosynthesize. Here, try this almond Buddha's. Qin Li picked up a piece of almond Buddha's hand and placed it on her plate, saying, "My mom also makes this dessert, and it's particularly delicious." Tang Shuhan took a bite and found it sweet and soft, so she praised, "Then your mom's cooking must be excellent. So you will have good fortune in the future," Qin Li said with a grin. Tang Shuhan already knew his knack for climbing the ladder, so this time she simply ignored him and continued eating. After finishing a whole piece, Tang Shuhan noticed he was just watching her eat without touching his food. Curiously, she asked, "Why aren't you eating? You should try a piece, it's really good." "I don't eat. I'm afraid he'll think of my mom," Qin Li said very seriously. Tang Shuhan. You are really filial. Tang Shuhan held back for a long time and genuinely didn't know what to say. Qin Li sighed dramatically and said, "Actually, I'm not filial enough. My mom's biggest wish is for me to bring my wife home, and I still haven't fulfilled it. Shut up. Tang Shuhan was truly exasperated with this bastard. His teasing skills were too many. So she put on a stern face and said, eat. Oh. Qin Li obediently picked up his chopsticks. Qin Li ultimately ate a piece of almond Buddha's hand. Then he said, in fact, this dish's name also has a very beautiful acrostic poem. In the spring of the apricot forest, the benevolent heart spreads kindness in the land of Tianzhu. The Buddha's doctor saves the world and cures the sick. Hands joined in prayer reciting Amitabha. The first character of each line perfectly spells out the name of this dish. Tang Shuhuan nodded in understanding surprise that a dessert could have so much significance. She then asked, did your aunt teach you this too? Come on, stop it. Qin Li said with a smile, my mom only has a primary school education, but she really does want to find a daughter-in-law. Enough already, let me enjoy my meal. Tang Shuhuan pleaded, and Qin Li decided to let her off the hook for now. The dishes were served and the peach blossom wine was also brought out. Qin Li picked up the wine cup and filled it for both of them. Cheers, beautiful ladies. Qin Li raised his cup and said. Tang Shuhuan also lifted her glass, but teased, are we just clinking glasses like this? Is there no special meaning? Qin Li pondered for a moment and said, cheers to our fateful reunion. Fateful reunion. He naturally meant that after parting ways in the hotel they could meet again in the vast sea of people. Such a fate indeed deserved a toast. Tang Shuhuan felt fortunate to have encountered Qin Li again. His presence brought her much ease and joy, and life was no longer the gray shade it once was. Thus Tang Shuhuan readily drank this cup with him. The peach blossom wine was exquisite. The rich aroma of the wine mingled with the intense floral fragrance, leaving a delightful aftertaste. The wine specially brewed by the Tan family restaurant was indeed exceptional. Qin Li poured more wine for both of them, but this time it was Tang Shuhuan who raised her cup first. Cheers to our first business trip together. Tang Shuhuan said, is that worth a toast too? Fine if the boss says so, then it is worth it. Qin Li cooperatively clinked glasses with her, then they both drank it down again. Qin Li filled their cups once more. Tang Shuhuan lifted her cup again. Cheers to our first skiing trip together. Tang Shuhuan said, a toast for skiing too. All right, if you say so, you have the bigger chest. Qin Li clinked glasses with her again. After filling up this time, Qin Li raised his cup first. Tang Shuhuan didn't compete with him, instead looking forward to what he would say while holding her cup. Qin Li said passionately, come, cheers to the firsts that we have both lost. Tang Shuhuan immediately felt a wave of confusion. Forget it, let's eat. The dishes are getting cold, Qin Li muttered. After 3 rounds of drinks, the dishes had already gone through 5 flavors. The dishes at the Tan family restaurant were genuinely delightful. Although unsure if they were truly imperial cuisine, both Qin Li and Tang Shuhuan were already very satisfied. Tang Shuhuan had quite a feast, and while the hotel food was also delicious, it paled in comparison to this meal. In the end, both were satisfied as they settled the bill. Stepping out of the Tan family restaurant, the sky had already darkened. The weather was nice today, with stars filling the night sky. Each blossom wine. Qin Li possessed the skill to drink without getting drunk, so naturally he was unaffected. Tang Shuhuan was only slightly tipsy, far from being drunk. After all, this was not high-proof liquor. In the end, both were satisfied as they settled the bill. Stepping out of the Tan family restaurant, the sky had already darkened. The weather was nice today, with stars filling the night sky. Tang Shuhuan stretched lazily and said, let's go back to the hotel, we still need to wrap things up tomorrow. Qin Li took off his coat and draped it over her, as it was easy to catch a cold after drinking. Tang Shuhuan felt a sweetness in her heart as she watched him put on the coat for her. Actually, there's still an event tonight, Qin Li suddenly said. This was what he wanted to say before dinner, but Tang Shuhuan misunderstood. Huh, what event? Tang Shuhuan asked in confusion. But Qin Li didn't tell her directly. Instead he said, let's go, you'll know when we get there. So mysterious. Tang Shuhuan rolled her eyes at him, but her body honestly followed him into the car. She was a bit curious. They had strolled the streets and eaten already. What other events could there be? Following Qin Li's instructions, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan did not head towards the Shangri-La Hotel. Instead, it headed towards the Huangpu River. After more than 10 minutes, they arrived at the location designated by Qin Li. It was indeed by the riverside of the Huangpu River. Moreover, the scenery was nice here, with the bustling high-rises on the other side of the river. The stars twinkled in the sky, and the river sparkled with the opposite shore aglow. What a beautiful night view. Tang Shuhuan, still wearing Qin Li's coat, was captivated by the enchanting night scene as she got out of the car. Qin Li stood beside her, gazing at the rushing river before them. The beautiful scene was hard to fully appreciate, as if they were wandering within a painting. Tang Shuhuan smiled and tilted her head to look at him, saying, I didn't expect you to be quite romantic. Qin Li smiled and replied, I've always been romantic. This place truly uplifts one's spirits, Tang Shuhuan sighed. Seeing such beauty, even her previously tense nerves had relaxed. Feeling joyful. So she continued, thank you, Qin Li. Qin Li's lips curled into a smile as he said, you're thanking me too early. Huh. Tang Shuhuan looked at him in confusion. Thinking too early, what does that mean? Did you think I brought you here just to see the night view? Qin Li asked mysteriously. Tang Shuhuan's head was filled with question marks. Wasn't it just to see the night view? Wasn't not seeing the night view going to end up in a tragic love story here? Qin Li took out his phone and sent a message. Then he told Tang Shuhuan, "Don't look at me, you look across." Hearing this, Tang Shuhuan felt both curious and puzzled, but she still turned her gaze to the opposite shore. The opposite shore still had towering buildings and brilliant lights. It looked exactly the same as before. However, a few seconds later, Tang Shuhuan seemed to notice something different. On the riverside adjacent to the Huangpu River, little firelights suddenly lit up. Then countless tiny fire dragons rapidly soared into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions erupted one after another. Countless little fire dragons exploded in the sky, filling the night sky with brilliance. This is fireworks. Tang Shuhuan was instantly stunned, her small hands unconsciously gripping the railing in front of her. At this moment, the night view was enchanting, and the fireworks filled the sky like a poem, like a painting. Tang Shuhuan stared at this scene, feeling her skin crawl with excitement, as if she had been electrocuted. Qin Li had prepared a fireworks feast for her. She had never seen such beautiful fireworks in her life. She had never encountered a boy who would set off fireworks for her. This scene was bound to be unforgettable for her. The fireworks were still bursting. Tang Shuhuan turned to look at Qin Li, her eyes glistening. Then she rushed into Qin Li's embrace. This proud, yet strong girl was overwhelmed with emotion. The female driver of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan happened to capture this moment with her phone. With fireworks filling the sky, a picturesque scene, and lovers embracing, this photo was beautiful. The female driver looked at the picture and felt very satisfied. Did she take this picture because she thought the scene was romantic? No. This was also part of Qin Li's instruction. Thanks to 10 for the climbing invitation, thanks to Zhao Lucy for the likes, and thanks to the brothers for their support. I hope the brothers enjoy it. The author has stayed up late to update. Women find it hard to resist romance. Even the domineering and proud Tang Shuhuan is no exception. Nestled in Qin Li's embrace, her gaze was fixed on the fireworks that continued to bloom in the sky. Her heart was filled with shock and emotion. With a hint of a sob in her tone, she said, "Isn't it prohibited to set off fireworks in Mingzhu City?" Qin Li held her and replied, "That's why I had someone else do it." Tang Shuhuan chuckled at him and asked, "Then who said?" "Someone you would never expect." Qin Li teased. Tang Shuhuan was intrigued, but this time she didn't rush to, because she wanted to watch the fireworks. She wanted to witness this spectacular display that belonged to her in its entirety. The fireworks dazzled for more than 10 minutes before finally entering their finale. The night sky gradually fell back into darkness. It was only then that Tang Shuhuan took a deep breath and turned her gaze to Qin Li. She finally understood what Qin Li meant by "thank you for the early gift." This feast was infinitely more beautiful than the mere river view. However, what touched Tang Shuhuan more was the thought Qin Li put into it for her. Qin Li looked at her, whose eyes were shining with anticipation, and said, "So isn't it time for a kiss now?" Tang Shuhuan shot him a flirtatious glance, thinking, was there really a need to ask about such things? Why wasn't he this clueless when teasing her? So Tang Shuhuan closed her eyes. Qin Li naturally knew this was a blatant hint. A smile crept onto his lips as he leaned in. This was their first kiss. Well, at least that's what Qin Li believed. As for whether there was any before, he wouldn't know since he had been tipsy. The fireworks across the river had attracted the police. The flashing lights and the blaring sirens filled the air. However, Qin Li and Tang Shuhuan were oblivious. The two were completely immersed in their own world. The kiss lasted a full 10 minutes before they slowly parted. Tang Shuhuan felt like her heart was about to leap out of her chest. This feeling was completely different from the drunken flings one might have. It was sweet and intoxicating. "This kiss is a reward for you. You performed exceptionally well today." Tang Shuhuan chuckled as she pinched his nose, saying, "Just one kiss. Isn't that a bit too little?" Tang Shuhuan playfully hit him and said, "Can you not be so ungrateful? How many little secretaries can—" "That's true." Qin Li chuckled. His little secretary was indeed impressive. He was quite content their relationship had progressed rapidly. After all, Tang Shuhuan had reservations in her heart before. Now that they had progressed to this stage, it was already quite rapid. Furthermore, Tang Shuhuan was inherently independent. Getting into her bed was already quite a challenge. Okay. Did he think that a domineering female CEO could be easily wooed? By the way, who did you have set off the fireworks? The police are already here, is that all right? Tang Shuhuan only just noticed the many police cars on the opposite shore after getting too absorbed. Qin Li smiled nonchalantly, saying, "It's fine, he can handle it." Who is it really? Tang Shuhuan's curiosity was piqued again. Who could it be that she would never expect? Qin Li no longer kept her guessing. This was something he intended to tell her all along. Only by revealing it would her mood be completely relaxed. So he took out his phone and opened a chat interface. Tang Shuhuan took it, and upon seeing the contact name, her eyes widened. "It's him." The person who shocked Tang Shuhan was none other than Wei Shirquan, whom Qin Li had just subdued. It truly caught Tang Shuhan off guard. Wei Shirquan had indeed had a rough couple of days. First he was betrayed by his own bodyguard, and then he was coaxed by Qin Li to set off fireworks. However, Tang Shuhan naturally knew nothing of this. Thus, she was utterly shocked as she read through their chat records. It detailed all of Qin Li's instructions for Wei Shirquan to set off the fireworks. How could he listen to you? Tang Shuhan asked in disbelief. She knew Wei Shirquan's family background all too well, otherwise she wouldn't have been troubled for so long. But the clearer she was, the more shocked she was at this moment. Qin Li smiled and said, "This is the last surprise for you. I have a hold on him that is enough to be lethal, so he will no longer harass you from now on. As for setting off fireworks, he will certainly comply with such a small matter. Although Mingzhu City prohibits fireworks, with Wei Shirquan's influence, he can definitely sort this out. Even if he can't, Qin Li wouldn't worry about him, because that was his debt to pay." At this moment, Tang Shuhan was somewhat stunned. Was the issue that had troubled her for so long resolved just like that? How many things had Qin Li secretly done for her? Today she originally thought dinner would be the end. Yet later Qin Li took her to see the river view. Just when she thought that was the conclusion, a grand fireworks display began. And after the fireworks show ended, he even had another surprise. This surprise was clearly the highlight of the day. Tang Shuhan was at a loss for words, and her tears began to fall. One reason was her emotion towards Qin Li, and the other was the release from the previous pains. At this moment, she even felt like she was dreaming. "Don't cry. Aren't these all good things?" Qin Li, seeing her cry, hurriedly wiped her tears. He never thought Tang Shuhan would cry. In his mind, this girl had always been strong. "Yes, they are all good things." Tang Shuhan wiped her tears and looked at Qin Li, saying, thank you for bringing me so many good things." Indeed, all these good things were brought to her by Qin Li. Qin Li smiled and said, "You're welcome. I'm happiest to do things for my CEO." Hearing the words "my CEO," Tang Shuhan finally broke into a smile. Her heart was also filled with sweetness. However, she then playfully hit Qin Li. "You rascal, you're just too bad." Qin Li, puzzled, asked, "What did I do that was bad? He had been fine just a moment ago, so why was he being scolded again? Why is it that a moved woman can be so illogical?" Tang Shuhan shot him a playful glance, her cheeks flushed. With one surprise after another, "Do you think you want stop until you sleep with me?" "Of course I want stop." Qin Li immediately grinned. "Dream on," Tang Shuhan said as she cheerfully walked towards the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. "I haven't had enough of this kind of surprise. Keep up the good work." Qin Li watched her retreating figure with a hint of helplessness and shouted, "Woman, your name is Greed." Hearing his words, Tang Shuhan stood by the car, playfully turned around and shouted back, "What about your choice?" Qin Li shouted back, "I choose to satisfy your greed." Tang Shuhan instantly smiled like a blooming flower. The female driver sighed in the dark. She was stuffed with dog food tonight. The two returned to the hotel, and sure enough, Tang Shuhan did not let Qin Li go to her room. She was afraid that Qin Li wouldn't be able to resist. Even more so, she feared that she herself wouldn't be able to. She really wasn't ready yet, feeling that their relationship was developing too quickly. Moreover, this could test Qin Li to prevent him from taking her for granted if he got what he wanted too easily. Tang Shuhan took off her clothes in the room, revealing her perfect and graceful figure. The corners of her mouth curved slightly. This bastard had already taken her first time, and did he think the second time would be so easy? She was determined to extract all his surprises. Thinking back to the previous scene made her heart race. At this moment, Qin Li was lying on the bed with his legs crossed, looking at his phone. The phone displayed the photos taken by the female driver that night. He spoke to himself while looking at them. "My profile is really handsome. Xiao Henin's is not bad either, but why do I feel like she doesn't quite match me? No, she's not lacking at all, it's just that I'm too exceptional. Haha, why am I so shameless? I must have caught this from Zhang Lifan, that shameless dog." At that moment, Zhang Lifan, who was in the boys' dormitory at Jinjiang University, suddenly sneezed. After sneezing, he tore off a piece of paper to wipe his nose and casually threw it on the floor. Then he picked up his phone to message a girl. "Zhang Lifan, goddess, why are you going to take a shower again? Zhang Lifan, make sure to wash with hot water since your period came. Zhang Lifan, do you have enough pads for this month? Zhang Lifan, if not, I can buy them for you." The next day, Tang Shuhan and Qin Li arrived again at the Mingzhu branch of Xiangqing Group. The work for the day was very simple, just some final touches. Finalizing the contract and then signing it. After signing dozens of contracts, the business trip was coming to an end. Having completed all this, it was only just past 3 in the afternoon. The work had gone smoothly and was much easier than expected. If they wanted to rush back to Jinjiang, Tang Shuhan could have returned with Qin Li that afternoon. However, a partner suddenly handed Tang Shuhan an invitation. It was an invitation to a charity gala. Many well-known Mingzhu entrepreneurs would attend along with other notable figures from Mingzhu. Tang Shuhan placed the invitation on the conference table and asked Qin Li, "Are we going?" "Of course, since we have nothing. Getting to know more people will help Xiangqing Group's development in Mingzhu in the future. Besides, it's good for Xiangqing Group to grow stronger It's profitable for me as well. After all, I'm the second largest shareholder of Xiangqing Group. But I didn't bring a formal dress. Tang Shuhan understood that this would help Xiangqing Group, but she only brought formal and casual clothes. Attending such a gala without a dress. Qin Li thought for a moment and said, I'll make a phone call. He directly called Fan Bingchen, as he only knew Fan Bingchen, Su Yuanin, and Zhang Eileen in Mingzhu. Su Yuanin was still a college student and probably wouldn't have any connections in this regard, but Fan Bingchen was a possibility since he was from a family background. As for Zhang Eileen, asking her would have been the best choice, but Qin Li refused. For no other reason than that woman was not a good person. The call was quickly connected. Hello. Qin Li asked Sa, Nan, do you know a place that makes evening gowns? Of course I do, our family has a dedicated tailor. Are you looking to have a suit made? Fan Bingchen replied from the other end. He thought Qin Li wanted to customize 2 suits. After hearing this, Qin Li was shocked internally. These wealthy families even had tailors. No way. He needed to buy 2 female tailors to attend to him in the future, having them help him undress and dress. That didn't seem like a tailor's job. Thinking too far ahead, Qin Li then said, I'm having a suit made. My girlfriend wants an evening gown for tonight's gala. It should be too late to make one, but we can rent a set first. Tang Shuhan, who heard him refer to her as his girlfriend, blushed. Fan Bingchen asked, is it the gala at Platinum? He was referring to the address on the invitation. Qin Li raised an eyebrow and asked why. Are you going to? Our family also received an invitation for that gala, but I have something else to attend tonight. Send me the address, and I'll have my tailor come to take measurements. Fan Bingchen said. Okay, thanks. Qin Li replied, I'll treat you to spicy hot pot another day. Fan Bingchen quickly added, no need for spicy hot pot. It would just help me with Zhang Eileen. Qin Li rolled his eyes and said bluntly, bye. Get Zhang Eileen. That mech Tyrannosaurus. I'm afraid she'll bite my root. Qin Li hung up the phone and sent Fan Bingchen the location. Only then did Tang Shuhan ask, is it done? With me as your secretary, what's there to worry about? Someone will come to take your measurements soon. Qin Li put away his phone and said with a grin, come here, wife, let's have a kiss. Tang Shuhan shot him a glare and said, this is the company conference room. Do you want a beating? Hearing this, Qin Li suddenly thought of a question. He then asked, isn't our company against office romances? What will we do if we get caught? Tang Shuhan replied straightforwardly, then he'll fire you. Qin Li said innocently, why me? No kidding. Tang Shuhan said proudly, you're the one with the lower. Qin Li, on the other side, after notifying his family's tailor, Fan Bingchen suddenly had a bold idea. He then dialed Zhang Eilin's number. Hello, Eileen. What is it? Spit it out. Zhang Eileen said domineeringly. So are you going to the gala at Platinum Manor tonight? Fan Bingchen asked, knowing that such events would have invited the Zhang family too. No, I go there. It's not fun at all. Zhang Eileen said casually. I heard that the female star Zhou Yuaning is going tonight. I thought you would go. Fan Bingchen lied. He knew Zhou Yuaning was Zhang Eilin's favorite star. As for whether Zhou Yuaning was going or not, how would he know? His only job was to get Qin Li and Zhang Eileen together. Really? Then I must go, but you shouldn't go to avoid our family's meeting and talking about random things. I can't go, I have something to do tonight. Then I wish you success tonight. Fan Bingchen hung up the phone and sighed. He was risking it all to avoid wearing a green hat. No, he was doing it for the freedom to love. Qin Li, I'm sorry. Who told you to be so good at flirting? Bro, go for it. If you succeed, it'll serve you tea and water. If you fail, it'll burn incense and bow. Thanks to Yuan and Shishishi for the mountain climbing invitation, and thanks to Zhao Lucy and user 11157299 for the likes. Truly appreciate the support. The author is working hard to write a thank you all for the support. If you have time, you can write a book review to brag and chat. It's also good thank you. After more than half an hour, someone indeed came to take measurements for Tang Shuhan. A woman in her 30s brought along a female apprentice who appeared to be around 17 or 18. The two worked perfectly in tandem, one taking measurements while the other recorded them. After completing the measurements, the female tailor pulled out a tablet and entered all of Tang Shuhan's measurements into it. Then she placed the tablet in front of Tang Shuhan and said, Madam, these are the ready-made outfits we currently have that match your measurements. Please take a look and we will have the clothes delivered to you. She already knew that Tang Shuhan was renting rather than customizing, so she only introduced the available ready-made outfits. Tang Shuhan smiled and nodded at her, then looked at the several outfits displayed on the tablet. Qin Li also leaned over to take a look. This one won't do good, exposes too much of the legs reaching up to the thighs. And this blue one doesn't look good, it doesn't suit your temperament. This white one has a decent style, but it's a backless design. That's a no-go. Listening to Qin Li, Tang Shuhan chuckled and said, are you the one choosing, or am I? Qin Li laughed and replied, I'm just offering suggestions. Tang Shuhan looked at him and nodded, then deliberately pointed at a deep neck gown and said, then I'll choose this one. No, that won't do. Qin Li quickly interjected, that one exposes too much of the chest. You might catch a cold. Tang Shuhan almost burst out laughing at this guy. However, she felt a sweetness in her heart. Wasn't it just that he was worried about her revealing too much? This guy's jealous demeanor was quite amusing. All right, then I'll choose this black one, Tang Shuhan said as she pointed to a black long dress. Qin Li felt relieved at her choice and quickly praised this one as great. A black long dress adorned with diamonds at the chest. It's not overly flashy, yet exudes a noble aura. Of course, the main reason was that this dress was the most modestly designed. The female tailor, noticing her choice, said, "All right, madam, this dress is actually one we just designed and made. It's brand new and hasn't been rented out yet." Tang Shuhan pressed her lips together, feeling quite satisfied, as she didn't want to wear something someone else had already worn. "Then I'll trouble you with this." The female tailor replied politely, "Not a trouble at all. Ooh, I will bring the dress to you shortly." Tang Shuhan nodded and said, "Please deliver it to room 5508 at the Shangri-La Hotel. Changing clothes in the company is not appropriate. It's better to go back to the hotel, especially since she still needed to shower and do her makeup." The female tailor had no objections. At this moment, Qin Li asked, "What about the related costs? I can transfer the payment to you." Seeing that he mentioned costs, the female tailor quickly said, "No need, sir. Our young master has already instructed that there will be no charges for you this time." Qin Li nodded, appreciating that Fan Bingchen handled things meticulously. He thought he should treat him to a hot pot meal when he had the chance. Of course, he didn't know that Fan Bingchen was already planning to pay him homage. If he had known, he would certainly have turned Fan Bingchen in a hot pot. With the dress sorted, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. The banquet was set to start at 7:30 in the evening, and it was still not yet 6. They could return to the hotel, put on the dress, and prepare before heading to Platinum Manor. Timing should work out just fine. Thus, the two left the company riding in a Rolls-Royce Cullinan back to the Shangri-La Hotel. During the ride, Qin Li booked tickets for their return to Jijiang tomorrow morning. He had previously booked the tickets through Yang Xingyun, but now it was up to him to book. After 2 days apart, he found himself missing that obedient, hard-working little secretary. He also missed his 3 dog sons back at the dorm. It had been a while since he had bragged to them. And there was the sexy teacher Yang Yue. He had arranged for Qi Ryu to send someone to protect her. In recent days, Qi Ryu had also relayed some messages to him. It seemed that his teacher had not been doing well lately. His thoughts wandered, and he found himself wanting to go back. The Rolls-Royce arrived at the Shangri-La, and soon the dress was also delivered. The two of them took showers and changed clothes together. Of course, in terms of timing rather than location. Otherwise, they would have had no time to attend the evening banquet. Qin Li took a shower and changed into a black suit to match Tang Shuhan's black evening gown. He also had the hotel stylist help him with his hair, and he looked energetic and handsome. So standing in front of the mirror, he couldn't help but praise himself. As the time approached 7 o'clock, Tang Shuhan also emerged. She wore a long black gown, her long hair pinned up with delicate brows and eyes, full red lips, and flawless white arms. Her tall figure was perfectly accentuated by the evening gown, creating an exquisite silhouette. She exuded a noble aura that left others in awe. Wearing black high heels, her toes resembled jade as she walked up to Qin Li with a smile elegantly twirling around. She asked, "How do I look? Little secretary, do I look good?" Qin Li swallowed hard, staring at her, as he said, "I'm so outdone." Tang Shuhan looked puzzled, wondering what kind of reaction this was. "I once slept with you, but I felt nothing." Qin Li shamelessly declared, "If heaven were to give me another chance, I would cherish it deeply. If heaven insisted on giving this relationship a number, I would hope for 1,000 times. Tang Shuhan shot him a glare, annoyed. This guy couldn't just be simple for 5 minutes. "Let's go, you little pervert." Tang Shuhan led the way to the elevator. "I'm not small, you know," Qin Li explained innocently while catching up to her. "I know you're a clumsy oaf. Ooh, just be careful not to step on my dress," Tang Shuhan remarked. "I'm not that clumsy." The two entered the elevator. A few seconds later, Qin Li's voice echoed in the elevator. "Tang Shuhan, why did you put your dress under my feet?" Tang Shuhan's scolding voice followed. "Bastard, you're the one blaming me first." Platinum Manor, this estate belonged to a famous antique collector. The charity banquet was jointly organized by this antique collector and a charitable foundation. The goal was to raise funds for charity through the auction of certain antiques. Thus, well-known entrepreneurs from Mingzhu and some distinguished figures were invited. The common trait among these people was that they were all wealthy. When Qin Li and Tang Shuhan arrived, they were perfectly on time. They presented their invitation at the entrance of the estate, and their Rolls-Royce Cullinan was driven directly into the manor. This estate covered a vast area. The Rolls-Royce took 4 to 5 minutes to reach its destination, arriving at a building that resembled a hotel. At that moment, the adjacent parking lot was already filled with various luxury cars. Once the Cullinan was parked, Qin Li stepped out and opened the door for Tang Shuhan, assisting her as she got out. "So this is the landlord's mansion," Qin Li exclaimed. "Everyone else goes out to stay in hotels, and here the landlord builds a hotel at home. Isn't that excessive?" Tang Shuhan chuckled and replied, "It's not too bad, it's about the same as my home." Is this the confidence of a rich woman? Qin Li thought sourly. Thus he held on to her a bit more carefully. "Xiaohan Hai, when we get married in the future, make sure your father prepares a substantial dowry." Tang Shuhan pinched his arm and then leaned closer whispering, "As long as you win me over, all of that will be yours." All right. Qin Li instantly grinned widely. Although he was wealthy, he enjoyed living off of others. Tang Shuhan linked her arm with Qin Li as they entered the hall on the first floor. The two of them, one exuding an aura of elegance and nobility, the other strikingly handsome, looked exceptionally well-matched. Upon entering the hall, Qin Li heard the melodious sound of classical music, though it was played softly. It did not hinder conversation, rather it served to enhance the atmosphere. Many entrepreneurs and ladies dressed in various evening gowns were chatting in small groups. The appearance of Tang Shuhan and Qin Li attracted numerous gazes. Of course, since there were more men present, the attention was predominantly focused on Tang Shuhan. This woman was simply outstanding. With a beauty that rivaled the heavens, elegant and noble, a young man in his 20s dressed in a white suit was captivated by Tang Shuhan and turned to inquire of those nearby, "This girl is stunning, Chengzi. Who is she? Do you know her?" He was Fan Bingjuan, the older brother of Fan Bingchen. The young man referred to as Chengzi replied, "I haven't seen her before, Xiao Fan. We haven't encountered anyone so beautiful in our circle." A young man with a wine glass and styled hair chimed in with a grin, "How can that be? Isn't Jiang Eileen very pretty?" Chengzi rolled his eyes at this and said, "Come on, Lao Zhu, are you calling that person a woman?" The fact that Jiang Eileen was a lesbian was no longer a novelty in their circle. Fan Bingjun playfully hit Chengzi on the arm and teased, "How can you say that? She's my sister-in-law. How is she not a woman?" Chengzi chuckled and said, "Xiao Fan, we all know better. Do you think Bingchen stands a chance with Jiang Eileen?" Deep down, Fan Bingjun also believed it was unlikely, but this was a matter decided by their family, something he could not comment on. He felt a twinge of relief, grateful that he had secured the engagement before this matter fell upon him. With Jiang Ailin's temperament, she was not someone an ordinary person could manage. Moreover, she had no interest in men at all. Would he need to travel to Thailand just to pursue her? Thus, Fan Bingjun silently mourned for his younger brother again, and then asked, "What about that guy? Do you know him?" Chengzi and Lao Zhu both shook their heads. Fan Bingjun raised a glass of red wine and said, "Come on, let's go say hello and make a friend." Chengzi and Lao Zhu also raised their glasses and followed suit. At this moment, Qin Li and Tang Shuhan were engaged in conversation with those who came over to greet them. No one felt any aversion to the two newcomers due to their unfamiliarity. At most, a few people envied Tang Shuhan's beauty and Qin Li's handsomeness. However, the majority of entrepreneurs present were simply there to make new friends, so they preferred chatting with strangers. After all, they were businessmen. The notion that more friends create more opportunities was ingrained in their very nature. Upon learning that Tang Shuhan and Qin Li represented Xiangqing Group, everyone's demeanor became even friendlier. Since Xiangqing Group was a large corporation with a market value of over 30 billion. Although it was Qin Li's first time attending such a banquet, he showed no signs of intimidation, conversing even more enthusiastically than Tang Shuhan. Do not assume that because Qin Li was just a college student, young and inexperienced, he would be unable to engage with them. Qin Li was not an ordinary university student. He possessed emotional and intellectual intelligence above 90. He understood the principles of interacting with people well. When chatting with men, regardless of status, the conversation would typically devolve into casual banter, sharing a few current events while boasting a little. However, in such a formal setting, the boasting would be somewhat more subdued. Nonetheless, the essence remained unchanged. Engaging with women was even simpler. All one needed to do was compliment them. Compliment her attire, praise her jewels, and admire her figure. Ideally, the more the woman wished to showcase something, the more one should praise her for it. Tang Shuhan, being somewhat shy, would hold back a bit. Yet Qin Li seemed at ease among the crowd. Watching him chatting and laughing beside her, Tang Shuhan couldn't help but smile. She had noticed this during his interview. This young man was thoughtful and confident. If given a platform, he would undoubtedly treat it as a stage. Thus, she was very satisfied with Qin Li. Truly satisfied. However, his only flaw was that he was a bit lewd. At that moment, an entrepreneur who was happily chatting with Qin Li noticed Fan Bingjun and his companions approaching. He quickly greeted them, saying, "Xiao Fan, Xiao Cheng, Xiao Zhu, good evening." Fan Bingjun smiled and clinked glasses with him, saying, "Lao Chen, don't be so formal. Titles don't matter, we've known each other for a long time." Upon hearing this, Lao Chen's face lit up. In fact, his business was quite substantial, having opened over a dozen hotels in Mingzhou City. However, compared to the Fan family, it was still on a different level. Seeing Fan Bingjun being so friendly with him made him very happy. "When can the three of you come to visit me? Just let me know and I'll arrange for some entertainment," Lao Chen said with a smile. They all understood what arranging for entertainment meant. "All right, just your words are enough. We won't be polite with you." Fan Bingjun replied with a smile, "I'll chat with this brother for a bit." Lao Chen, noticing that Fan Bingjun was looking at Qin Li, said with good grace, "Then I'll go over there to check on something. I just spotted an old friend." Fan Bingjun nodded, and Lao Chen left with a spring in his step. Many people hold prejudices against wealthy second-generation individuals like Fan Bingjun. However, the arrogant and reckless type that only knows how to cause trouble does not represent them all. Many like Fan Bingjun have grown up alongside their parents learning how to conduct themselves properly. His younger brother Fan Bingjun was also like this. When he approached Yang Xingyun on the plane and realized she wasn't interested, he didn't persist. Such polite behaviors are cultivated from a young age. Fan Bingjun held a wine glass in his left hand and extended his right hand towards Qin Li with a smile, saying, "Hello, let's get acquainted. I'm Fan Bingjun." Qin Li shook his hand and replied, "Hello, I'm Qin Li." After shaking hands, Fan Bingjun pointed to Chengzi beside him and said, "This is Cheng Chuwen, everyone calls him Chengzi." Then he pointed to Lao Zhu and said, "This is Zhu Ming, everyone calls him Lao Zhu." Qin Li politely shook hands with both of them and exchanged pleasantries. Then Qin Li introduced Tang Shuhan to the group. This time Fan Bingjun and his companions chose not to shake hands, but instead smiled and nodded at Tang Shuhan. This behavior earned Qin Li a degree of goodwill. Those who approached someone else's girlfriend without any familiarity or attempted to take advantage were merely looking for trouble. Such respectful interactions leave a good impression on others. After exchanging greetings, Qin Li looked at Fan Bingjun and said, "Your name Jungu reminds me of a friend. Do you know Fan Bingchen?" Fan Bingjun was somewhat surprised. "He's my younger brother. Do you know Bingchen Li Gu?" Mutual address as Gu is not necessarily tied to age, it's merely a form of respect. Qin Li called him Jungu, and he called Qin Li Li Gu. It's a sign of mutual respect. Qin Li nodded and smiled, saying, "We have some connections, we get along quite well." Indeed, they got along well. Fan Bingchen even considered introducing his matchmaker to Qin Li. "Haha, Bingchen's friends are my friends. Li Gu, let's toast to that," Fan Bingjun said, raising his glass. Qin Li lifted his glass and gently clinked it against his. Then the two of them downed their drinks. After the two finished their drinks, Fan Bingjun asked, "Brother Li, are you also interested in antiques?" This word also revealed much. Fan Bingjun and his companions, unlike Qin Li and Tang Shuhan, were likely attending this charity gala primarily for the antiques. Somewhat interested, Qin Li replied calmly, "I heard in Xinjiang that Old Han is a renowned collector with many valuable items. I thought it was a good opportunity to broaden my horizons this time." Old Han is the initiator of this banquet, Han Shizhong. His name was written on the invitation. Of course, Qin Li had no knowledge of antiques. He was just making small talk. "So Brother Li is from Xinjiang, that explains it. Bingchen just returned from Xinjiang recently." Fan Bingjun lowered his voice and said, "I heard that Old Han has indeed brought out many good pieces this time. We came to see the world and find something good to take back to honor our old man at home." Qin Li nodded and smiled. I understand. If I have any questions later, I'll need you brothers to help me." "No need to be polite," Fan Bingjun replied with a smile. "When it comes to antiques, Chengzi has a good eye in this regard." Qin Li then raised his glass of red wine to toast with Chengzi and Cheng Chuan both taking a sip. There was no need to toast every time they drank red wine, and most of the time it was better to just take a sip. First, being drunk is uncouth, and second, there were clearly heavier scenes to come. It was better to keep a clear head for now. The kind of toasting between Qin Li and Fan Bingjun was still rare. They only toasted because they discovered their connection through Fan Bingchen. Fan Bingjun looked at Qin Li with great admiration. His younger brother's friend was indeed thorough in his conduct. Moreover, his manner of speaking was neither servile nor overbearing. He was quite a character. "Why are you here too?" At this moment, a slightly surprised voice rang out. Qin Li's heart skipped a beat upon hearing that voice. Damn it, why is the mech Tyrannosaurus here too? Qin Li turned his head, and sure enough, Jiang Eileen was walking. Today, Jiang Eileen was wearing a stunning blue strapless evening gown, her figure curvaceous, with prominent curves, especially the size of her chest, which was quite impressive. If someone with a smaller chest wore this evening gown, they might not even be able to pull it off. "Eileen, you're here too," Fan Bingjun greeted her. Cheng Chuwen and Zhu Ming also greeted her. They were all from the Mingzhu circle, often running into each other. Seeing them greet her, Jiang Eileen merely nodded in response. She despised these men and naturally had no interest in making small talk. However, her dislike for Qin Li was somewhat unique. It was particularly intense, because Qin Li was not only a detestable man, but also her romantic rival. "Why are you here?" Jiang Eileen looked at Qin Li and asked again, her eyes flashing with cold light. Qin Li feigned confusion and asked, "Lady, you must be mistaken. Have we met before?" Seeing this jerk pretend not to know her, Jiang Eileen almost splashed her red wine in his face. She had anticipated a confrontation with Qin Li, but she never expected this jerk to go so far as to pretend not to recognize her. "Qin Li is playing dumb entertaining," Jiang Eileen said coldly. Fan Bingjun and the others were puzzled. Oh, what did this mean? It felt somewhat like the scene of a relationship gone awry. But Jiang Eileen did not like men either. "Not entertaining." Qin Li raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "Indeed, clever people like me are not suited to play dumb." At this moment, Tang Shuhan also sensed something was amiss and walked over looking at Jiang Eileen and asking Qin Li, "Who is this?" "Oh, this is Miss Jiang Eileen from the Jiang family of Mingzhu," Qin Li introduced calmly. He had no relationship with Jiang Eileen, so why would he be flustered? As for Su Yuanin, that was still a long way off. However, if Jiang Eileen truly exposed something, he could only deal with it as it came. Qin Li's psychological resilience was definitely strong. Of course, if he didn't have such a strong mindset, how could he manage multiple affairs? Jiang Eilin's eyes lit up upon seeing Tang Shuhan. She had always liked women, so encountering such a rare beauty as Tang Shuhan made her want to get closer. This was a beauty that could rival her friend Su Yuanin. However, she was now more curious about the relationship between Qin Li and Tang Shuhan. So she deliberately softened her tone and asked, "Qin Li, aren't you going to introduce this lady?" Qin Li calmly introduced, "This is my girlfriend Tang Shuhan." Hearing his introduction, Tang Shuhan let out a sigh of relief. Then she smiled and shook hands with Jiang Eileen. After all, Jiang Eileen was also a stunning beauty and she felt a sense of crisis. But Qin Li's way of introducing her indicated that their relationship was at most friends, not more. However, at this moment, Jiang Eilin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This jerk has such a beautiful girlfriend, yet dares to flirt with her friend. Isn't he afraid of drowning while straddling 2 boats? Of course, she still didn't know. Qin Li was not just on 2 boats. He was on a fleet. As if having caught hold of Qin Li's weakness, Jiang Eileen suddenly became calm and unruffled. Her gaze towards Qin Li was full of mockery. Upon seeing her look, Qin Li's heart raced. This woman was indeed not a good person. Fan Bingjun and the others remained perplexed. What was going on here? Fortunately, Jiang Eileen did not expose Qin Li on the spot. Instead, she looked at him with a hint of pride and said, "Can we talk privately for a moment?" Jiang Eilin's main objective was to make him give up on Su Yuanin, not to expose him. If she exposed him and Qin Li gave up on Tang Shuhan to pursue Su Yuanin, wouldn't that be a loss for her? She also understood that Su Yuanin's sexual orientation was quite normal. In a contest, she wasn't sure she could win against this jerk. Upon hearing her words, Qin Li immediately relaxed and nodded. Talking privately would make things easier. "Brother Jun, brother, when brother Ming, please excuse me for a moment." Qin Li first apologized to Fan Bingjun and the others. Seeing their nods, he then turned to Tang Shuhan with a smile and said, "Wife, I'm going to have a word with Miss Jiang." The reason Qin Li apologized to Fan Bingjun and the others first was to hint to Tang Shuhan that his conversation with Jiang Eileen was more because they were present than because of her. Moreover, when Tang Shuhan heard him call her wife in front of everyone, she had even less doubt. Instead, she felt a bit shy. Qin Li then followed Jiang Eileen to his side. Fan Bingjun and the others smiled and nodded at Tang Shuhan, also stepping aside. Zhu Ming asked in confusion, "Brother Jun, what's going on here? When did Jiang Eileen start initiating contact with men?" Not only was he puzzled, but Fan Bingjun was also confused. Chen Chuwen remarked, "Fan Xiao has your sister-in-law turned into a woman." Fan Bingjun hit him again and said, "Eileen has always been a woman. However, if Qin Li really turned her straight, I would truly be impressed. After all, Bingchen couldn't handle her, so it would be a relief." He didn't know that Fan Bingchen had long been planning this. In fact, it was Fan Bingchen who lured Jiang Eileen here today. However, they all knew what Jiang Eilin's attitude towards men had been over the years. "Turn straight. That's too hard." "I would also be impressed," Cheng Chuwen said sincerely. Zhu Ming took a sip of wine and said, "If Qin Li really turns her straight, I'll go ask him to be my master." Qin Li followed Jiang Eileen to a secluded corner where no one was around. After stopping, Jiang Eileen couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile, teasingly looking at him and saying, "Young Master Qin, are you not going to explain yourself?" Qin Li calmly asked, "What does Miss Jiang want me to explain?" Seeing that this scoundrel was still playing dumb, Jiang Eileen let out a cold laugh and said, "Aren't you afraid of drowning? Many have drowned from straddling 2 boats. If Qin Li did not comply, she wouldn't mind pushing him into the water herself." Qin Li glanced at her and said, "Miss Jiang, it's better if you speak directly. Give up on Su Yuanin." Jiang Eileen saw that he was unwilling to take the initiative to confess, so she stopped beating around the bush and said, "Don't harass her again in the future." "Hep." Qin Li sneered and said, "You think you can be considered a good friend of hers while obstructing her happiness?" Jiang Eileen felt her anger rising at his audacity. "Who says I can't give her happiness?" Upon hearing this, Qin Li's gaze drifted to her lower body, raising an eyebrow as he said, "It seems you lack the necessary equipment." Jiang Eileen felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze, her anger only intensifying. "You think you can give her happiness just because you are straddling 2 boats?" Today, Qin Li wasn't wearing a tie, so he raised his hand to loosen the first button of his shirt. "Miss Jiang, it seems you have some misunderstandings about me." Jiang Eileen was almost amused to the point of fury by this scoundrel. "Misunderstandings? Do you dare to tell Tang Shuhan that she is not your girlfriend right now?" Dreaming of straddling two boats and not daring to admit it, Qin Li, you are truly hypocritical. No, 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 Qin Li corrected her. The misunderstanding I mentioned does not refer to this. Jiang Ai Lin coldly stared at him, trying to discern what he wanted to say. However, regardless of what he said, it wouldn't change the fact that he was a scumbag. Qin Li stepped closer to her, his demeanor no longer gentle, his gaze fierce. Actually, I am straddling more than just two boats. At least 3 or 4. Each of them is just like you, beautiful and well-endowed. Because I am bold enough and greedy enough. Anything I like, I want it all. At any cost. Miss Jiang, do you understand now? Bang, bang, bang. Each of Qin Li's words struck Jiang Ai Lin's heart like a hammer, causing her heart to race violently. She never expected that Qin Li would actually be straddling multiple boats. Even more astonishing was the fact that he would tell her this. It was simply reckless. However, what was even more terrifying was the fierce gaze Qin Li had fixed upon her, filled with aggression. Jiang Ai Lin felt her hands and feet turn cold. It was as if she had been targeted by a wild beast. Jiang Ai Lin forced herself to calm down and said, "Aren't you afraid I will tell you on in about this?" "Do you dare?" Qin Li said coldly. At that moment, he was nothing like the gentle and talkative young man from earlier. He seemed more like a ruthless thug. Jiang Ai Lin had never encountered a man like him in her life. She wanted to bravely say, "Why wouldn't I dare?" But when she met Qin Li's gaze, those words got stuck in her throat. "I don't want to provoke you, but I also won't tolerate anyone provoking me." Qin Li took another step forward and Jiang Ai Lin involuntarily took a step back, her back pressed against the wall. Without hesitation, Qin Li closed the distance, pinning her against the wall. Their bodies were tightly pressed together, and Jiang Ai Lin immediately felt flustered. "No, don't." She pushed against Qin Li, but he remained unmoved. She had never been this intimate with a man before, and she now felt completely uneasy. "Now tell me." Qin Li fixed his eyes on hers and said fiercely, "Do you dare?" Aye. Facing Qin Li's aggressive behavior and gaze, Jiang Ai Lin truly panicked. She was no longer her usual arrogant self. She didn't even dare to cry for help. Qin Li's current demeanor was that of a fearless thug. In the next moment, she didn't know what kind of mad things he would do. Jiang Ai Lin felt fear. No matter how arrogant she usually was, she was still just a girl raised in a greenhouse. Qin Li raised his right hand and gently brushed over her flat abdomen. Jiang Ai Lin felt goosebumps rise where he touched. Soon one of Qin Li's hands reached a place it shouldn't have and gradually applied pressure. Jiang Ai Lin cried out in pain, "It hurts." Qin Li continued to press, asking, "Tell me, do you dare?" Jiang Ai Lin's eyes turned red, tears welling up. "No, I don't dare." In the end, she still yielded. "Remember, don't do anything foolish." After Qin Li finished speaking, he released her and took a step back. Jiang Ai Lin felt as if all her strength had been drained, and she crouched down weakly. Only by making her understand fear would she fully realize that some people should not be provoked nor threatened. Qin Li glanced at her and adjusted his suit. Then he stepped back into the hall from the corner. Jiang Ai Lin's tears fell on the hem of her evening gown, and her body trembled slightly. After a long while, she finally gathered the strength to stand up and walk towards the women's restroom. Standing in front of the mirror in the restroom, she pulled down a section of her strapless gown. Immediately, a smooth, pale expanse was exposed to the air. However, at that moment, there was a purple handprint on that pale skin. The banquet continued, or rather it had just begun. The auction for the antiques had not yet kicked off. Qin Li felt a bit hungry and went to the tables on both sides of the hall, picking up a piece of cake to eat. Tang Shuhan walked over and asked, "Are you hungry?" Qin Li smiled and said, "Are you hungry?" Tang Shuhan was indeed feeling hungry, but she said softly, "I'm afraid my lipstick will smudge. You can just fix it later." Qin Li said, spearing a small piece of cake with his fork, and said, "Open your mouth, I'll feed you." Tang Shuhan smiled at him and obediently opened her mouth. Qin Li fed her the cake and wiped the cream off her mouth. Then he took a piece for himself. The cake tastes sweeter with the fork that Tang Zong used. Qin Li laughed happily. Tang Shuhan glanced at him with a playful pout. This scoundrel really knew how to tease her whenever he had the chance. However, seeing him enjoy the food, she said, "I want more." "All right, I'll open your mouth," Qin Li said, as if teasing a child. Tang Shuhan smiled sweetly and opened her mouth again. "Wow, brotherly, are you here to show off your affection?" At that moment, Fan Bingjun and the others came over just in time to see Qin Li feeding Tang Shuhan cake. Qin Li laughed heartily, and although Tang Shuhan felt a bit shy, she was secretly delighted. The feeling of having a boyfriend seemed really nice. No longer needing to eat someone else's dog food, but rather being able to feed others dog food. Li Gu, the antique auction is probably about to start. Shall we go join the fun? Fan Bingjun and his group came here to invite Qin Li to watch the auction. The auction is located on the second floor of this building in a large conference hall. Qin Li nodded, naturally having no objections. He held Tang Shuhan's small hand and asked, "Shall we go take a look?" Tang Shuhan nodded. Tonight's banquet is a charity dinner themed around the antique auction, so it is certainly. The group reached a consensus and planned to head upstairs together. However, as they passed by the restroom, they happened to run into Jiang Eileen coming out. Fan Bingjun directly greeted her saying, "Eileen, would you like to go see the antique auction?" However, Jiang Eileen ignored him, only casting a complex glance at Qin Li before walking towards the exit. She left the charity dinner early. Fan Bingjun was somewhat puzzled and said, "Let's go, Eileen might not be feeling well, go enjoy ourselves." Fan Bingjun's demeanor was truly commendable. He showed no signs of anger. Qin Li maintained a gentle smile. However, at that moment, an electronic voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has successfully resolved a flirtation crisis. System reward top-tier appraisal skill. Is there a reward for this too? However, since the system determined the crisis was resolved, it meant Jiang Eileen would no longer cause trouble. This was what Qin Li truly desired. Feeling the influx of appraisal knowledge in his mind, Qin Li calmly led Tang Shuhan step by step towards the second floor. By the time they reached the second floor, many people were already seated. However, after Fan Bingjun and his group arrived, many people stood up to greet them, indicating the significance of the Fansheng and Zhu families in Mingzhou. The five of them chose to sit in the front row. Qin Li sat next to Fan Bingjun and Tang Shuhan. At 8:30 p.m., the auction officially began. A middle-aged man in his 40s took the microphone and stepped onto the stage. "Dear guests, thank you for taking the time to attend this charity dinner. The antiques on auction tonight were provided by my father, and all proceeds will be donated to the Yongkong Foundation, which will use the funds to purchase medical facilities needed by the people in mountainous areas, improving their health care and addressing their difficulties in accessing medical treatment." Everyone applauded warmly. Elder Han's benevolence earned the respect of the people as the auctioned antiques were provided free of charge by him. While applauding, Fan Bingjun turned to Qin Li and explained, "This is Elder Han's eldest son, Han Mingxin." Qin Li nodded to show he understood. As the applause subsided, Han Mingxin continued, "All right, without further ado, let us invite the hostess to present our first antique." He directly got to the point. The curtain on one side of the stage opened and a hostess walked up carrying a tray covered with a glass dome. The hostess showcased the item on stage and then placed the tray on the display table in the center of the stage. Qin Li, sitting in the front row, immediately recognized it as an inkstone. It is used for grinding ink, one of the 4 treasures of the study. The first antique is this inkstone, which was collected by my father in his early years. According to his appraisal, this inkstone should belong to the early Sui dynasty. Guests interested may come up to appreciate it. "Let's go take a look," Fan Bingjun said excitedly. Cheng Chuan couldn't hold back any longer. He had done considerable research on antiques and was now filled with curiosity about this first item. Qin Li also wanted to test his appraisal skill, so he stood up as well. Tang Shuhan, having no knowledge of these items and wearing a long dress, decided not to follow Qin Li onto the stage. As they reached the stage, other curious or knowledgeable guests also came up. When identifying an inkstone, the key is to examine its craftsmanship, patterns, condition, and inscriptions. This inkstone is ancient but remarkably well preserved, and the craftsmanship is exquisite. It is indeed a product from the Sui dynasty or later. The craftsmanship prior to the Han and Jin dynasties could not reach this level, Cheng Chuan said while carefully observing. Qin Li nodded. Cheng Chuan could indeed be considered quite. After acquiring top-tier appraisal knowledge, he could only gather this information by observing through the glass dome. "Uncle Han, can you remove this glass dome?" Cheng Chuan asked Han Mingxin, who stood nearby. Han Mingxin knew Cheng Chuan and recognized his expertise, so he nodded with a smile. "Simply looking at the inkstone like this reveals nothing. It must be handled directly." Once the glass dome was removed, Cheng Chuan picked up the inkstone and exclaimed in surprise, "How is this possible?" Seeing his astonished expression, Fan Bingjun hurriedly asked, "What's wrong, Chang? This inkstone's craftsmanship is so exquisite, yet it has no inscriptions." Cheng Chuan was puzzled while holding the inkstone. Generally, inkstones supplied to nobles during the Sui dynasty would have inscriptions, yet this one did not. However, ordinary families cannot afford such inkstones. This presents a contradiction. The origin of this inkstone is somewhat mysterious. No wonder Elder Han placed this antique first. It seems he was testing everyone. Cheng Chuan had not researched inkstones much. They are not as mainstream as porcelain antiques. At this moment, he truly felt at a loss. Seeing his dilemma, Qin Li said, "Brother Wen, let me take a look." Cheng Chuan, hearing Qin Li wanted to see, nodded and handed the inkstone to him as he could not appraise it. Everyone's attention shifted back to Qin Li as he held the inkstone. Although no one said anything, many were skeptical of him. He lacked Cheng Chuan's fame and was so young. What could he possibly discern? Yet Qin Li was destined to it. How could the life of a person destined for greatness be understood by you? Qin Li held the inkstone in one hand, examined it closely, and said, "This is undoubtedly an inkstone from the early Sui dynasty. It is evident from the craftsmanship and style of production." Inkstones from the early Sui dynasty exhibit a broad style of production, with smooth edges beginning to be made with a focus on aesthetics. However, they are not as delicate as those from the late Sui dynasty or the Tang dynasty, which possess a strong sense of texture. Cheng Chuan nodded. He was aware of this knowledge, but was now more curious about why this inkstone lacked inscriptions. Yet everyone else was taken aback by Qin Li's words. They did not expect him to understand at least more than they did. Tang Shihan, watching from below, was also quite surprised. Qin Li can appraise antiques. Could it be that he was just guessing? It seemed that Tang Shihan, who was the least convinced of Qin Li, felt the most skeptical. If it were about Qin Li's skills in other areas, Tang Shihan would certainly believe it. But in appraisal, she truly had no confidence in him. Knowing the approximate era of the inkstone is not a big deal. This is because Cheng Chuan has also deduced it, and Han Mingxin mentioned from the very beginning that it is an ancient artifact from the early Sui dynasty. Qin Li then examined the inkstone, holding it to his ear with one hand, while gently tapping the bottom with the other. A deep wooden sound resonated. With confidence in his heart, Qin Li spoke, "This is an ebon inkstone." The ebon inkstone and the Shi inkstone are both renowned inkstones in the world, known for their solid, smooth, delicate, and tender stone quality. Using an ebon inkstone for grinding ink does not hinder the flow, and the ink produced is smooth and fluid, allowing for effortless writing without damaging the brush, and the ink color remains unchanged over time. If an ebon inkstone is of good quality, regardless of the sweltering summer or the severe winter pressing, its heart produces a deep blue-green hue, and it retains moisture for a long time, hence the ancient saying of breathing on the ink to grind it. The reason I deduce it is an ebon inkstone is based on its sound. If the sound of an ebon inkstone is like metal, it is of inferior quality. If it sounds like tiles, it is of medium quality. This ebon inkstone has a deep wooden sound, indicating it is of superior quality. Cheng Chuan merely nodded silently, truly unaware of this knowledge. The others also appeared to be learning, their gazes towards Qin Li shifting from skepticism to admiration. Tang Shihan was left speechless. Is Qin Li a treasure boy? No, a treasure appraisal master. Qin Li. At this moment, in a room on the third floor, an elderly man in a wheelchair was watching this scene through a screen. He is Han Shizhong, the organizer of the charity dinner. Behind Han Shizhong stood a 30-something woman in a light blue qipao, stunningly beautiful, with a noble and unapproachable demeanor. Haha, this kid has some talent. Han Shizhong, seeing Qin Li speaking confidently on the screen, couldn't help but show a hint of appreciation. He then added, Minjia, the young generations should not be underestimated. I understand, Dad. This beautiful woman is Han Shizhong's second daughter, Han Minjia. However, after complying, Han Minjia continued, I just wonder if he can determine the origin of this inkstone. You. Han Shizhong replied with a hint of helplessness, being arrogant and overconfident is why you're still unmarried. Dad, how can you say such things about your own daughter? Han Minjia replied helplessly. Han Shizhong huffed like a child and fell silent. He too wanted to know if this kid could accurately determine the inkstone's origin. On stage, Qin Li pondered for a moment, and then said, the only difficulty now is that this superior ebon inkstone from the early Sui dynasty is quite valuable and certainly not something an ordinary family could own. But as Brother Wen said earlier, this ebon inkstone does not have any inscriptions. It was not erased by later generations, but rather was never inscribed during its making. In the early Sui dynasty, such an expensive ebon inkstone did not belong to the nobility nor to commoners. So who could it belong to? Qin Li's mind kept pondering the origins of this inkstone. Antiquities are usually closely tied to history. The system granted him the skill of treasure appraisal, and naturally it also endowed him with a vast knowledge of history. People were also drawn into contemplation by Qin Li's words, especially Cheng Chuan, for this was the very question he had been struggling with. During the early Sui dynasty under Emperor, when the state advocated frugality, far less extravagant than during the reign of Emperor Yang. Such an inkstone would certainly not be used by ordinary people, but if it belonged to the nobility, it surely would have inscriptions. This line of thought leads me to a contradiction. Qin Li muttered to himself, his thoughts swirling as he searched for related historical knowledge. Such a person accustomed to using expensive items, yet does not inscribe them. Deliberately appearing low-key, not wanting to attract attention. Got it. Qin Li suddenly had a moment of, he recalled a unique figure from the early Sui dynasty. Most likely only he would have acted in such a manner. People noticed he seemed to have thought of something and promptly turned their gazes back to him. His previous remarks had already captivated the audience and sparked countless thoughts. Now seeing that he had arrived at an answer, everyone eagerly looked at him. Cheng Chuan was the most excited. He was nearly driven mad by this question. The more curious he became, the more he wanted to know the answer. Qin Li's expression showed a hint of excitement. This person is Chen Shubao. Hearing his answer, Cheng Chuan's eyes widened, as if he had thought of others present had some clues, but many remained confused. They were not well versed in history. Qin Li further explained, Chen Shubao is definitely a unique figure from the early Sui dynasty, as well as a notable character in history. Qin Shi Bao was the last emperor of the southern Qin dynasty. After the Sui army destroyed the Qin dynasty, he was captured and brought to Chang'an. He is one of the few overthrown monarchs in history who met a peaceful end. After losing his kingdom, he still enjoyed endless wealth and luxury in Chang'an. If I am not mistaken, this ebon inkstone belonged to Qin Shi Bao. After losing his kingdom, he could enjoy expensive items, while also being wary of emperor when suspicions living cautiously. In the early Sui period, aside from this unique individual, I cannot think of anyone else who would behave, and the answer was laid bare. Everyone realized the truth. Applause erupted. Han Mingxin was the first to clap as he knew the correct answer. The correct answer is indeed Qin Shi Bao. However, he did not expect that this young man, through captivating reasoning, could actually deduce the owner of this antiquity. Simply magnificent. The audience did not hold back their applause, including Cheng Chuan. Even he had to admire Qin Li's reasoning. In the monitoring room, Han Shizhong in the wheelchair laughed heartily. This kid truly did not disappoint him. He brought out this item and intentionally pointed out the historical period, presenting a challenge to everyone. And the deduction process and answer provided by this kid were nearly perfect. Truly a youthful hero. Han Minjia's gaze towards Qin Li finally became earnest. Because even if she were to guess, she probably wouldn't do better than Qin Li. On stage, Qin Li nodded at the others, and several returned to their seats. Li Gu, you're amazing. Fan Bingjun quietly gave a thumbs up. He really did not expect Qin Li to be so strong. Qin Li smiled and waved his hand. The boasting was complete, hiding his achievements and fame. Tang Shuhan secretly pinched him. Qin Li winced in pain, glanced at her, and asked, "Why are you pinching me? Why didn't you tell me you could appraise treasures? Come on, what else can you do?" Tang Shuhan stared at him with bright eyes. This rascal is truly a treasure boy. I need to dig a little deeper with my shovel. Qin Li cheekily leaned close to her ear and said, "I can also make you pregnant with a little baby." Predictably, Tang Shuhan pinched him again. In fact, Qin Li felt wronged. How was I supposed to tell you? Just 10 minutes ago, I didn't even know I could appraise treasures. It's all Qin Shibao's fault. Could he not carve a name? Oh, perhaps if he did carve a name, he would truly be killed by Emperor One. After everyone on stage had taken their seats, Han Mingxin continued, "All right, after our young brother's splendid appraisal, I believe everyone is now familiar with the true historical background of this antique. Now we shall commence the bidding for our first treasure with a starting price of 1.5 million and a minimum increment of 50000. Let the bidding begin. 1.6 million. Someone placed a bid. 1.7. 1.8. The voices of the bidders surged and receded. Fan Bingjun quietly asked Qin Li, "Brother Li, could you please give a price? How much is this item worth to break even? Are you interested in this, Brother Jun?" Qin Li inquired. "Hey, it's for my old man at home." Fan Bingjun chuckled. Qin Li pondered for a moment and replied, "Anything below 2.5 million is profitable." "All right." Fan Bingjun nodded in satisfaction upon receiving an answer. When the price reached 2.05 million, the number of bidders dwindled. Fan Bingjun raised his hand. 2 million. 2 million had surpassed some people's budget, leading them to fall silent. Others felt they had little left to spare as they saw the bid come from the eldest son of the Fan family. Thus the atmosphere became quiet. 2 million. Is there any further bid? Han Mingxin asked. 2 million once. 2 million twice. 2 million. 3 times. Congratulations to young Master Fan. Fan Bingjun was quite pleased at securing a 2.5 million item for 2 million was indeed worth celebrating. He slightly stood up from his seat and nodded respectfully towards Han Mingxin on stage. Han Mingxin was considered an elder among them, and addressing him as young Master Fan was a gesture of respect. He couldn't just sit there casually anymore. Qin Li truly admired Fan Bingjun. His manners made interactions comfortable. This person was indeed worth befriending. Brotherly, no need to say more, I'll remember this favor. Shall we have a couple of drinks after this? Fan Bingjun said to Qin Li. Cheng Chuan also chimed in, "Yes, Brother Li, let's have a couple of drinks together, and sister-in-law should join as well." After what just happened, Cheng Chuan had completely acknowledged Qin Li. At this moment, he also felt a desire to befriend him. Next to them, Zhu Ming was also very excited. Tang Shihan watched from the side, admiring Qin Li in her heart. In such a short time, he had befriended several young masters of Mingzhu. If he were to be given more opportunities, just how much more could he grow? However, upon hearing Cheng Chuan refer to her as sister-in-law, a slight blush crept to Tang Shuhan's cheeks. "I won't go. If I did, you all wouldn't be at ease." "Qin Li can go," Tang Shuhan said with a smile. Fan Bingjun gave a thumbs up and said, "Sister-in-law is generous. Don't worry, we will only drink." Tang Shuhan nodded with a smile. Qin Li naturally wouldn't refuse, and the few of them settled on their plans. For the subsequent treasures, Qin Li helped them appraise. Zhu Ming successfully acquired a fist-sized high-grade bloodstone. Cheng Chuan also obtained a jade ring. It could be said that they all left with plenty. Qin Li originally intended to purchase a jade bracelet for Tang Shuhan, but unfortunately he discovered it was a burial item. He could only leave empty-handed. However, as they were leaving, Han Mingxin chased after them. Uncle Han Fan Bingjun greeted him. Han Mingxin nodded at them and turned to Qin Li saying, Mr. Qin, please wait, my father would like to speak with you for a moment. I wonder if you have some time. Mr. Han, you are too polite. It would be a privilege for me to converse with Elder Han, and I would trouble Mr. Han to lead the way. Seeing his politeness, Han Mingxin felt even more appreciative. He said, then I shall not disturb you, please come this way. Qin Li nodded and informed Fan Bingjun and the others before they agreed to meet outside the estate later. He then followed Han Mingxin up to the third floor. On the third floor there was a tea room. Han Shizhong was sitting in a wheelchair with a tea table of moderate height in front of him, while Han Mingjia was brewing tea. Han Mingxin knocked on the door and said, Dad, Mr. Qin has arrived. Han Shizhong was in a good mood, laughing heartily. Come in. Upon hearing this, Qin Li stepped inside. Looking at the elderly man in the wheelchair, he said, I've heard much about Elder Han. I wonder what guidance you have for me. Let's have tea. Han Shizhong chuckled, pointing to a stool opposite him. You've certainly opened my eyes today. I'll come sit. Qin Li naturally sat down, but when his gaze landed on Han Mingjia standing nearby, he felt a bit dazzled. Yet he quickly averted his eyes, for staring at others was quite impolite. Qin Li said somewhat reluctantly, Elder Han, you flatter me. It was merely a case of a blind cat bumping into a dead rat. At that moment, Han Mingjia poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of Qin Li, saying, Mr. Qin, please. Qin Li thanked her politely. I can tell at a glance whether someone has ability or not. You needn't pretend to be humble, Han Shizhong stated bluntly. His personality was straightforward and direct. Dad, Han Mingjia chided lightly. She couldn't help but feel that her father was too blunt. Qin Li simply laughed heartily. Not having to be modest felt quite comfortable. Thus he shamelessly said, Elder Han, you truly have a straightforward character. To be honest, I do feel that I have some ability, so feel free to praise me. Han Shizhong immediately burst into laughter. Han Mingjia. The two of them together left. Han Mingjia, you have great talent and a thick-skinned kid. I admire you. Now let's have tea, Han Shizhong joked as he lifted his teacup and took a sip. Qin Li. Alright, I'll take that as a compliment. Qin Li also lifted the cup and tasted the tea brewed by the beautiful woman. It was indeed refreshing. Han Shizhong waited until he finished drinking before pointing at Han Mingjia beside him, saying, the main reason I asked you here today is regarding my daughter Mingjia. Qin Li's gaze turned towards the stunning young woman. Han Mingjia nodded at Qin Li. Qin Li, however, felt a bit confused. What does this mean? Are you suggesting I have the ability to take your daughter? Isn't this a bit too forward for a first meet? Seeing him dazed, Han Shizhong guessed what the kid was thinking and teased, what are you thinking about? Qin Li honestly replied, I was thinking of something that's a bit embarrassing to say out loud. Han Shizhong found the kid amusing. Han Mingjia, however, felt a bit embarrassed. As long as you can win her over, I will certainly agree. Elder Han, you are truly broad-minded, Qin Li praised without hesitation. Thus Han Mingjia's face turned. The two of them were indeed getting bolder with their words. Han Mingjia felt she could hardly stay any longer. Seeing his daughter shy, Han Shizhong finally got to the main point, saying, ahem, to get to the serious matter, I've learned that you are from Jijiang. Mingjia recently opened an antique shop there, and I hope you can look out for her in the future. No problem, Qin Li readily agreed. Han Shizhong asked, are you really okay with it? Qin Li nodded and said, you're sending a beauty to my domain. How could there be any problem? Qin Li chatted with Han Shizhong for a while. Han Shizhong's straightforward personality was completely unlike that of a venerable elder, more akin to that of a young man in his 20s. As their conversation drew to a close, the old man began to boast, recounting some of his glorious past exploits. Qin Li already knew that when men chat, it often devolves into bragging. He didn't expect that Han Shizhong was also a master in this regard. The old man got carried away, even sharing how he pursued Han Mingjia's mother. Han Mingjia felt utterly embarrassed. In the end, Qin Li exchanged contact information with her and bid farewell to Han Shizhong, while Han Mingxin arranged for someone to drive Qin Li out. There was no other choice. The estate was so large that Qin Li couldn't just walk out by himself. Tang Shihan had already returned to the hotel, but Fan Bingjun and the others were still waiting at the gate. After reuniting, they drove straight to the nightclub, with Qin Li riding in Zhu Ming's Lamborghini. Zhu Ming excitedly said, while driving, Brother Liam, not just bragging in Mingzhu, over the years I've never met anyone who could drink better than me. Alcohol is meant for rinsing the mouth. When someone says I'm not bragging, it usually means they are about to start bragging. Qin Li was well aware of this principle. Brother Li, do you know there's a Huifeng Baijiu processing factory in Mingzhu? Last time I drank with their boss, that guy got drunk and started bragging, saying they have 3 or 4 employees in their factory, each one a god of wine, who could easily take on a whole table. I told him, if you gather them all, I can take them on by myself. What happened in the end? Hee. I knocked them all. Zhu Ming excitedly drove while bragging. Qin Li felt that the guy was already tipsy even before drinking. Brother Li, do you know what my nickname is in the drinking scene? Zhu Big Stomach. I know this nickname doesn't sound good, but it's still a compliment. What does it mean? It just shows that we can drink right. Qin Li listened to Zhu Ming bragging the whole way, feeling somewhat drowsy. After half an hour, they finally arrived at their destination, the Supreme Gravity Bar. The group entered the bar and a young man in his 20s approached them with a respectful smile, saying, Fan Xiao, Cheng Xiao, Zhu Xiao, how will you arrange for tonight? Table 1, we are hosting distinguished guests tonight. Fan Bingjun was obviously familiar with the place, clearly not his first visit. He pointed at Qin Li and said to the young man, A Chong, this is brotherly Qin, remember to toast him later. A Chong nodded understandingly, then greeted Qin Li, hello Qin Xiao. Since Fan Bingjun could call him brother, A Chong felt he didn't have the right to do so, hence addressing him as Qin Xiao. Qin Li nodded. A Chong led the group to table 1. After sitting down, Fan Bingjun said, A Chong, bring 10 bottles of Ace of Spades and get a few girls from the Atmosphere group over, make sure they are high quality. Ace of Spades is famous champagne, with a bottle selling for 880 yuan, making it the supreme drink in the bar. The Atmosphere group consists of girls specifically hired to liven up the environment. Sure, no problem, please wait a moment. A Chong replied before stepping back. Fan Bingjun then said to Qin Li, this kid is the lead waiter here, A Chong. He's quite clever and knows how to speak appropriately. Qin Li smiled knowingly and said if he weren't clever, he wouldn't be the lead waiter. Fan Bingjun laughed heartily. As they chatted, A Chong soon wheeled over the drinks, followed by several attractive girls. He placed the drinks on the table and grinned, saying, Fan Xiao, how do you find the Atmosphere group? The girls lined up in front of the table. A Chong, you're bringing 5 girls for the 4 of us. Are you trying to stir things up? Cheng Chuan joked. Fan Bingjun waved his hand and said, all right, let them all stay. Brotherly can choose first. Qin Li casually picked one as they were just there to accompany them and liven up the atmosphere. He wasn't that picky. No matter how pretty they were, they couldn't compare to Yang Xingyun or Tang Shuhan. A Chong first toasted Qin Li and then respectfully stepped back. The few girls took their seats, and gradually the atmosphere started to heat up. They even created a WeChat group for the 4 of them. Zhu Ming could really drink quite well. But what surprised Qin Li was that Fan Bingjun and Cheng Chuan also had decent drinking capacities. Having often mingled in drinking scenes, they had long trained their tolerance. With 10 bottles of Ace of Spades emptied, Fan Bingjun simply ordered 5 more. As they drank to the end, Cheng Chuan was the first to collapse, followed by Fan Bingjun. Finally, it was Zhu Ming. What a joke. No matter how well they could drink, could they outdrink Qin Li? Qin Li patted Zhu Ming on the shoulder and asked, Big stomach, can you still drink? Zhu Ming lay on the sofa, already fast asleep. Qin Li sighed, telling him to stop bragging. You guys can leave now, call A Chong over. Qin Li waved his hand, dismissing the Atmosphere group girls. A moment later, A Chong arrived, shocked to see several people sprawled on the sofa. Fan Bingjun and Cheng Chuan had good drinking capacities, and Zhu Ming was even better. A Chong was very clear about this. But now Qin Li had actually taken on 3. Moreover, he seemed completely fine. Qin Xiao, I am impressed. A Chong sincerely said. Qin Li smiled and took out his card, saying, get a few people to carry them to the hotel, book a few good rooms, and charge all the expenses to this card. Also add 5,000 for your tip. Hearing that Qin Li was giving a 5,000 yuan tip, A Chong exclaimed happily, thank you, Qin Xiao. Don't worry, I guarantee it will be handled properly. Qin Li nodded. After A Chong finished the transaction and handed the card back to him, Qin Li left the bar and hailed a taxi, heading straight for Shangri-La. The next morning, Qin Li and Tang Shuhan sat in the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, heading straight to the airport. Having spent so many days in Mingzhu, Qin Li reaped considerable rewards. First, he clarified his relationship with Yang Xingyun, dealt with Wei Shiquan, and met Su Yuaning. He even improved his relationship with Tang Shuhan significantly. He also took the time to befriend Fan Bingjun and the others. This didn't even include the rewards from the system. In short, Qin Li was satisfied. In fact, Tang Shuhan was also satisfied. She initially wanted to escape reality, which was why she took the initiative to go on this business trip. However, she didn't expect that all her problems would be resolved by Qin Li. Moreover, she felt a great deal of warmth and joy. As they boarded the plane, they sat next to each other in the first-class seats. Qin Li cheekily called out little Shuhan. Tang Shuhan, seeing his mischievous expression, cautiously replied, Hee, while the plane hasn't taken off, yet how about we kiss one more time in Mingzhu? You are unbelievable, Tang Shuhan replied irritably. It's just the 2 of us in first class, what are you afraid of? Qin Li shamelessly said, I am toxic, you are my antidote. Tang Shuhan slapped him and scolded, you're so lewd. Stay away from me. Qin Li sighed, thinking that sometimes it takes a few attempts to get it right. Ugh, Qin Li, I'm going to kill you. The plane soared into the blue sky. Destination Zhejiang. After flying for more than 2 hours, the plane successfully arrived at Jinjiang International Airport. Qin Li and Tang Shuhan walked together towards the underground parking lot. Their cars were already parked in the parking lot when they arrived. Of course, Qin Li's was the McLaren 720s. However, Tang Shuhan did not arrive in the white Porsche that Qin Li saw last time. Instead, it was a silver 5-seater Bentley Mulsanne. What kind of car is the Bentley Mulsanne? Simply put, it is in the same league as the Maybach and Rolls-Royce Phantom. The three of them were once considered the flagship models of the world's top 3 luxury handmade car brands. Qin Li touched the Bentley's emblem. A letter B with a pair of small wings, it looked adorably charming. Tang Shuhan asked, do you like it? Qin Li nodded. Tang Shuhan handed him the Bentley key and said, give me your key, I'll drive your McLaren home. Qin Li chuckled and took the key, saying, wife, if you keep pampering me like this, I'll be spoiled. Tang Shuhan shot him a glance and replied, you are already spoiled. Qin Li responded with. They swapped cars and Tang Shuhan drove the McLaren home. Qin Li also drove the Bentley Mulsanne out of the parking lot. Today he did not have to return to the company, and tomorrow was Saturday, the day after was Sunday. So he wouldn't be going to work for the next 3 days. Qin Li drove the Bentley directly back to school, first to check on his little dogs, then to meet with his counselor Xiejin. This business trip was entirely arranged by Xiejin. It was only right to come back and check in. As the Bentley Mulsanne drove on the road, the surrounding cars moved farther away from it. Many people might not recognize the McLaren emblem. However, the Bentley emblem is like the little golden statue of Rolls-Royce, representing luxury and expense. All the way back to Jinjiang University, Qin Li did not park the car outside this time, but drove directly into the campus. There was still luggage in the car, making it inconvenient to walk such a long distance. He parked the car near his dormitory. Qin Li got out, took his luggage, and headed straight to the dorm. Unlocking the door, he cheerfully said, little dogs, your dad is back. Wow, old Qin. Zhang Lifan, seeing Qin Li return, immediately sat up from the upper bunk, looking as if he had come back to life. This startled Qin Li, who had just entered. Brotherly woo woo woo, I missed you. Yang Ming, who was halfway through putting on a shirt, ran over with his chest exposed. Li Jiang was sitting at his desk, seemingly unaware of what he was doing, but his face lit up upon seeing Qin Li. Old Qin, let's go eat spicy hot pot later. This guy was still obsessed with spicy hot pot, hasn't he gotten over it? Qin Li chuckled and said, little dog's dad brought you gifts. What? Gifts? Old Qin, you are too generous. Is it an inflatable doll? Upon hearing this, Zhang Lifan nimbly jumped off the bed. Tada! Qin Li pulled out 3 Super Mario plush toys from the box. The most important thing was that all 3 toys were wearing little green hats. Zhang Lifan fiddled with the plush toy wearing the green hat and said this. I have no desire for an inflatable doll either. Yang Ming looked at the green hat on the toy and asked, Brother Li, do you have a crush on my girlfriend? Li Jiang took the toy, shook its legs, and said straightforwardly, what is this broken thing? Qin Li burst in. These 3 plush toys were just to tease these little dogs. The real gifts had already been bought by Qi Ryu. Thus Qin Li took out the real gifts from the box. Zhang Lifan received a complete set of beautiful photos along with some 2-dimensional posters. There was no helping it, this guy only had such hobbies. Wow. Old Qin, my parents gave birth to me, but you are the one who truly understands me. I simply love you to death. Zhang Lifan hugged the photos and wouldn't let go. Yang Ming received a bottle of Chanel perfume, which was not the 2 bottles that Tang Shuhan had given him, but rather specifically commissioned Qi Ryu to purchase. Wow, Chanel gentleman Brother Li is so generous. Although Yang Ming could afford it himself, this was a gift from a brother which held different significance, so he was very happy. Li Jiang received a set of expensive peripherals, a mouse and keyboard, which could be said to be more expensive than his laptop. Li Jiang hugged the peripherals with a grin and said, Old Qin, no need to say anything, he'll treat you to spicy hot pot at noon. The gifts are all given, and seeing that all 3 of them are very happy, Qin Li felt very satisfied. How have you been lately? Anything fun happening? Qin Li asked. Yang Ming was the first to reply, nothing much. Same as usual, sleeping in class and dating after class. Qin Li rolled his eyes and said, every day you go out, be careful of kidney deficiency. Yang Ming shook his head, grinning, and said, I think Fan Gu is more reckless than me. You give him these photos and his bed will be shaking at night again. Zhang Lifan, even lying down, got hit, jokingly cursing, get out of here, I have serious business, I've been flirting with a lot of girls recently. Qin Li gave him a thumbs up, this hopeless flirt. Qin Li looked at Li Jiang and asked, Old Li, what about you? It's almost graduation, you should be getting a girlfriend. What are you talking about? You guys eat and sleep all day just thinking about dating girls. Li Jiang shook his head and said, I'm just awesome, I can't even get enough to eat. Ha. The dormitory filled with laughter. After chatting with a few people for a while, Qin Li went to Xiejin's office. His office was a large one where all the counselors of the Economic Management College worked together. Qin Li had been involved in the student council for 3 years and had drunk with these counselors countless times, establishing many connections. Naturally, he was very familiar with them. After chatting with these teachers in the office for about half an hour, Qin Li finally came out. Moreover, this time Qin Li also took gifts from the trunk of the Bentley Mulsanne. 8 boxes of pastries made by Tan's restaurant, also bought by Qi Ryu. Each counselor in the office received a box, and there was 1 box left which Qin Li directly gave to Xiejin. In fact, he had deliberately taken an extra box. His intention was to thank Xiejin, but it was inappropriate to give gifts in the office. So he simply gave 1 box to each person, and Xiejin got 2. After Qin, Li left, a young female counselor said, "Xie, good this time, we really benefited from your connect." Xie Jin smiled and replied, "Of course it's not me, but it's this kid Qin, Li, who knows how to get things done." No doubt after being a counselor for so many years, this kid Qin, Li, is the best I've seen. He's smart and capable. The accounting counselor said. Who says not? A slightly older female counselor said this, looking at Xie Jin and asking, "Hey Xiao Xie, do you know if Qin Li has a girlfriend? I have a niece who looks pretty good." Teacher Zhu, are you actually introducing a girlfriend to a student? Xie Jin. The female counselor chuckled and said, "So what? This young man is so outstanding, shouldn't I help my niece grab him first?" Xie Jin had to say, "I don't know, it seems he didn't have one before, but now I can't be sure." The female counselor said, "While working, no, I need to find a time to ask him again." Naturally, Qin Li was unaware that he had already been put on someone's radar. At this moment, he was on his way to the third floor of the cafeteria with his roommates to eat spicy hot pot. No way around it. Li Jiang was a toxic influence. At Jinjiang University, on the third floor of the cafeteria, Qin Li was having a meal with his roommate when his phone suddenly chimed with a message notification. He picked up his phone to find a message from the WeChat group with Fan Bingjuan, Cheng Chuan, and Zhu Mingjian from last night. Cheng Chuan, did I embarrass myself last night? Fan Bingjuan, yes, embarrassing one. Zhu Ming, yes, embarrassing two. Cheng Chuan. Fan Bingjuan, brother Li is mighty, taking on three at once, I'm impressed. Zhu Ming, I let brother Li down. Cheng Chuan. Fan Bingjuan. Zhu Ming, I bragged non-stop with brother Li last night. Zhu Ming, I told brother Li my name is Zhu Big Stomach. Zhu Ming. I was wrong. Fan Bingjuan, are you comparing your big knife to Guangong's? Cheng Chuan, are you comparing playing with snakes to Su Xian's? Fan Bingjuan, are you comparing playing with ghosts to Ning Saichen's? Cheng Chuan, are you comparing playing with foxes to King Zhou's? Fan Bingjuan, are you comparing playing with butterflies to Liang Shambua's? Zhu Ming. I was wrong. Qin Li. Qin Li, are the little brothers awake? Qin Li, I am already at Jinjiang, don't worry. Fan Bingjuan, little brother no. 1. Waiting for brother Li to return to Mingzhu. Cheng Chuan, little brother no. 2. Waiting for brother Li to return to Mingzhu. Zhu Ming, little brother no. 3. Waiting for brother Li to return to Mingzhu. Qin Li, proud. Qin Li chuckled and turned off his phone, amused by this bunch of jokers. After a hearty meal, Qin Li returned to his dorm to change clothes. He then drove his Bentley Mulsanne straight to the Oriental Financial International building. Oriental Financial International is a well-known financial office center in Jinjiang, housing many internet and financial companies. His purpose this time was to check out Xingyun Investment and Financial Consulting Co., Ltd. 40 minutes later, Qin Li arrived at Oriental Financial International and parked his Bentley Mulsanne in the underground parking lot. He then took the elevator up to the 17th floor. The receptionist noticed someone had arrived and quickly asked, "Sir, how may I assist you?" "I'm here to check on my own company," Qin Li replied with a smile. The receptionist studied him carefully, recalling the large photo posted in the company, and was instantly surprised. You are Mr. Qin. Qin Li nodded and said, "That's correct, my surname is Qin." "I apologize, Mr. Qin, that was my oversight," the receptionist said nervously. Not recognizing the boss could be a serious issue, even leading to job loss. To ensure everyone knew who their boss was, Yang Zong had even posted Qin Li's photo on the company's cultural wall. However, she had never seen the real Qin Li, which was why she didn't recognize him immediately. Qin Li wouldn't hold it against her. It was normal for someone who was visiting for the first time not to recognize him. So he smiled and said, "It's all right, please open the door." The receptionist felt relieved that he wasn't upset and quickly used her employee card to open the door, inviting him in. Entering the office area, Qin Li immediately spotted his own photo on the cultural wall nearby. The photo was large and eye-catching. Moreover, it was the only photo on the entire wall with no picture of Yang Xingyun. Qin Li felt a flicker of realization. In that moment, he understood Yang Xingyun's intentions. Everything Yang Xingyun had came from Qin Li. Although she was also a shareholder of the company, she had never considered overstepping her bounds. That's why she made Qin Li's photo widely visible, ensuring everyone in the company knew he was the boss. She was afraid Qin Li might think she had ambitions. This woman is indeed very cautious. While Qin Li felt Yang Xingyun didn't need to do this, he was still. Every action Yang Xingyun took never made Qin Li feel uncomfortable. He glanced at the cultural wall one more time before striding towards the general manager's office. He pushed the door open and entered the office. At that moment, Yang Xingyun was talking to two employees. Upon seeing Qin Li walk in, her face lit up with joy. However, with the employees still present, she could only control her excitement, standing up to say, "Mr. Qin, you're here." The other two employees also recognized their boss at this moment. They hurriedly greeted, "Hello, Mr. Qin." Qin Li nodded and said, "You can leave for now. I need to discuss something." Understood. The two employees obediently walked out. Once they left, Yang Xingyun bit her lip and rushed into his embrace, her eyes glistening. "I missed you, my idol." Qin Li stroked her small head, feeling his heart soften instantly. After a few days apart, He also missed this obedient and sensible girl. How's work going? Qin Li asked with concern. Yang Xingyun sighed lightly and replied, it's okay, but there's still so much I need to learn. I have to learn various aspects. It's too difficult to excel as a general manager. The knowledge a university student can grasp is still foundational. Moreover, theory doesn't equate to practice, making it hard to dive straight into work. Furthermore, Yang Xingyun was serving as the general manager. She needed to strengthen not only her professional knowledge, but also her management skills. Qin Li held her close reassuringly, saying, take your time. Even if we lose everything, I won't blame you. That's not okay. I will definitely make a profit. There are many talented people in the company who can teach me a lot. The system rewarded Qin Li with this company, and it's certain that there are capable individuals inside, so there's no need to doubt that. Qin Li said these things just to relieve this girl of too much pressure. Qin Li kissed her forehead and then said, take down that photo outside. Yang Xingyun looked up at him and then shook her. She knew Qin Li understood her feelings. However, she also had her own principles, as she never wanted Qin Li to dislike her. Perhaps she was indeed ambitious before, but now she knew she couldn't do without Qin Li. Qin Li smiled, pinching her delicate face, and said, are you not going to listen to your husband? Have you underestimated? He didn't want this girl to live too cautiously. Although that would make him comfortable, it would tire Yang Xingyun out. Yang Xingyun giggled and said, no, I don't say that. Denying 3 times is a form of affirmation. How dare she think of herself as stingy? Qin Li decided to punish her a little. Conveniently, there was a lounge behind the manager's office. So he picked Yang Xingyun up in a princess carry. As he walked towards the lounge, Yang Xingyun didn't struggle, merely biting her red lips. She gazed at him with eyes as gentle as water.